Well, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome in. We've got our last program of the night. We've got Eric from Nashville, Tennessee, and we're so glad to have him on with us. Eric is a former Jehovah's Witness. He's from Rhode Island, and we're glad to have Eric to be part of our Six Screens Telenetwork. So he's on here tonight, and we want you to call up and talk to Eric. We'll put the telephone number up. We'll put the StreamYard link up so that you can talk to Eric. So let's bring Eric on right now and say hello to Eric. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you doing, everyone?
Well, things are going good, Eric. Boy, a lot of people are coming in here tonight. I can't believe it. It's wonderful. I think it's really good. So many people are leaving the Watchtower, Eric, and they're listening into the Six Screens. Isn't that good?
Isn't it awesome?
It's awesome. Yes,
It's great, man. I feel invigorated in a way. I've been through a lot, all of you, the last few months. But man, Watchtower, Norway doesn't even bother me. It was a defeat, but we're moving along strong because, in the grand scheme of things, we're on the side of righteousness. I'm not
Well,
saying we're all goody two shoes, but we are on the right side. We are rejecting the New World Order, whether it comes from religion, cults, whatever, all of it. We reject it. We reject the New World Order. We reject the devil, and I
well,
think
the
it's a beautiful thing, Rick.
Well, they're definitely tanking. So what I'm going to do
Yeah,
is I'm going to shut the phone off, then turn it back on again, so you don't have any
sure.
issues. And then I'm going to put the link up how people can talk to you tonight. So
Yeah.
why don't you go forward? You talk about it. I'll be doing that in the background. Okay.
Alrighty. Well,
Okay.
hello everyone. Let's see who we got in the comment section. We always start off with saying hello to everybody. So I'll start at the top. You know what, guys? If you can just bear with me for 1 second, I'm gonna put it on. It's so much easier for me to put YouTube on my TV to see the comments. So just give me 1 second here, and I will put this up. I'm sorry, guys. I just need to do this. It really helps me with the comment sections. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Here I am. All right. So, anyways, let's see who's here. We got Aaron Hubbard, Jane Spitfire, Carl St. John. Who else we got? Dallas. Hello, Dallas. John Marciano, Jalu, Vex Cortex. I think I said Dallas. Nadine. Hello, Nadine. Anne Marie's here. Look at that. And my boy Bob Roberts. You know my nickname for you, but I can't say it. It's rated R. Uh, uh, Carol Paradise. Let's see who else. El Paisano Petrie. Is that Jesse? Let's see. And Shack Composer. My boy Jerry. Whoop whoop. All right, guys. What are we talking about tonight? What are we talking about tonight? We're talking about music. All right. So let's see here. I'm going to get this going. See if you guys can hear this. All right. You guys ready to rock and roll? Yeah, that was Metallica. Kill them all, right? Anybody raised in the 70s, 80s, or 90s? Uh, that definitely wasn't allowed in your household. But why am I bringing it up? Why am I bringing up music, right? It doesn't seem like a big deal. But like Smashing Pumpkins, we are all talking about music. Yeah, man, I do too. But I'm bringing up like Metallica, Kill 'Em All, Rage Against the Machine, the song that says "F you." I won't do what you tell me, right? Led Zeppelin, I hear you, honey. All these bands, yeah, Led Zeppelin, Anne Marie. A brother told me that he listened to the record backwards and it said "My Seat Satan," and it does actually. But still, bad music because like all of this is a hot topic because all of music is basically bad if you think about it. I mean, not really, but to Watchtower it is. And a lot of music was corrupted and used black magic and stuff like that. But you can't live in fear, and that's what Watchtower did to us. That music I just played, if you could hear it on there, right? That wasn't allowed in my household. My father freaked out when he found Rage Against the Machine. He threw out my Rage Against the Machine cassette tape, but What else did he throw? Oh, by the way, I got to back up a little bit. I think it's a great topic, and Anne Marie and I were talking last night, or no, it was the middle of the day, I think, and she was telling me how sometimes she gets blocks for the show, and I do too. Sometimes you just get a writer's block sometimes. But we somehow came up with music together, and so I wanted to give her a tribute for that. And while I'm tributing people, I also wanted to give a little shout out to what's her name, Audrey. We haven't seen her a little bit on Six Screens, but she'll come around again to say hi. But yeah, man, music. Um, my I would like to know your guys' stories about music. How it affected you with the elders or your parents. Um, with Watchtower, like I'll give you guys my story. Like, so it started with sports, right? So my old man, my grandfather, he hated sports, and he was an elder in the '70s when they just started the arrangement. And my old man loved sports. He secretly played as a pitcher in high school. He said he had a 78-mile-an-hour fastball, which is pretty impressive for a 17-year-old. Not bad. What could he have done in his 20s? With training and working out. That hell yeah, I think that's pretty good. He said he had a good curveball too, which was cool. He loves sports. He loved baseball. Uh, and my old man wouldn't let him have it. He got beat the shit out of because my old man hit it, and I don't know which team he was rooting for in the World Series or what World Series it was, but I guess his team won by like a landslide. Like it was a long shot, and they won. And he was like, "Yes!" Woke up, his dad got a beating, and broke his radio. But it's just that's what Watchtower did to people. Stop with this. Something that will kind of hit Shaq Composer is also my grandfather was against chess. You know, why am I talking about sports and chess, which could be considered a sport? I'm not sure what it is. They have tournaments. But why am I talking about this? Because it's connection with how it was unhealthy for my father. So my dad, right, when he finally became his own man and was able to do what he wanted, he was obsessed with sports. He would tell our family, "All I do is watch sports. That's it. I don't watch anything else." Like it was like a morality issue. But I was like, well, yeah, you watch WWE with or F back in the day, and and all the chicks that are half naked fighting each other. I'm looking at my old man like, yeah, okay, you just watch sports. But again, why am I bringing this up? Because it happened. It started with sports with my grandfather, and then it went down to music with me and my father. My father didn't care what I did. In fact, he liked that I was interested in basketball. He knew I couldn't play for a team, but I actually had a decent gift in my early teenagers, 20s years. It wasn't until like 18 or 19 I started getting really good with basketball. I wasn't necessarily a shooter as a facilitator, but so he gave me that freedom. But when it came to my music, oh my gosh, I had to do what he did. I had to hide it from him. After he found my Rage Against the Machine tape and destroyed it, I was like, fair enough. That is one of the worst things you can have. But then it was like Pearl Jam. I'm like, Pearl Jam? And we had an argument with it about it. And he said, well, there's a song in it that says, "Why do I keep fucking up?" And I'm like, yeah, that's not even his song. It's a cover from some song in the '70s. And he knew that. And he's like, yeah, Eric, I know that. But you shouldn't have, I don't want that word on the album in our household. I'm like, all right. So I threw it out. And years later, like maybe let's say a decade later, my wife and I are married, and I saw Pearl Jam 3 times that year, and once with my wife and a couple times without her. And I was burned out from Pearl Jam. She wanted to go with my father and my brother, and I'm like, I gave a blessing. I'm like, hell yeah! I'm so done with Pearl Jam. I can't do another show. So they went without me. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, I busted my old man's beans. I said, didn't you throw out my Pearl Jam album? And now you're here at a concert, which could have been me, but my brother and my wife. And Pearl Jam ended up being such a big influence in my father's life that him and my mother connect to a song that's completely inappropriate. I don't think they get the lyrics. It's "Can't Find a Better Man" she lies and says she still loves him. They don't get it. Anyways, music is the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the control we had around it, right? I don't have the information in front of me, but there are tons of 1980s and 1990s Watchtower music saying, like, this is their doctrine. And if Zach's listening to me, I think he can back me up because he knows this stuff way better than I do. But I think that Watchtower was pretty against rap and heavy metal and saying that it was devil music, you know? And I know that some people might agree with that statement, but it's not. Because I know I've looked into, a lot of us have looked into music and lyrics, and it's about intention. You could be a hardcore rock metal band and still be a Christian, even, you know. And there's a lot of bands that still have like Christianity or love, or just, or even if they're not Christians, they have love in their music. Their intentions are good, even if it comes out dark. It doesn't have to be that way. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because of the control. They controlled us with music. And I don't know if this topic has been brought up before. It probably has. Rick's been doing this a long time. But yes, Bob Roberts, Better Man is totally about an abusive relationship. I was trying to tell my parents that, but so be it. My mom's abusive to him. So there you go. But Run DMC didn't even swear in their songs. That's true. Neither did MC Hammer. I don't think Vanilla Ice did, although he was kind of more like a one-hit wonder. There are and to go a step further, there are comedians that don't swear in their music either, you know, and we're warned about comedy. I know the subject's all over the place. It should probably be about entertainment more than just music. But I brought a bunch of friends of mine to a Lewis Black concert. Holy crap! He swears a lot more live than he does on, say, like Comedy Central. And I kept looking at my friends, and like everybody was laughing. So I even like as much as Desiree and I were so uncomfortable of like just like bringing our friends to something that was like swearing, like the swears were off the chain. But I'm bringing all this up because of control, and I guess it's not just music; it's all entertainment. I mean, for God's sakes, my boy Jerry likes who is it? Jerry and Audrey in the audience. They both, or I don't know if she plays chess, but her son does, and Jerry plays chess, and it's like that's another thing that's banned. This is all control. This is all the white sisters like Brandy Travis. It's all control. Um, and not for nothing, like look at Jehovah's Witnesses music. It sucks. It's absolutely horrible. I admit that there are some tunes that can be catchy, like the one that Gigi loves, his favorite song, "Let's Keep It Simple." That thing gets stuck in my head a little bit. I hate that I even said it out loud. It's the lines are the music notes are already getting in my head. The guitar riff, but what it is crap music, and it's not from the soul. It's not. um, I'm not a huge fan of the guy, but I'm trying to think of the name of the man, and I can't think of it in the moment. But there was somebody who did an a cappella song about Christ, and he did it live in Australia. Actually, I wonder if Brad knows what I'm talking about. He played in Sydney at that big, I don't know, that big arena that you guys have, or whatever it is, where you have musicians play there. Bon Iver, that was the name of the guy. And the witnesses would think that that's probably bad, right? He says "God damn" in the song, right? I mean, I know some Christians feel the same way, that that's a bad word, but like if you, again, this is all about intentions, and that's what Watchtower doesn't get. I'll give you guys for an example, right? There's a song that my mother-in-law really likes, and I'm trying to think for the life of me what the name of it is. I'm saying it in the moment, and I don't remember. But it's all about adultery, right? The whole song is about adultery, but it does it in a really nice 70s style with the bass, boom, 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 you know, just like everything's chill. And it is a nice song. I like it a lot. Is it Mrs. Not Mrs. Jackson? It's Miss something. I can't remember. But anyways, Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. That song. So right, that song is all about adultery. And they both have their own families. I mean, I don't care. I like the song. I think it's really good. I can vibe to it. However, someone like my mother-in-law would come down on me for a song that, like a band named Tree, that Brad actually knows. I introduced him to that song, and they have a song called White Devil. Now, he screams, "There's a white devil among us!" Right? It sounds evil, but when you pick down his lyrics, what the man is talking about is politics and religion is corrupted, and that there's a white devil among us because there's white devils in the office house, in the White House. There is corruption, and there is a murder going on in the name of a secret cult. It was just whoever the man was in the band that came up with the lyrics. He was awake and he just saw what was going on. And I see absolutely nothing wrong with that song. And I'll admit, when I got reinstated as a Jehovah's Witness, I threw out all my Tree music thinking it was demonized. But then I realized it's intention. It was intention. It had nothing to do with how bad it sounded. If it was screamed and had like maybe heavy distortion in the guitar, right, and a metal sound to it. But yeah, let's see here. Brad says my dad used to love that song. Is it? Are you trying to say Layla? And you can't even pretend to know what that song is about. Yeah, if you're talking about Layla, isn't that the song that talks about a transvestite or a whatever? Yeah, something like that. A trans whatever, as Tony Soprano would say. Let's see. Great. Grove Faith says hi, Eric. Hello. How are you? El Paisano's on a roll tonight, making me laugh. But yeah, okay. It is the song. Yeah, dude. I didn't realize that song was like about that because it's on the radio all the time in USA. I'm like, oh, am I mixing up? Yeah, I know the Layla Eric Clapton song. I thought Layla was the other song about the transvestite. I'll probably mix up that. You said La La, but okay. Anyways, I digress. But yeah, I thought I would bring that up too. Is just that Watchtower has no clue about music. You know, there can be a lot of beauty in something that maybe sounds ugly to other people, like heavy metal or rap. You know, I personally like all music. Yeah, Beverly Harwood. I like Leonard Skinner too. There's a lot of good Skinner music. I like Jimi Hendrix. I like all of them. But all these bands, we all had. I mean, maybe not all of us, but a lot of us had to get our beans busted for listening to it. Or maybe you would hide your music. How many people hid their music, right? Like maybe you were going out in service and you got a CD on, and you got to be the guy or girl that drives, the guy or gal that drives service. And you, come on, I've done it. I know some of you MFs have done it. I get in my car, it's like, I'm like, oh, and you hit the power button real quick to shut up the music because you don't want to know people what you're listening to, you know. And I'm not just all metal. I really do like all music. In fact, I don't like listening to metal when I'm trying to relax. I like it when I'm working on something, doing gardening. Back in the day when I was working in auto body, heavy metal and hardcore music is like all I listen to keep my energy like pumping. But that's what I mean. Like, why did Watchtower control us? They have so many articles about the dangers of music and that you have to stay away from heavy metal and you have to stay away from rap. And the way I look at that is the same way with swearing. Oh, you can't say that word. Who says? Why? Since when are words banned? You can't ban words, and you can't ban music because words are just words. It's how you use the words if they're bad. It's all, and then again, this brings me back to intention. It's about intention. It's about how you choose to use those words. I mean, you call someone an effing idiot, yeah. I mean, that your intentions most likely are bad, but there is a chance that you could say that to somebody while you're both, I don't know, a little inebriated or whatever, and you actually don't mean it. like it sounds. So that's what I mean. Like it's all about intention. And Watchtower doesn't seem to get that. They don't seem to get that music is about an intention. And when you really think about it, think about Watchtower's songs that they're putting out lately. How is their intention? Is it good? Are they manipulating you in the music? What's the message? Listen, obey, and be blessed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How is that a listen, obey, and be blessed with like all this orchestrated music in the background? Oh, how nice! But there's a demonic message behind it, you know. And there was an elder one time that taught me. He said all music can be bad. He said because I found out, Eric, that there was a band that does only instrumental work, and they're like a like what do you call it? Like a violin, like a band's like a with violin and violins and like a whole full piece band. You know what I mean? Or an orchestra, not just like a little time thing. And he's saying that even them can be demonized. But I'm well, like, yeah, anything's about intention. You know, I mean, I get that now as he said that, but they just go so overboard with it. You know. Let's see. Check the. It's 666 megahertz. Uh, I'm just reading the comment section a little bit. Watchtower gave, this is from Anne Marie. Watchtower gave a scathing talk to a district convention circa 1985. Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time. My dad did an entire talk about salt and peppers. Let's talk about sex. Really? That's such an old song, Brad. Your dad actually mentioned that loud on stage. Wow. I'm actually surprised with that because usually they don't mention bands or movies by name, usually. Um, but yeah, that's crazy. Listen, obey, and be cursed. Listen, obey, and be stressed. Listen, obey, and be cursed. There's a lot of ways to spend it. Spin it, excuse me. Um, listen, obey, and get depressed. But yeah, I love Pearl Jam too, guys. It was Pearl Jam has a good place in my. I don't know. Some people didn't like them after the 10 album, but I don't understand those people because there's so many good songs that came after that. How do you guys like my shirt, huh? It's not something I usually wear, but a friend of mine, this chick in Minnesota, we're friends. Her and her boyfriend got me a gift and sent me this shirt. I like wearing off-colored things. But anyways, Ricky, can you talk about songs about boobies? All right, what do we got about boobies? Why can't I think of a song? I would if I could think of one off the cuff. Yeah. How about you help me out? Oh, someone wants me to stand up to see the shirt. All right, here we go. There it is. There's like it's some kind of like cartoon or something on it. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know it, but it's cool for me. I like weird shirts. Purple is Vikings. This is definitely pink. Sorry, there's no way around it. I don't mean to be. I don't mean to sound feminine, but yeah, it's pink as hell. But anyways, I'm trying to have fun tonight with you all. Sometimes the shows get really serious. You know what? At the nighttime show, I'm trying to kind of go a different direction and just kind of be more relaxed and let people heal. And by the way, anybody that wants to call in or join me in StreamYard, go ahead. But yeah, just bearded Barney. Oh, thanks. Barney's purple, you dickhead. I'm pink. So how about bearded Pink Ranger from the Power Rangers? Oh man, I'm sorry guys if I'm doing over silly tonight. I told Rick I was gonna kind of change the mood a little bit on my show. You know, after Desiree's death and everything that happened, I feel like on a nighttime show, it's what we all need. If I can make just one person in the audience laugh or feel cool, that works with me, man. But yeah, I just I think Anne Marie was onto a really good subject with music because music is so important to me. I mean, It really is. And, I never rejected my parents' music. I love their, I have to give you guys, I have to be honest with all of you that my parents were cool in some ways. Like, they weren't complete assholes with music. And I'll tell you why. My very first concert, I was 15 years old, I think. I know the year. I know the year. It was 1997. Yep. I was born in 81. And my parents asked me if I wanted to go with them and a couple that I was friends with. Everyone's older than me, obviously, and it was to a Fleetwood Mac concert. And I'm like, hell yeah! I don't even think my parents knew it. I was listening to their music when I was like 12 years old or 11 years old. I found all of their like vinyl. And I know people are like, oh, vinyl sucks. It has like this popping sound and stuff. I don't know what it is. Maybe Brad will disagree with me, or maybe he'll agree with me. But vinyl actually sounds cool. And as like a kid to put a record on and listen to Fleetwood Mac, Led Zeppelin, it was really awesome. And I'll tell you the coolest thing about the show. There were two cool things about it. Okay. First cool thing. Um, Fleetwood Mac, and you can actually like YouTube this and type in Boston Fleetwood Mac 1997 I'm So Afraid live, and I was at that show. And the live version, he just like Lazy Buckingham kills it on the guitar. The guy he does a different version and his like own version of the song. It's like a different rendition in the beginning of it. And the drummer and the bassist, they're all like, they set up a beat and they're all jiving. I'm just a kid and I'm like, my dad's excited. I'm excited too because I know the music really well at that young age. I'm like, I can't believe he's playing the song live, and he changed it. And my dad's like, I know, right? And we were talking about it. It was that was one cool part of the show, and the other cool part of the show was the couple that we were with. They were a little younger, not too much younger, but a little younger than my parents, and they were out of beer, and we were all tailgating in the parking lot. And I was told that if I could get 3 beers from somebody and come back, I could have one for myself. And I found a family, and they knew I was a teenager. They're like, "You can't be asking for beers. You're not of age." And I'm like, "My parents are right there," and they put me up to it, and they waved, and they gave me the beers, and I came back with them and I got a beer. But I mean, not all Jehovah's Witnesses were. But these days, I doubt that would happen. Everything's changed so much. It's so culty now. But I have to admit that at least my old man was cool with that, and my mother with the music and the beer. She wasn't really cool with it, but um, they weren't hypocrites like that. It's just I think my old man was afraid of modern music because like modern music was bad. Like he hated Nirvana, and he told me that guy is on his way to kill himself, just like some other musician I can't remember who, and he was right about that. But like that's what this isn't just coming from our parents. This isn't coming from our loved ones or friends or the congregation. This is coming from Watchtower. They are putting the boogeyman in everybody's ear. They're making everybody be afraid of music and or entertainment in general. Chess. Chess is one of the most innocent games. Really, it's a game about strategy. It blows my mind. It blows my mind that that's something that's banned. But that's what happens when we're in a high control group. You know, vinyl definitely sounds cool. That awesome popping sound. It's like when you watch an old movie at the movies and you have that crackling sound. It's dope. I know, man. I like it too. I wouldn't mind actually getting I have some vinyl records that Desiree collected. We don't even have a player. But I'm thinking of getting one just to play it once in a while. It is nice. I like the sound, dude. I really do. But anyways, I digress. Uh, Wham, what about them? Are you talking about the band El Paisano? 80s music, movies. Yes. Yep, I agree, Keith. Was Aliens in the 80s? Or I think that was 80s, 90s, or was that 70s, 80s, 90s? It was spread over a time. I'm not sure. A lot of good movies. I sent a joke to Jesse's brother Gigi and to Shaq, and I would play it for you guys, but it's too hard to do on my phone. I wish I had a computer. But the joke was there's a guy talking about the illegals, right? In our country and how ICE is scooping them up, and he says he says and there's Mexican music playing in the background, and he says instead of deporting them, maybe the illegals can have the aliens can have the illegal aliens can have a choice to capture five. If they capture five sex predators, child sex predators, then they can get their papers and not be deported. And then the dude goes on to say that it would the case would be called Alien versus Predator. But anyways, if that offends anybody politically, I'm sorry, but I thought it was a great joke, and that's off of that's off topic tonight. But I'm just in one of those moods where I just want to have fun. There's been a lot of sad news for a lot of us. A lot of us are going through it. You know what I find. Oops, I dropped my remote. You know what I find, guys? I find a lot of time that like humanity, like all of us, we're we're all broken. I've learned every single one of us is broken, and to try to get it's hard to get love and appreciation, or not appreciation, but love and like a listening ear sometimes, because everybody is going through it. Everybody's hurting, and Watchtower is only making it more difficult to be a Jehovah's Witness. Maybe in some ways they've made it easier, but we know that's not the truth. And yeah, I don't know. Um, I guess I brought up music tonight because it is really important to me. Like, let's talk about another thing with music. All right, here's a big no-no. You you want to talk about an elders room? I didn't have three of them, only two elders for this one. Eric, did you and your wife go to a rock concert and crowd surf? Why do I have to explain myself? Yeah, yeah, we did, and I was in a mosh pit. You know, I don't get it. My friends and I, we were hardcore into music when we were teenagers. Providence, Rhode Island, and it was in several different locations. I think the best one was on the best one was uh, straight dab in the middle of Providence on the water. I think that was the best place we had it. But it was free concerts. We got to see bands like Silverchair. Dude, to be like 16 years old and see Silverchair for free and be in a mosh pit and being to go crowd surfing for the first time. Hell, it was the first time I saw a woman flash everybody. Right? I don't know. I know it sounds evil. All of it sounds so bad, but honestly, nothing bad happened. It didn't. Yeah, maybe it was a bunch of people like myself in religious cults, or high controlled religion, and us all laughing out. But nothing. No, none of us did really anything too horrific. Nothing bad happened. Yeah, maybe immorality was on the line in some places, but for the most part, it was just kids or people having fun. And Watchtower just constantly tried to control us from music. We at one point we were hardcore into. I guess the topic should be more like entertainment than anything else, but we were hardcore into paintball. That was taken away, you know, and not paintball. I'm so sorry, it's less than that. Laser tag. Paintball resembles more of a gun than ever than laser tag. But yeah, it was laser tag. But yeah, it's just how it was. What we were crowd surfed all the time and never got in trouble. As a Jehovah's Witness, Bob Roberts, Brad. Yeah, because I did. I got talked to about it. I guess I had privileges in the congregation at the time, and it wasn't cool. You know, I was baptized, and I did the microphones and attendance in the back. Sometimes I did the sound, so I guess because of that. But I don't know why I always weaseled my way around it, because I guess I never feared to lose my privileges. I was like, well. if they take away my privileges, I don't want them anyways. The only privilege I liked was the sound in the microphone because it distracted me from the meeting and it went by faster. Otherwise, I was just in my head and everything dragged. I'm like, oh my God. Eric bonding over music. Hell yeah. Who else wants to bond with me? I've been talking for a long time. How long have I been talking for? 35 minutes without anybody talking back. Is there anyone on the phone lines? Are they open? Who's got something to say? I've been talking a shitload. Sorry, everyone. I had zero privileges. Yes, that's why, Bob. But your mates did, and they got away with it. Yeah, well, I wasn't so lucky. It depends where you live. Australians probably are easier gone. Nah, guy, it's all good. Oh, you're fine, mate. Don't worry about it. We'll just shrug it on off. Didn't do any, no farm, no how here. Oh, man. Eric the Soapbox. What does that mean, Jesse? But yeah, anyways, that's what I wanted to bring up tonight. What do you guys think about it? Does this comment suck? Maybe it does. Nobody has anything to say. I mean, the subjects suck. Nobody has anything to say about it. In the comment section, it's booming. But still can't call in. Okay. Huh. Well, if Rick's listening, the phone lines are down, buddy. So I wonder if it's on like silence or not silence. What's it called when they're blocked or whatever? I can't remember. But yeah. Anywho. Comments are locked. Well, not the comments and the. You mean the phone lines locked? Yeah, thank you. But anywho, guys. Yeah, I mean, I really don't understand why Watchtower has been so obsessed with our lives. But when you think about it, isn't it kind of like an abusive mate that keeps shitting all over you, man or woman, but then makes you feel like you have to be with them, but judges you all the time and gives you crap over everything you do? I mean, Watchtower is like just like that. I mean, that's what they're doing to us. They're micromanaging our relationship with God. Oh, I got a guest on here. Johnny. Oh, hey, Johnny.
Hey, what's up, broski?
Hey, how you doing, my brother?
Pretty good, man. For some reason, I'm using my buddy's Mac laptop. It won't let me on cam, but it's got the audio. You can.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
All right. Cool,
how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm just trying to have a good night tonight.
Exactly.
What do you think?
It's a good vibe. You talking about music and stuff. It's there's the one part where it's all evil within the cult, all that kind of good stuff. But we know that the underlying thing there is accessing other points of view. In this case, from Silverchair lyrics or from a Pearl Jam album, or it doesn't matter. Like, I got big into Megadeth when I was young and still do because Mustaine was an XJW.
I was just gonna say that. That's so awesome. You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
is it David Mustaine? Is that his name? David Mustaine?
Yeah, Dave Mustaine. Yeah. And it's almost like Shaq and chess. Even though it seems like a minor thing, it's like, well, yeah, you don't want people thinking outside of the box, using their minds. You don't want people exploring different lyrics. I mean, we come from the generation where, and obviously before us, where the lyrics were included. You turn the vinyl over and you could read everything, or open up the booklet on the cassettes or the CDs. And heaven forbid that you should be outside of the box of just that silly, man, it's been so long. What was it called? Sing Praises to Jehovah book. Heaven forbid you should go see some boobs at a Silverchair concert and crowd surf around. How did you get busted with that? Like, how does the elder know? Was he there? Like, he's got little spies.
No, you know what? You know why? Because like chicks that we were there with, like their conscience got like bothered, and they told the elders. I got ratted out. Me and a bunch of other guys. Yeah, like that happens to me a lot, dude. I don't know what it is with the women in the congregations. They're rats.
You're doing too much. See,
I've been ratted on a lot by chicks. Sorry, women. I'm not blaming you. It's just my experience. Sorry, ladies.
That's what happens when you're doing too much. Yeah, I think they're just trying to keep everybody away from any sort of outside point of view. That's why I never hesitate to call it a cult. This is not, just some mainstream do what thou will kind of a thing. It's complete control, even to the extent of, I was underneath my sheet at night with my Iowa Walkman, with the Pumpkins double cassette, or Green Day or whatever, Bad Brains, Bad Religion, all the stuff that I was into, and it was hidden away. And then when nobody was around, you could pop those old foam headphones on and listen to the good stuff and get a different perspective.
No, for sure, brother. What do you think, Jesse?
Oh, I like your show, man. Hey, is it just my iPad, or your shirt looked purple to me?
I don't know. Is it purple? Maybe. I think it's pink. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it purple or pink? Maybe both.
No matter what, it looks sexy.
You flirting with me, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, so that's a good topic. Music, everybody loves it, huh?
I think so. I think it's a good topic, and Anne Marie really helped me to come up with this one. So let's give a shout out to her. She's here with us in the comment section. Hey, Aaron, he's here too.
So all the kids, when we were kids, we all loved music. It didn't matter if you were in the Spanish, English, Italian, whatever congregation, we loved music. And the elders were on our ass all the time. And then we listened to them. When they were listening to the Beatles, the elders were on their ass. So it was one big assarama. Nobody could mind their own business.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, this is a true story. You might not believe me, but me and Gilbert loved Queen. We loved Queen, and when
I liked Queen. I liked Queen too. My dad did as well. He said he had the most beautiful voice, despite he was being gay.
and we didn't know. You know what? I gotta telling you the truth. When we were little kids, I didn't know what gay was. We would say gay. We didn't know. When Queen was around, we just didn't know. We just liked Queen music. In 1978, We Are the Champions. I mean, you got to admit, that was great music back then. Bohemian Rhapsody and all that. But when they did the Flash Gordon movie back in the 70s, late 70s, me and Gilbert were the first ones at the movies, man. Flash Gordon. And they did the Flash Gordon soundtrack. The movie sucked. I don't remember nothing, but the music ruled. The walls were shaking. Flash Gordon. I mean, it was great. So me and Gilbert, we went out to Kmart. When our mom was going to go, we went there. We had 99 cents. And every time we would go, we try to save up 99 cents and we buy a 45. And Gilbert bought another one, Bites the Dust. And we had heard that there was a subliminal message on it. So one night we went home from the boys club and everything, and we put it on our record player and we turned it backwards, rolled it backwards. And I swear, it said, "Everyone must smoke marijuana. Everyone must smoke marijuana." Now, this is a true story. I know. That's what it said. Everyone must smoke marijuana. Now, everybody will probably say we're full of shit. We're inventing it. But you know what?
No, that stuff happened. It did happen. They did that, yeah. I did it myself, and it said "My Sweet Satan" with Led Zeppelin. Wow.
Which song?
Yep, it always does. It says "My Sweet Satan" and something about him selling his soul in the tool shed. It's screwed up. Nope, it's real. An elder told me this, and I'm like, bullshit. So I researched it, and I'm like, oh my God, he's right. I literally did it myself, and yes, it does that. Yep.
Hey, so in the
you can find a simple YouTube video and just click on it, and it'll do it for you.
Hey, on our 80s, when we were in the Spanish congregation, and we were okay, everybody was cool, we had a family, but then my brother went super, my oldest brother joined the English congregation, and then our family got shit. We got ruined. So the Jehovah's Witness Spanish congregation, we weren't as dogmatic. We weren't as fanatic as the English congregations. We could get away. So my brother and us, we had all our Led Zeppelin, Bob Dylan albums and everything. When my brother joined the English congregation, he came home one night and he burned all our albums. And we were in the backyard and he was burning everything like if he was Taliban. He went Jehovah Taliban on us. He even burned my dad's, I swear to God, he even burned my dad's Aztec calendar. You know, all Mexicans had an Aztec calendar in their house. My brother broke that thing. But anyways, when we got to Led Zeppelin 4, when he got to Led Zeppelin 4, which was the holy grail of rock and roll for kids back then, he threw it in the fire, and I swear to God, Ricky, I'm not lying. It would not burn. Led Zeppelin 4. It was on the fire for like about 10 to 15 minutes. It wouldn't burn.
I believe it.
It scared the heck out of me straight. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's think about this. Who's the guitarist's name? You got Robert Plant and Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page admits that he was a Satan worshiper, or that he is one. He's an active Satan worshiper. So that intention is going into the music. I think this is just my personal feeling. I think Robert Plant was like at some point, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. And I think that's why they're not a band, because they never got back together. And I don't think he wants to do that demonism anymore, because even in his when he's a solo musician and when he does music, I don't know if he does anymore, but when he did, even as an older man, he didn't do that. He didn't do that music, you know. And it's kind of like David Mustaine. He won't play certain songs because he's now a Christian. So David Mustaine. This is what Jehovah's Witnesses do to you, because David Mustaine was with Megadeth. And he was a Jehovah's Witness, and they made him so crazy over God and religion that he went the other way and did the devil's work and put that into his music in the beginning of his music and his career. But then he became a Christian. So look what happened. He started in a cult, went to another cult, and then found true Christianity. You know, and he won't play songs that he wrote while he was high on drugs and was dabbling into the devil's soul. Hey, but I think that Watchtower doesn't get it. Go ahead, Jesse.
Two things. I want to disagree with you on that point. And one more thing. Sure. And no. I'm channeling my inner Zach. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. I just wanted to say that. One more thing. And I want to disagree with you on that point, Rick. Okay. Good. I got it out of my system.
Okay.
Zach kept saying that to Rick today, so I'm just channeling my.
Oh, okay. You're putting that energy at me now. Oh, okay. So I know I have to take it. Hey, I got no problem with Zach. I love you, buddy.
Hey, who's that other guy who's next to us?
Oh, that's Johnny.
Well, he's got to come in here and tell us something. What does he think about Zeppelin 4?
He might be muted.
Album. Well, it's a seminal album as far as music goes. Page dabbles in the occult, not necessarily Satanism. I don't know the man personally, but at least I've seen interviews. But that's also just through the television. But you know, that can be one and the same to many people. But as far as the album is concerned, I've explored it, you know, half a life ago, and I've progressed enough personally that I know the difference between what I believe sounds good, which is one completely different thing, as we know, a rhythm, than what the actual intention is. You know, just like how Eric was talking about Mustaine going to the dark side of the force, if you will, and putting that energy in there. So these days, I don't think I've listened to Zeppelin in probably 10 or 15 years. It seems like the more popular that something is, even if it's still popular after 40 years, the less turned on I am by it. So I've become more interested in John Paul Jones, their bass player, or the ex-bass player for Zeppelin. His newest project is called Them Crooked Vultures, with Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters and Josh Homme of Queens of the Stone Age. And that's an interesting little trio that they got, you know, because John Paul doesn't have to work with anybody that he doesn't want to. So they're making some interesting new music that isn't super deep, you know, and stuff like that. And I think for me, as soon as I hear, like, basically every musician is good with me as long as it's not certain things that they're accused of or guilty of, then it's all good. Led Zeppelin I've just kind of left alone because to me it's just personally played out for me. You know, I've listened to all the B-sides and all the documentaries that I could a long time ago. So it served its purpose at the time, and now I'm on to different things, you know. They'll always be there.
You know what? On the occult, can I throw this at you on the occult that you were talking about, Jimmy Page, and I understand everything, but there was one song, I think it's off the Coda album, and it's All of My Love. I was always fascinated with that song because of the death of their young child. And I think Robert Plant wrote that. I don't think Jimmy Page wrote it, but you know, I could be wrong. I don't know. They both get the credit, I think, in the album. But that was after Robert Plant's young son had passed away. And that's such a powerful song. It's just so non-Led Zeppelin-y.
Kind of like Tears in Heaven with Eric Clapton.
Yeah. Which song? I missed which song you were talking about, Jesse. Which one?
All of My Love. And he talks
All of My Love. That's about his dead son.
The passing of his son. Yeah, and he talks about his life. But just the lyrics are so beautiful on that song. It's so non-Led.
It's a beautiful song. I didn't know it was about. I didn't know it was about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Totally different energy and vibe to that song as well. It almost reminds me of his new stuff with Alison Krauss. It's got a. Yeah, you're totally right. I'm sorry, brother. What's your name?
What about this song? What about this song? In my opinion, well, that is a beautiful song, but maybe to challenge that, "Thank You" by Led Zeppelin that Robert Plant wrote.
Thank you. That's
"Thank You" is beautiful. If our love, what is the lyrics? If our love crumbled to the sea, there will still be you and me.
There would still be you and me. Yes.
I can't. When I'm on the spot, I can't do it. If I heard the song right now, I'd be able to recite all the lyrics. But yeah, if mountains crumble to the sea, there will still be you and me.
Yeah. You know,
it's a beautiful expression of love. And so what? All of Led Zeppelin is bad. All of it.
When you listen to some Paul McCartney interviews, and he talks about how
John Paul Jones wrote it too.
He gives all the credit to John Lennon on specific songs, and then John Lennon gives all the credit to Paul McCartney, even though on the record, on the LP, it would say Lennon and McCartney. It was one person, and you could tell their personality. And I think that happens on Zeppelin, where when there's a song that's not too guitar-y, it's probably a Robert Plant song, you know? And when it's a hard-driven rhythm and blues, John Paul Jones, Jimmy Page song.
Yeah, Paul Jones.
Yeah. Because I don't think Robert Plant played guitar in any of the albums, did he? I could be wrong.
No.
He was mostly a vocalist.
I don't think he's mostly vocalist.
Yeah.
Maybe he hit the tambourine, I think, sometimes. But yeah, Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones took care of the rhythm and solo.
Now, I think John Paul Jones did the mandolin on not Misty Mountain Hop, but there's a
no, you're right. There's a song that he played a different instrument in.
John Paul Jones
wait,
wailed on it.
Was it the organ or piano?
No, the mandolin. He plays the mandolin.
Oh, the mandolin, huh?
Yeah. I mean, the guy was
that's cool. They were a talented band. Yeah, Led Zeppelin rocks. I agree, Anne Marie.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so there's one song, Eric, and it gets occulty, and maybe I'm going to open up a can of worms here. But
we got another friend on.
The Robert Johnson, Eric Clapton's remake of the Crossroads. And I was thinking about this. I don't know why. I must have heard it on the radio, and it's been in my head for a couple of days. But I haven't dug too deep into the lyrics. You know, naturally, we've heard it all our lives. And but
I didn't know that.
But he's going down to the crossroads, but he believes in God. And supposedly the legend goes that Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil. And Eric Clapton redoes the song. But in the lyrics, he says he got down on his knees, but he prays to the Lord, not to the devil. He goes, I asked the Lord for mercy. Help me if you please. But everybody interprets it as Robert Johnson selling his soul to the devil. So I don't know much about the history of that, but I always found that interesting because from the lyrics you couldn't tell.
I saw a documentary about that about 20 years ago, and the famous blues musician Sun Ra. He was in the documentary, and apparently, and he was around during this particular time, and his predecessors. Where apparently, what happened with Johnson was he was not allowed to sit in on jamming gigs because he just wasn't an accomplished player. And then he apparently disappeared for about 6 months and came back so good that nobody could figure out how he was even doing what he was doing. And that, the legend was born that he sucked at guitar, apparently, wasn't even allowed to jam with the fellas, and then went away and came back to where he would play backwards to the audience, apparently, according to this documentary, to the people that were there, to hide his technique. And people were like, what did you do? Sell your soul to the devil or something? Like, how did you get this good this fast after disappearing? So, and the rest, of course, is history.
Right. Now, have you seen that interview, I think, on 60 Minutes with Bob Dylan?
Mm-hmm.
When he talks a little bit about...
Yes.
Is this the one where he says, why are you still doing it? And he's like, because I have that guy that I have to answer to, the devil.
I'm holding up my end of the bargain.
What do you think?
Something like that.
Do you think it's real?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead, Jesse.
No, do you think it's real? Do you think it's real?
Yeah. I think that the Hollywood is part of the Illuminati. They're an occult. They're the occult.
It's the same way with Carlos Santana. There's been several times in print and several times on video where he talks specifically about the interdimensional being, the demon, the angel, whatever you want to call it. There's really a million different definitions depending on who you are, of not Megatron, but Metatron. And you can look it up. I mean, it's in Rolling Stone, and it's in the 1999 issue of Rolling Stone. I remember reading that when it came out, and several times on video, even recently, very recently, and also when he got that revival for himself when he was on that track "Smooth" with
off the Supernatural album.
Yes, sir. Where
Rob Thomas.
Yes, thank you. That's the guy's name. Where he talks specifically about that his, and many other musicians talk about this as well. I mean, Metatron is considered in occult circles the god of inspiration through music, and Santana claims or says that on his estate, that he has a separate house on his estate, like, probably off in a corner of the property, and he says no one but him is allowed in that house, not even his wife and children. That's where he goes and becomes inspired, for lack of a better word, by Metatron, by Metatron. And he makes no qualms about it, just like Bob Dylan didn't. Very forthright. And when you watch the interview, I mean, I don't know him personally either, but there doesn't seem to be any fibbing going on there, to where he literally is like, this isn't even me. This is something else flowing through me. So that's definitely alive and active within the musical circles.
I was reading a Guitar Aficionado magazine on something similar to that off the Supernatural album. And Carlos Santana calls Jimmy Vaughn, Stevie Ray brother. And he goes, and Jimmy Vaughn's manager goes up to him and goes, hey, there's this gentleman on the phone. He says his name is Carlos Santana, wants to talk to you. And he goes, wow, that's crazy. He didn't believe it. He goes, yeah, he says your brother came to him in a dream. And he goes, hey, you're going to do the Supernatural album. Go to my mom's house in the basement and get this 1959 Fender amp and tell Jimmy to send it to you. And Jimmy was freaked out. He goes, hang up on that guy. That guy's a freak. Hang up. So he goes to sleep one night, and in his dream, his brother comes up to him in his dream and he goes, hey, Jimmy. He goes, go to mom's basement and get that 59 Fender amp and send it to Carlos Santana. He's gonna use it on his album. And he wakes up in the morning, calls it like real early in the morning, calls his manager, tells him, get down to the house, tells him the story. He goes, yeah, my brother came to me in my dream and he told me about this, that album we have in my mom's basement. They go and get it and they ship it to Carlos Santana. And that album went super platinum, but he used Stevie Ray freaked out his brother.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Imagine the energy inside of that amp.
Yeah. And that's the amp he used on that Supernatural. Yeah.
Just to make a quick announcement. I contacted Rick. That's why I bounced up for a second. But the phone line should be on soon.
Yeah,
that's a crazy one, huh?
Yeah, big What's time. That it reminds me of the expression "the ghost is in the machine." The collective energy was something like an amp like that being used by
the police.
It's absolutely amazing. Speaking of music, Eric, did you watch Silver Lake?
Silver Lake.
Under the Silver Lake, when me, you, and Jerry were talking the other night.
Oh no, I didn't watch that yet.
There's a scene in there about music that fits perfectly. Like, I don't want to give it away, obviously, that fits perfectly with what we're talking about. Nice. So when you check that out, you'll have to just remember the Piano Man scene. It's okay. Pretty seminal. It's a seminal moment in film when as far as discussing entertainment.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. That's cool, man. I got to check it out still. One thing I was thinking of with the Jehovah's Witness experience with because we were talking about Freddie Mercury, right? Queen. Was the whole band gay or was it just him? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. It's just that the reason why I bring it up is because my cousin Brad, who's passed away, but he was my best friend, and he told me a story. Right, he was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, but never got baptized. Didn't want anything to do with him. But you could almost call him physically out, mentally in, because he would always worry about Armageddon. So it still did that damage to him. But he wasn't going to be a Jehovah's Witness. But anyways, what were we talking about? I'm forgetting now. I got so off topic. Shoot. I can't. I'm so sorry. That happens to me sometimes. I give too many details and then it distracts me from like what I was talking about.
No, we were just talking about the amp and then Silver Lake, and that's probably what got you off topic.
Yeah, no, I got myself. I screwed myself up. It's easy to do. But yeah, I can't remember. What I was going to say. Anyways, sorry.
Has it not be like, is it just me, or I don't know how you fellas think about it, where it seems like new music, because we can all try to, just like when you're mentioning the Coda album and stuff like that, or like the amp, that, there was a bit of leeway there. Whereas now I've noticed that modern music, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just blatant.
No, they're not.
Well, what I tell the kids, what I tell my kids, my grandkids, and when we talk about music, anybody, well, we never had nothing free, nothing. So if we wanted an album or a 45, we would pay $1. I remember the first 45 I it was Elvis Presley Hound Dog. I bought it at Kmart. That was a big store in Yuma that we could go and buy. And it cost me 99 cents, and I got 2. That's when the Heartaches began and Hound Dog 45. And we would read the liner notes on every album. And so music was precious because it cost money. There was no live streaming. We had to pay for everything. So like, let's say we were going to buy Tusk by Fleetwood Mac. We would read the liner notes and we would know all the intricacies of it. And we would listen to every single guitar note that Lindsey Buckingham played. We would play everything. We would play it backwards, forwards, 10 times. And we would know how to drop the needle without scratching the record. And I don't see that in new music. Like a new song will come out and you'll forget about it in 10 minutes. But the old stuff from the 70s, 80s, 60s, 50s, it could be 100 years. We'll still be listening to it.
Well, yeah. And I think I noticed there in the chat that Parker Playboy there at the very bottom of the chat's talking about frequencies. And I think that's what they know the science. And nowadays they're on some different stuff, let's just call it that, to where they know exactly what affects the human body better than ever, and its emotional state and stuff like that. Whereas the good old stuff is, we know, the analog, or just, you know, the interaction with the record player, or being able to rewind a cassette perfectly and stop it just right at the right track, or like you said, dropping the needle without scratching, or putting a sapphire tip on there, or opening up a big album, you know, a whole different experience. You know, you had to wait in line for tickets. You had to go down to the record store and get a for real ticket, and it meant something more. And now, like you said, it's just the flavor of the day, really. And
it's like country music, and you're gonna have to forgive me.
Too depressing.
I'm an old person, but like I love outlaw country, and I love '90s country. You know, Garth Brooks and
Brooks and Dunn,
and Dwight Yoakam, and just all day '90s country was just so damn hot. But if I was thinking about hurting myself, you know, like terminal, that's it, I would turn on the new country station and just
yes, a bottle of whiskey and a revolver, and you're good. It's way too depressing. I quit listening to modern country after that Whiskey Lullaby song. I mean, talk about a negative frequency. It was, man, you're a half a bottle of Jack away from jumping off a bridge listening to that stuff. It's a long way away from some Brooks and Dunn or something like that. Yeah, it's ultra depressing for a reason. When I lived in Dallas for a few years, and obviously part of this has something to do with me because of who I was choosing to involve myself with, but it seemed like a large portion of people that were natives to that area, for lack of a better word, natives that had lived there their whole life, they were in love with that. They were in love with this hard scrabble, barely scraping by, but at least we got each other. No hope for the future. The whole week is to get to the weekend, to get obliterated and drown in sorrow. And that was literally just ridiculous to me. It was like I watched a whole group of people become caught in an undertow of this depressive, you know, just mantra, if you will. And it was a bit off-putting to see. I mean, great times in Dallas, but man, the way that the country music had people affected down there was tangible and noticeable at the same time.
Hey, how about this, you guys? How about the comparison of the chorus of lyrics from 1969 to say 2015 or somewhere around there? Okay. So I'm going to read the 1969 lyrics, which I already kind of did from Thank You from Led Zeppelin, but I have it in front of me now. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. If mountains crumble to the sea, there will still be you and me. Kind woman, I give you my all. Kind woman, nothing more. Okay, so that's a chorus. All right, let's do a chorus to Nicki Minaj. Use a stupid hoe. Use a stupid hoe. Use a stupid hoe. Use a stupid hoe. Then it repeats itself again for like. I'm not lying. This is lyrics to a song. I'm not lying.
Yeah, they know that repetition. They know that repetition is the key.
Well, repetition kicks in the point, but my point being is that we have lost our way with music. We've lost our way with morality. Like,
and you know what?
How do we go from expressing our love for a woman or a man, whoever the song was about from the 60s and 70s, to degrading them? We believe in women's rights, right? Oh, women's rights. Where's women's rights to be like, you ain't no stupid hoe? How dare you? Like, what? That's horrible.
And Ricky, I know it sounds corny. And forgive me, but like the Beatles, even the Beatles, look. And in the end, the love you make is equal to the love you take, and all you need is love. I mean, that's powerful, and it's
a powerful message.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I just wanted to say that's powerful. A kid might hear that today and go, "Hey, that's corny." I know, but it meant a lot when the whole world was blowing up back then. Yeah.
Call me a hopeless romantic. I love that. You know, I mean, I still believe in the old school love. I do. I believe in hurting yourself for people who you love, even if it's a pain in the ass. You know.
And you know what?
Because
We used to.
because that's the narrow and cramped road, Jesse.
Yeah.
It is. It's doing things that hurt you for others. I mean, you can't be a maniac about it, but you know.
And you know what? When we were kids, we had to remember everything. For example, well, kids probably know how to rap. But look, I was a Jehovah's Witness, brought up as a Jehovah's Witness, but I would go hide in my room and I would put on my Bob Dylan album. And look, I'm 56 years old now. But listen, I would say, Johnny's in the basement fixing up the medicine. I'm on the basement fixing up the medicine. Wow, I forgot it. Subterranean Homesick Blues. But I used to know all the lyrics to the Subterranean Homesick Blues. You know, and everybody did. We knew all the lyrics through the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Something happened. Now, I forgot the gentleman's name, and you got to forgive me. It's not on the camera.
Johnny.
Johnny, you said something about the frequency. What is it? What's the main? Is it the frequency, or what's going on with the music?
It's everything. It's first, like we all know, the surface level is the lyrics, and almost anything is a double entendre within music. That's been that way, you know, before anybody here was born. It's always means at least two things. So that's one thing. And then sonically, the frequency, you know, it's just like, you know, when you see those sand experiments, right, where they play music, there's like okay, the sand is the human body inside. You know, we're water, we're different things. So they know about this. Now, what can explain any of this way better is I got into this guy about 15 years ago now. Remember the band Public Enemy? We all remember Public Enemy, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Now, the thing about Public Enemy is that there was 3 members. Obviously, they had like a hype crew and stuff like that. That's fine. But there was, of course, Flavor Flav was their hype man. And we all know what happened to him. You know, he's just pretty much seems to be like a waste. A pop culture sellout, whatever that means even. And then there was Chuck D, who's the main voice that you would always hear, you know, fight the power and whatnot. But the 3rd member of Public Enemy was their called Minister of Information, Professor Griff. Okay. Professor Griff left Public Enemy a long time ago. And let me see. I'll have to do it here on the laptop. If you search on YouTube for Professor Griff, give me a few seconds here. Professor Griff, occult music. Professor Griff, I don't know if he's doing it in recent years, but he was going around the country at he's very Afrocentric, so he was more involved with like Afrocentric bookstores and stuff like that, but the message was still universal. He goes way deeper into it, having been in the business than I ever could, Jesse, where he talks about this particular subject that you're asking about. He talks about how these frequencies enter the human body. And we've all like been to the clubs, the bars, the concerts, right? He goes so far as to say that the record labels know the science so well that when, like, I'll just go ahead and say like a random name like that, when Ludacris introduces his new alcohol brand, he also releases a single, and that those two things are working in concert with each other to lower the frequency, make people do things they would never, you know, do before. And he goes, now all of a sudden you're a conscious brother or sister Monday through Friday, but then Saturday night you're knocking back a few and listening to these certain songs that have a low vibration. And all of a sudden you're doing disgusting things that you would never do when you were conscious of yourself. So I believe and know that they know the science. I mean, even when I was editing audio and video for a living, we were a cool little company. We weren't doing anything wrong. We were not a record label or trying to put out, you know, reverse tracks or backmasking or anything like that. But if one was so inclined, I saw where you could easily influence people. You know, forget subliminal messages. They don't even need those anymore. Last thing I'll say is there was a song that got like what they're able to do, Jesse, is you are able to hear an artist sing certain words, and you know that's what the words are. You know, insert blank lyrics here. But then when you go back to and listen to them again, if you are told what the second message is, you will hear that, even though they're singing the exact same things. A bit hard to describe in words. I've shown this to a few people and they were completely blown away. But we're conscious of this. It's the unconscious masses that are susceptible to this. A silly example, but a very tangible one, and then I'll shut up, is years ago, let's just say 10 years ago, it may have been 15 years ago now, the rapper T.I.
Yeah.
He came out with a song featuring, who's that Jamaica, or that Caribbean gal, Rihanna, where it's him rapping and she's doing, supporting vocals, let's say. And the song's called either Live Your Life or Love Your Life. I think it was on the Hangover soundtrack, okay?
Yep.
And I know that it's got to be multiple times during the song, but it's eyebrow raising and mentally eyebrow raising, if you will, where in the chorus, they're all, of course, rapping about this or that, singing about this or that. But in the chorus, she says, I'm just a paper chaser. No, she says, because I'm a paper chaser, just a living my life. And this sounds totally nuts, but it's completely true. When you rewind that and know the following, you can hear her clearly say, and it sounds like two totally different sentences, but it doesn't matter. They're able to weave this in. The first time you hear it, it's because I'm a paper chaser, just a living my life. When you hear it again, she very clearly says, because I'm a big effing slut, just a living my life. And that sounds like that's totally not possible. And I'm telling you, and then once you hear it, you can't unhear it. And then when you listen more closely, you can hear that it's a separate little ghosted layer above the paper chaser lyric that weaves it in. So that's what they're up to. It's not a theory. It's not a maybe. It's that particular example is 100% true.
I was thinking just the power of music, and you can change the energy of a room with music, right? And I'll give you for an example. My wife and I were in a really bad mood and arguing, and I wanted to run away from it. So I went into the speakers, the loud sound bar that we had, and I started playing "Love and Happiness" by Al Green. Yeah. And there's like, when it starts to come in, there's like a groove to it. Your head starts moving, and I just started dancing. And then I gave my wife a kiss, and it was gone. All the frustration and all that, the good vibes from the music. It's like love and happiness. You can't, And like, let me guess, Watchtower probably has something bad to say about Al Green too. But I didn't mean to take away from what you were saying, brother. You made a really good point too, Johnny.
Hey, I want to throw something about the music too. In the 60s and 70s, what I witnessed in my life is that in my town, that the whites, the blacks, and the Mexicans, us three races in our town, that's what I saw. We didn't have Italians, and we didn't have no Jews, and that's all we had, whites, blacks, and Mexicans. And it was pretty much cut 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And we all walked to school hugging. There was, I really, if somebody says, hey, Jesse, you want to die and go to heaven? I go, no, I lived in Yuma in 1975. I've already been to heaven, brother. I'm in hell now. Something happened where they separated us. And you could see it. If you go back to the old SNL clips of Eddie Murphy, he used to be the biggest Elvis Presley fan in the 1970s. There was no greater Elvis Presley fan than, and the blacks liked Elvis, and the whites loved black music. We were more united back then in the 60s and 70s. And now there was only pop music, the pop channel. And okay, maybe Soul Train came out on Saturday night, and the blacks would watch that. But we didn't have rap, we didn't have rock, we didn't have all the channels that we have now. We were more united then. And what I'm saying is, when somebody came out on the radio, because we didn't watch it on TV, it was before MTV, you didn't know if the artist was white, black, or brown, or anything. We were more united. And now, if you look at Eddie Murphy nowadays, he talks bad about Elvis Presley. So you get to see in the interviews, especially in YouTube, because you see an interview from the 70s and he's all pro Elvis, and now he hates him. He's talking how he's a racist. Something happened with music and the races where we got divided. We got more divided as a nation, where I think we were more united in the past. And I think if you look at some of the old videos, you could see it. The races were more united, maybe not in the back east, but where I live, in California, Arizona, and back in the West, we were more united than what we are now. And I think music plays a lot with it, because they divide us with the music. You have the blacks listen to rap, you have the white kids listening to country or pop, and we're all divided. You know, it's
You
like
got
being
that
in prison.
right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Hey, can I
Jesse.
say something?
Yes, sir.
We have
Yes,
a
sir.
request, but let's go first. Yes, brother.
Okay, I'm after.
Yeah, Jay. Oh, I don't know who's first. Whoever talked first, I don't know.
He can go first, and then I wanted to say something.
Go ahead,
that-
JD. You're already talking. We'll let the other brother go after you. All right. I
No,
don't know.
he can go
Who's
first
first?
because he can go first.
Okay.
Is that JP?
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, that was JP.
This is
Well,
this is a
this is a pasta dude.
pasta
I'll
dude.
defer to
No,
JP.
no,
Oh,
pasta.
no, it's a pasta dude. It's a pasta dude. Hey, buddy.
How's
Hey,
it
a
going,
pasta
Eric?
dude, yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead,
I'm
buddy.
from
Because go
I'm
ahead.
from the
Because
Bay, and I go way back in the 50s and 60s, and R&B, man. I was all about that. Smokey Robinson and all that good stuff. And just to throw in a Led Zeppelin note, I saw him live in Winterland in 1960, maybe it was 69, I think. So
Lucky
I was in
bastards.
I was in on that. It was interesting as heck. And then has
Sorry.
anybody brought out, I'm just kind of following along here. Did anybody bring out that point that Carlos Santana was so high on acid at Woodstock that the neck on his guitar was like a cobra? That's how he saw it. And he played through it on that soul sex of all songs.
Hey, was Neil Sean backing them up at that time?
Yeah, he was there. I think so.
He was
I
very
think so.
young, huh?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was very young and unknown before he got into Journey. Yeah.
Him and Stevie Winwood, they were probably 13 or 14 when they played Woodstock.
Steve
Very
Winwood
young.
is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Steve Winwood, excellent. Yeah, and then
Yes.
as you,
Well, I don't know if he was
another,
at Woodstock, but at the Monterey Pop Festival, maybe. But
Yeah.
he was like about 13, 14 when he wailed at 13.
Yeah.
14, yeah.
So I'm going to throw a wrench in this music stuff, which is a very interesting thread, because I go by the code that says that there's a lot of great bands, but you got to get into that dark business side of music through the gatekeepers.
Right.
And I have good authority on that. In fact, I can tell you this. I brought it out before. I was in the Kingdom Hall where Larry Graham came into the religion. So I could talk. I mean, I knew him personally. He used to give me his releases. You know, he cut about 3 albums after.
What did he play? What did he play?
Larry
Did he
Graham?
play bass? Yes.
Yeah, he's a bass player. He used to be with Sly and Family Stone, who were
Yes.
also at Woodstock. Yeah.
Was he also a guitar player?
Well, he could, but the thing about Larry Graham, and this is a well-known story, and he told me personally right out of the gate in the 70s, was he played in little clubs, and they couldn't pay a drummer, so that's where he learned that bass thump. He
Yes.
kicked that string with his thumb really hard.
Mm-hmm. Kept
So
rhythm.
he played with Prince, and then he was a big factor in Prince getting involved in the religion, which I mean, I'm interested, how many people really believe Prince was not awake before he was unalived. So
Explain that, actually. What do you mean?
Yeah, that was good. That was deep.
well, Prince, he got 3, he was taught,
Excuse me.
the last band he played with the
Sorry.
women, he was running that third eye girl type idea, which is the pineal gland. It's been into our, so he wasn't
He believed in that.
Just like Selena Williams, he wasn't going along with the program and didn't have to. They're not going to mess with him,
Gotcha.
But
Yeah, I
but
see it.
Prince was
Yes.
and then nobody talks about he had an album titled 3121, and I'm still trying to research that with gematria. And then that album he did called The Rainbow Children. I wonder if anybody's ever listened to that. That thing is a whole metaphor on the Watchtower's interpretation of the bride in Revelation, and all that other crap is in there. And it's a very mysterious and odd album that would not go mainstream. I mean, he really took, Prince could just take those chances. I mean, he did what he wanted to do. He's a very creative guy and very talented, by the way. And I know at one point, absolutely sincerely a JW. He wasn't phony. I mean, I knew people that I knew. Larry Graham's brother-in-law, I had access to him, and I said, "What's up with that guy? How could you be a JW and be Prince? Because basically, according to the indoctrination, you got to throw it all away, But that never really happened.
But you know what? Another
Go ahead.
dimension of Prince that I personally love watching it as a J-Dub, and I love the fact that he was not afraid to talk economics, the business side. And he broke it down. He broke it down by the dollars, about the working class, about the artists. I really love that. He also talked about geoengineering when nobody would.
Oh, really?
He was
Anne-Marie?
chemtrailing before anybody.
Tavis Smiley, right? That was a Tavis Smiley interview, right? That's when
Correct.
he did that. He talked about the chemtrails and how they affected.
Not afraid. I mean, that guy was. You got to admit, because you talk about geoengineering now, you get beat up. He was doing it 20 years ago.
Well, beat up or not beat up.
Hey, we have a request here. How do you feel about this, Jesse and Johnny and Gigi? I mean, I'm sorry, Jerry. There's a request, and let me find it. It's from your brother. Well, I can't find it, but I remember it in my head. He said, what about Frank Sinatra? How come you all aren't talking about him? And I set something up to talk about Frank Sinatra to appease Gigi.
Well, tell Gilbert to come on in, and I'll get out.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, come in, Gilbert. Don't be a pussy. Anyways, I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down, over and out, and I know one thing. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. Then he says, that's life. I'll tell you, I can't deny it. I thought of quitting, baby, but my heart ain't gonna buy it. And if you think it was worth one single try, I'd jump right on a big bird, then I'd fly. The reason why I'm reading the lyrics of Frank Sinatra is just because it's like an old school man. And even though he's a part of the Illuminati, he says he was joking. Well, fuck you, Gigi.
I'd like to speak about Frank Sinatra.
But Frank Sinatra was a sellout, and he was like not that talented, in my opinion. But I do like his music, and I actually listen to his music quite often, which makes me a complete contradiction.
I love that guy.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah. Jerry hasn't talked all night. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, it's first time talking. Yeah, possibly. Sorry, I didn't. It was a little breakup in the phone, so I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, buddy.
You.
No, you're good.
No,
you first, and then Gigi next. You first, and Gigi next.
So when we're talking about music tonight, I mean, I have a whole lot to say about the music. Hold on, let me get off my headphones real quick. Hold on, so I can talk clearer.
No problem. Take your time. No problem. Dean Martin, hell yeah. Dean Martin's badass. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Yep. You're good.
Yeah. So the oldest memory I have from music in my family, and this has nothing to do with XJW stuff or being in the organization, but this is a cool ass memory, and I think Jesse and Gigi will like this. My uncle Chris, was in the Korean War. He was in the Battle of Pork Chop Hill, like one of the biggest battles, and they even made a movie about it and some other stuff. And he would tell us stories that when they were close to the communists and that when they're about to go into battle, he said that they would like play like on a real loud speaker, like all this communist propaganda, like in Chinese, in Korean, and then also in, you know, English. And it was just Chinese propaganda, and it was just, you know, like reading of words. And he said it would be this, you know, because he was the front he was fighting on in the Korean War. He said actually he was fighting mostly like Chinese fighters, and he has a lot of regrets from the war and a lot of things that he had to go through. But anyways, the story he was telling me, he said that they would play all this loud like propaganda, like communist propaganda, and he said there would be some Korean or Chinese guy that could barely speak English, and he said he would go on a loudspeaker and, oh, you know, you Americans, and he said he would read for hours like all this communist propaganda, and then they would have loudspeakers too. And he said on the American side, he said, and this is like before rock and roll was around, but he said they would play like records of American music to the communist side, and he said they would play like swing music and like Frank Sinatra stuff and like Hank Williams. You know, like the Okies would put on Hank Williams records. You know, people would get mail from their family. Sometimes people would send them the latest vinyl or, you know, 7-inch or whatever was around back then. And he said they would play it real loud to them on the other side. And then he said after that, like they would shut up, like they would get real quiet and just listen to the music. And he said it was just funny. But I thought that was a funny music. But yeah, like talking about music as far as being a JW and stuff. Yeah, it was always a nightmare for me, you know, like I had my
Well, you
either my
listen to
vinyl or my
punk rock music, right? You listen to punk rock music a lot, right? And that's a no-no
yeah.
too.
But before
Yeah.
we get into that, does Gigi or anybody want to say anything about that experience of my uncle? I was in the Korean War. I just thought that was interesting that he always said that communists on the other side, it would like almost put them to bed, like when they would just play like swing music or America, like those people had never heard that music. And what's interesting, even up until this day, like it's very
So
likely that a lot of those
shock
people
music for them back then?
What's that?
Was that shock music back then for them, swing music and stuff like that? I think you're probably right if that's what you're getting at. Like it was like shock to them.
I think it would even be to this day, Eric, if it's truly like communist North Korea. Those people have never been exposed to anything even to this day. So I think even if they heard that old music back then, those people back then, these modern people would be just as shocked because that's how just isolated and stuff that they are these days, you know. At least that's what I think. What does anybody else think?
Well, if you go, honest to God, if you go online and you type in right
Gilbert?
now, if you type in
it's Gilbert.
Vladimir Putin, type in Vladimir Putin and Blueberry Hill. Vladimir Putin goes karaoke on a big, on his big, well, I don't know what kind of a festival it was, but you know, like a political thing. And he unbuttons his tie and loosens up. They're partying, and he starts singing Blueberry Hill by Fats Domino. So all of Europe is filled in the World War II afterwards. Everyone is getting a hold of these Black American jazz musicians from rock and roll all the way to jazz.
Gigi, I'm talking Korean War, North Korea.
I know, but what I'm saying is that this transcends the whole world. All over the world, people are listening to American music, and whether it be jazz, whether it be rock and roll, whatever. But here's the point. The point is Vladimir Putin loves America. Vladimir Putin is singing Blueberry Hill. Vladimir Putin wants to have peace. There's a lot of people that are peace-loving people, and music brings us together. And that's what Jesse was talking about earlier. You know, they're using the music to separate us. But if you just type in that Vladimir Putin and Blueberry Hill, this guy wants to be your friend. He wants to have friendship with America. I don't know if people can see that music it unifies the human race.
Actually,
And
you're right, Gigi. Because one thing we share in common, what people don't understand, is that Russia and America both believe in Christianity.
yeah, we
They
love each
just
other.
because they're banning the Jehovah's Witnesses doesn't mean they're against the Bible. Because the Bible is not banned, and the witnesses won't tell you that. The Bible
Go,
is not banned in their
go to
states. So go
Florida.
ahead.
Go to
Go ahead.
Florida,
Sorry.
Miami, and look at all of and talk to all of the Russians out there in this. I've talked to a whole bunch of them in Miami, and guess what? They all love Americans, and all the Americans love them. You know, they love our music. We want to know about them. And this is the thing about American music. You'll see it in movies. You'll see it in different shows where people from Europe were fascinated, and not just Europe. JP, yes, even in Korea and the Asia, they're always fascinated with American music, whether it be jazz musicians or whether it be rock and roll, and that's where we have the peace. And Jesse hit on something earlier. This is why they're stupefying everybody. They're making everybody stupid with this music, and we all hate each other. It's not a coincidence. It's simple.
It's degrading. That's the whole idea. When I was out, it was a radio program on weekends where this guy showed up. His name was Lindsey Williams. He was a minister, and he was talking on one of those little kind of alternative talk shows. And he said he had contact with an insider, right? An elitist type. And he explained, and this is around 06, 07, just to show you how credible I think he was. At the time, oil prices were $140 a barrel. He said he was informed that they had decided to plunge oil prices down to $50 or less. It actually proceeded in front of my awareness to go down to $36 a barrel sometime in that era, 06 to 08, somewhere in there. Okay, so here's the point. That's his credibility. He also said that they were determined to demoralize America. Now, I went to a movie the other day, I won't unnamed. I watched the trailers and I cannot believe the crap that's coming out of Hollywood. It's like where's the appetite for all these maniacal, occult nightmare movies? Why do people really want to watch that? I don't think so. I don't think people wanted hip hop when MTV came out with it and they just told all the young people, this is what you like. And they looked at each other and says, well, that's what the TV says we're supposed to like. That's how they do it. These are CIA operations. There's no question. What you're saying about dividing, it's also done by just dehumanizing you, demoralizing you. And it's an agenda and it's a known science, and music is very powerful to get those things done.
Yeah. And
does anyone, hey, hold on. Does anyone remember the 1990s or maybe no, it might have been early 2000s. I'm not sure. But it was on MTV and they were like, Wu-Tang was talking with like a bunch of like members of the band. They were all interchanged. And there was a conversation that was brought up real quick about like Biggie and Tupac. And like, he's dead now. And I think the government killed him. But his name was ODB, Old Dirty Bastard. Old Dirty Bastard. He raised his hand and he was like, what's his name? I can't. Oh, the government killed Tupac and Biggie. That's what he said. And it was Carson Daly, and he's like, and yeah, anyways, and we're. But the dude always did stuff like that. He was always calling out that the government was behind a lot of murders that were happening in Hollywood. And I can't help but to agree with the dude. I don't think he was an idiot, kind of was an idiot, but he had some intellectual to him. He knew the truth about things, and he had a mouth like I have a mouth. That's why I don't fit into my cult that I was brought up into, because I had a mouth. If you were out of line, I would just tell you I didn't care.
So
okay,
I was just joking when I brought up Sinatra, but now that you
talk, no, why not? Sinatra's cool, man. I love Sinatra.
This is the point. No, this is what the point I'm trying to make with Sinatra and what you guys were talking about. Before Sinatra, the movies, everybody in Hollywood worked like a full-time job. It was a studio system, so you would just have
Yes,
to
hard workers.
no, but see, the point is, you'd have to make 2, 3, 4, 5 movies a year. You just went to work, like
Mhm.
you go to like you
Yep.
go to 7-Eleven. It was a job, and everybody worked for a studio. The problem
Mhm.
is that they were not sharing the wealth with the actors. So one of the guys, his name was Humphrey Bogart. He's getting out.
Yeah.
He's an old man. He's leaving, and he forms a thing called like a rat pack. And
Yeah, that's what he did. Oh, that's Humphrey
no, but the point is
Bogart
that
that did that? Okay.
no, the point is that he knew that he didn't have the youth and everything, so he needed somebody to spearhead it, and that was Frank Sinatra. And so what happened is Frank Sinatra also was, when he was in the 40s, when he was playing with Tommy Dorsey, he was under a slave contract like Prince. So what happens is you have all of these guys now, they're going to Las Vegas and they're flipping off Hollywood, and they're just doing their thing in Vegas in the casinos, and they're making money hand over fist. But what they're showing everybody is if that you have talent, you don't need the big man. You don't need the executives. You can do this on your own. You have the talent. And so what happens is now you have free agency, kind of like so now the actors and the singers have more money coming in because they're actually producing, and the studios had to rechange their whole business. And then what do? They do to Sinatra that what they did to Elon Musk. They're demonizing him. They had him testify in Congress because he was a communist agent. All a bunch of bullshit. It was all lies. They were trying to they were trying to destroy the people who were talented that were fighting the system. So this has been happening for the last 100 years of America, of American music history. People are fighting the system, and the system keeps wanting to throw everybody into the studio system. That's where we're at right now with rap music and everything else. Everybody's just in a system, and they're just popping out music. And what they're doing is they're trying to get rid of the people with real talent because
Yes.
they can command the price.
Yep. You're right.
So
You're
that's
probably right about that,
Gigi.
Gilbert.
that's why he's so
Absolutely,
loud.
but
You're right.
That-
You're absolutely right.
you got
Go
to,
ahead.
you look into
That-
the stories
what
of
Watchtower is doing.
Creedence Clearwater Revival and what that guy Saul Lance did to John Fogerty and the other two guys, and then Grand Funk Railroad. Oh my God, the producer Terry Knight screwed those guys over so bad. That happens all the time, and in the young person that wants to get somewhere and they have talent, they sign these contracts and they're stuck, man. They're all ugly stories. And Prince spoke up against that. He fought Sony and put that word slave and gave up his name, the artist and the symbol and all that stuff. He was fighting that, and that had, and he did speak up about other issues brought out earlier in this discussion with Tavis Smiley about chemtrails. But you can't eliminate what the gatekeepers early on in his career might have informed him of, because then he writes the song I Would Die, number 4, U, not YOU, just the letter U, the 21st letter of the alphabet, 4/21, the very date he died, in an elevator. Don't let that elevator bring you down. Oh no, let's go. I'm telling you, it's very nasty. And what they did to Michael Jackson too. I mean, he fought him. He came out against Tommy Mottola and Sony, and he was and he says,
Tommy
I want
Mottola was the
that one
devil.
song.
That's what
That's
Michael
what he
said about
said.
Tommy Mottola. Yep.
Exactly.
Right, and he
Go
was
ahead,
trying to
Buffalo
get
dude. Sorry. Go ahead. Yep.
yeah, no, there's a whole agenda to all that stuff. And when you study the issue of gematria, that you get into Tupac and Biggie, the dates they were killed, and the way the headlines read in the newspapers signal to those who are on the inside who understand that it's a Kabbalistic practice of putting numbers into words. So then the wording headlines, you can put the numbers to it, and they'll equal however many days since his last album or whatever. I mean, there's a whole code to it.
Yeah.
This is going on as ritual murders constantly
Yes.
in
Yes.
Hollywood and music
And let me
and
tell you something-
politics and
let me tell-
sports.
let me tell you something
Sports
about
Yeah,
Michael
well,
Jackson.
they tried to kill Trump.
But let me tell you something about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was innocent, and you know who proved
Oh
it?
yes, I believe that. I believe that 100%. Gilbert, go ahead.
The guy that proved it was Rush Limbaugh, because Rush Limbaugh said Michael Jackson's innocent. Because just like Donald Trump, nobody has been investigated more than Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson, they went into his house, they did everything, and guess what they found? Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
If he was guilty, they would have found something. And the same thing with Donald Trump. They investigated him for 8 years, and they can't find anything. This is why he's so hated, because they can't find dirt on him. So Michael Jackson is like that. Trump, a lot of other players are like that. They're innocent.
Remember Macaulay Culkin and
Yes.
Corey Feldman, was it? Another,
Yes.
I don't remember. It was several childhood celebrities just said that he liked to be around children because he lost out on his childhood, and he only treated people with love and respect, and would never have it was impossible for him to do that because he wasn't that type of person. They hated him for some reason, maybe because he spreaded love. And the devil hates the love. The devil hates to spread love, right?
No,
because Michael Jackson taught us. He taught us in a song. He said, if you want to make a change, you gotta. Well, what is it? If you want to do that change, you gotta look in the mirror and make that change. I can't remember how it goes.
They hated Michael Jackson because he said no.
It's all about love and about changing and bettering yourself so that everybody can better themselves. I mean, he was pushing a positive message that they hated.
When
And
you
I
say
think
no,
that's what.
when you say no, you're hated. Michael
Yes.
Jackson said no.
And listen to this. I want all of you, because I bet a lot of people here, at least Jesse and Gigi, don't know these lyrics. This is from Tupac. It's called "Resist the Temptation." I'm only going to play the first part or read it. It says, "Resist the temptation of the beast. You slip and lose your grip and forever fall asleep. The venom is contagious. Beware of its spell. What you thought would be heaven turns out to be hell. I wonder if she knows the devil's taking off her clothes. Deep into her soul, slow now he's in control. Papa's doing worse, a victim of his deadly curse. Wouldn't be the first to leave the ghetto in a hearse. Oh, how it hurts. The children pay the biggest price. Never get the chance to grow up with a happy life. Blame it on the rock, but we know that's a bunch of crap because someone from the top supplying us with plenty crack. Keep him alive in a daze. Don't let him see the other way. Let them all get paid. Won't live to see the other day. See, they never get a breath to sunshine. Now the kid's addicted and he only hit it one time. We're destined to be dead as a nation. Don't let it come to this. Resist the temptation. To say all rap is evil, that is just so screwed up, because there's nothing. I mean, there's more lyrics to this song that are beautiful, but I mean, I know it's dark. But like he's really making a good point.
Well, no, that's from Ghetto Gospel, his album Ghetto Gospel, and the last stanza of that song I remember is the best. From how does it go? From pyramid top to bottom of bowl, from whips and locks.
You want me to read it? You want me to read it for you? Because I have it right here.
Read it.
We dug too deep.
It says from pyramid top to bowl, from whips and locks to first to fro. We dug deep to give up this gold. Don't be bought and you won't be sold. Running on empty, you ain't gonna go. Running on empty lead you nowhere. We fact nobody can lie, so resist temptation. I'm just gonna read the whole thing at this point. Gamble for your soul with the devil. You won't. You wonder how low can you go before finally reach the lowest level. As everybody sits and stares, there's no use looking in your eyes because there isn't anybody there. And though it may make you want to cry, got you stealing from your family and you don't know why. I guess you think they'll understand. You feel cold because you sold your soul to the dope man. Oh no, there's no turning back. In fact, it's decided that would live and die for the crack. You got friends cause you cheated them all because you feeling low and defeated and small. No one was there when I took the wrong path, and nobody cared if I died in a bloodbath. But is this my destiny? Tell the Lord they got my mind, but he can't have the rest of me. Because I'm ready to end it all, but one bullet to the brain, forgive my sins and all. I didn't mean to be a bother, and this is the hardest part, a failure as a son, a husband, and a father. I wish I could turn back time, go back and find why I let it crack my mind. And my only explanation is resistant temptation.
Reminds me a lot of
Why did that guy die when he was warning everyone what the government was doing with us with drugs? Because it's a proven fact that the government is selling drugs back to our nation. They capture it or they get it from Europe and they bring it here and they're selling it to other guys. And then when this shit hits the fan, there's a fallout guy and he goes to prison. That's it. It's as simple as that.
he was probably marked as soon as he gave that interview when he released Illuminati, Machiavellian theory. And he said, I'm coming to kill this Illuminati shit. And I think
that's a threat. That's a threat against them, and they took that seriously.
Literally.
There was a connection. There was a connection with that release of the Kill Illuminati album, and then he went.
It reminds me a lot of DMX too. You know,
DMX, he's a Christian too. Yep, he's a Christian too. Yes,
he on Dr. Phil during his concerts. Like when we went and saw DMX, the whole entire arena was crying. Everybody, man, woman, were just sheeting tears. He got there, rah, 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 did all his hard stuff, and he always leads. I mean, I've only ever been to one DMX concert, but he started off the concert with the prayer and ended the concert with the prayer.
That's dope, man. That's cool.
Everybody was crying, like it was tangible. The vibe wasn't even like a negative crying. It was like a release where and they were very threatened by that. Like there's a lot of rappers that talk about having to go on after DMX at concerts and how formidable that was because they just couldn't top the positive vibes that he, obviously his lyrics are dark, but that is, like you talked about, Eric, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad. They're encoded with good things and with knowledge on what to look out for, just like those Tupac lyrics. But that he was impossible to follow as an act because of that great vibe, and he would always lead and end with a prayer. At least the one concert I went to, he did so.
So you see what we're noticing here? We already lived it, what they did, because we all have the same shared experience that we said no to the man. We said no. We're not going to be part of your effed up system, and we're not going to hide child molesters in our midst. And I'm not going to go to the same church where a guy is having sex with little boys and girls. So you say no to the man, and the man comes after you and your family, and that's what we lived. So then comes along last year, and Cat Williams does a video. It's the same story. It's the exact same story. The only difference is it's music, it's comedy, it's religion. Every time you say no to the man, then all of these people they're apostates, and they're like Prince was an apostate, Michael Jackson was an apostate, Frank Sinatra was an apostate. That's why they were so loved by the people. Because they took a stand and they says, no, we're not going to be part of this. I'm not going to let you own me.
What you're saying, Gigi, reminds me of, especially when it comes to comedians, especially truth tellers like Cat Williams. There's a great quote by the author Oscar Wilde, and he says, if I remember correctly, he says, "When you tell the truth, make them laugh, or they will kill you."
Yeah.
And that's always stuff.
Well, yeah, George Orwell said every joke is a tiny revolution. And every joke. And so what happens is, this is the problem we have with our friends, our liberal friends, is that they need to understand that what the founding fathers went through is what we're going through. The founding fathers had the same problem, Prince and Sinatra and all of these other rock stars. People are trying to put chains on you as a human being, and we're all fighting back and saying, no, I'm a free man. And so this is the beautiful thing about the American experience, is that we all share the same story, that we're We're trying to be free, and we're trying to run away from slavery.
Yeah, as soon as they know you can't be bought, the attacks are on. As soon as you can't be bought and sold, it's a wrap.
It's on.
Yeah.
I have a question for Johnny real quick. Maybe I missed this, but was DMX, wasn't he a GW? I'm not sure, but I thought it was, right?
Who?
DMX, yeah, I
Heard
heard that.
anything like that?
And
I
Biggie
think it was
Smalls,
his
he was
aunt
raised.
or something. His auntie used to take him when he was younger.
Yeah.
I believe I heard that a long time ago.
Yeah.
As far as like
Yeah.
full on practicing and stuff, I'm not sure, but there was definitely, if I remember correctly, during the concert, he referred to Almighty God. He didn't necessarily, say Jehovah or anything, but I do think you're absolutely right that there is a connection there. The list is long. I mean, Eddie Griffin, the comedian, Cat Williams is an ex-JW. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. G, all that.
Biggie Smalls' mother just died. She died
Even
in JW. She managed him.
Mm-hmm.
She managed his estate, Biggie.
Did you guys ever see that movie about Big called Notorious?
No,
There's a scene at the beginning where he's like dealing drugs or something, or like breaking up drugs in the room,
You're breaking
and
up,
like his
Jerry.
mom's coming in his
Jerry,
room.
You're breaking up, Jerry.
Can you guys hear me?
Jerry, you're
Jerry,
breaking
you're
up.
breaking up really
You guys
bad.
hear me?
Jerry, you're breaking up really bad. You're breaking up really bad, Jerry.
You got to sign off and sign back on.
Can you guys hear me?
Or maybe you're too far from your phone. Or
You
are
got
you
your
too far from
headphones
your
in?
phone?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, that's much
Yeah, it's
better.
better. You were breaking up. It was gargly.
No, no, no. In that movie, Notorious. In that movie, Notorious about BG. There's like an opening scene, and he's like breaking up some drugs, and then his mom coming in the room, and he hides under the mattress.
Dude, your
Says his mom, "What you doing?" He's like,
microphone's horrible. It still sucks. It's breaking up every other word.
Yeah,
Worst microphone ever.
It's breaking up every word, every other.
It sounds like you're ordering at a fast food joint.
Yeah, just sign off and sign back on. Sign off.
And I want the fries! The fries and ketchup!
Wayne's World. I'd like the
Screaming
strawberry
into
shake.
it.
That's funny.
And the ketchup! Ding cook.
That's awesome. I don't know. Biggie's got some real questionable lyrics, though.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the thing about Tupac, right? I just
Can you guys
read
hear now?
some beautiful lyrics from Tupac. Biggie don't have that shit. He's like got suicidal
guys hear me
thoughts
now?
and where he's talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead and talk a little bit. See if we can hear you better.
Can you
Right,
hear me now?
Jerry? Yeah.
Go, just talk. Just talk. Yeah.
Yeah, and just speak real quick because I got to charge my phone too. In that movie, I think it's called Notorious. In the opening scene, it's G.I.D. the rapper, and in the opening, he like picking up some drugs. Can you guys hear me?
Nah, you're skipping. You keep skipping. I can hear. You're talking about Notorious B.I.G., but you keep skipping, and I can't make out what you're saying.
Yeah, every other
Oh,
word.
like, is your internet bad? Because you're not calling on the phone line. And
Did you pay the
I'll
bill?
be back. I'll come back.
JG, you got me dying on that one.
Hey, can we
You
send
killed me on that one.
Can we send Jerry some money on PayPal so we can pay the bill?
Yeah. What do you need, Jerry? We'll help you out, buddy. You're underwater. The poor guy is not even up. No, man, we want to hear what you have to say, but it's just not coming in through clearly. It's like, this is how it is. It's like, hey, man, and so I said that, and then it's like, yeah, it's just like sporadic.
It's like that scene in Wayne's World where they're ordering through the drive-thru and
That's funny.
Oh, yeah.
and one straw.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And the drive-through worker gets it exactly right, even though they tried to get it for free. And they're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, the funny part was she got it right, huh? She
yeah."
understood.
Yeah.
It's 2 strawberry shakes, 1 small fry, and a
Yeah.
swirly burger. He's like, "Damn."
Yeah.
So I got a question. Why is it that girls, or very few girls, like that kind of humor? Like, you can line up 100 girls and like only 2 are at the theater and laughing.
That's a great question.
What is it?
You know what? My wife was so weird because like she was not the typical girl, and she showed me this clip, right, of this dude who was dressed in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, and he was rapping, and he was white, and he was going vagina. I'm talking about the motherfucking vagina, and I'm like looking at her, and she's laughing hysterically because it's a joke on rap music because they talk about the P word, Pussy, right? But like he was doing it all like white and like all the lyrics to this song. His name is John Lamotte.
Oh.
I hear people talking, but it sounds like Wayne's World drive-through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
What
a
happened?
woman. I can hear
Can
a
you hear
woman in
me
the
now?
background talking.
So we veered up. Johnny, you there?
Yes, sir. How you doing, John?
All right. Hey, we veered off of what you were doing, which was the most interesting part of this discussion, which is how they mess up with the frequencies and the hypnotic with the crap and the way they get the subconscious all flooded.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Just like years ago, I read this report about grocery stores. It seems off topic, but it's not. And these advertising firms know that a little girl will ask her parents for something in the grocery store 7 times before the parent says yes. For boys, it's 9 times. They're more robust about asking. So that repetition mixed with the frequency, it's all in concert. It's not just ever one thing, it's been around forever, but that was more lyrical. Now, since the advent, just like earlier when Jesse was talking about like when MTV was first starting and stuff like that, that to me is the border between what we know and this new uncanny valley, and that is the mixing of audio with video. And once again, as a former video editor, you can make almost anything happen, anything possible. So it's like the very first music video on MTV was Video Killed the Radio Star. That's the very first music video to ever be, and that's not an accident. So once they were able to mix musical, just like just like the church bells, like we all know that church bells are healing, that Hertz rating, right? That they understand the frequencies. Yeah, they know how the human body works better than the masses do, and they use that against people. So we all know that, like as a little kid, a horror movie is scary visually. It's like, oh, holy crap, Poltergeist or whatever. So that's visual. And then we go to the music to where, certain dark lyrics can make you think dark things. Well, now when you mix frequency, video, the music itself, and then concerts are the new church. In this case, new rap stars are the new preacher. So when you see like a Jay-Z concert, when he calls himself Jehovah, and everybody's throwing up this diamond symbol, and it's just mass hypnosis. Astro World with Travis Scott. It could be, it could be any genre of music. I'm just, talking about the newer stuff. They know the science. And Jerry, like I'm a Bay, I'm sorry, John. Like I'm a Bay Area kid myself. So we saw that industry, and we saw like the independent music scene crop up around there, and of course down in LA. They know the science. It's just like Hollywood. People don't take it for face value that these fools a lot of people don't want any of this crap, low quality music and music, but they've been indoctrinated for so long that they'll just do whatever. I mean, lest we forget that between fashion or music, people will do it and they almost don't know why they're doing it. And I highly recommend that anybody that's into this look into Professor Griff on YouTube talking about occult symbolism in music and frequencies in music, the Public Enemy band member, to where he goes way deeper. Like I'm talking like giant PowerPoint presentations now, not just him rambling on incoherent.
But what were you saying they're
very
doing?
articulated. Say again.
What were they doing with that song? Video Killed Me. You said that it was the first time they did what?
Well, just that was the very first MTV music video, right?
Okay.
So I'm not saying that there was like a particular, I mean, I know there's a frequency in it, but as far like that's just more of like a surface level thing that's kind of raising a middle finger to the death of radio, that good old stuff that we remember, to where like you know, like Jesse was saying earlier, where you didn't know if somebody was black or white. Or I think that may have been you that said that, GB, that it just brought us together without there being any what do you call it, an agenda there. Just, you know, good tunes were good tunes. So I know for a fact, because I was in that industry for a while as far as editing, that when you mix the audio and the visual together with the frequency, that's where the magic is. People lose sight of the fact that Hollywood is named that for a reason. There is only one tree that witches cast spells from the wood of, and that is the holly tree. You didn't actually think that her name was Holly Berry for real, did you? See it with new eyes. That's HOLLYBERRE. Okay, that's not Holly. That's a play on words. Everything is double entendre at the minimum. Now they've gone exponential with it with the frequencies.
And what about the grocery store?
Thing too, but about those early videos is you would look at them and you couldn't focus. The imagery wouldn't linger very long. It was like strobing, quick flash, flash, flash all over these different scenes where you couldn't focus on it, but the brain still got it. The brain still soaked it.
Yep.
So they're very tactical. Sorry,
what was he saying about the grocery store?
Has anyone heard about in the 90s, almost 2000s, where there was, I mean, I guess this is a conspiracy, but there was a meeting with Hollywood, or I should say the music industry,
to change
and it was the rap industry, and they said that they wanted to go to a gangster rap type of thing, and they wanted to turn rap into more of gangster music.
Sure. And that keeps the prisons
wanted to be more derogatory, and there was an uproar, and supposedly guns were drawn, and everyone got put in their place and was told what to do.
Yeah,
can you guys hear me?
Prisons full.
But when you think about it, there's so much negative rap music today. Modern rap music, I can't listen to it. It destroys my soul. The moment I listen to it, I'm like, oh my gosh. I know there's some good rap out there, but not much.
Right,
modern rap.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Jerry. That's a lot better.
This is JP, Jerry. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep. Go ahead, buddy.
I want to finish my last point because I just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me clear now because I was
We can hear you really clear. It's awesome. Yep.
Okay, cool. No, what I was saying, and then you guys can go on, was there's this movie about B.I.G. called Notorious, and he was raised as a witness, but in the first opening scenes of the movie, it shows him like he's like breaking up some drugs, and then his mom comes into his room, and then he hides them. His mom comes in, he's like, oh, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just saying my prayers. And she's like, oh, that's good. And then she takes off. And then he goes on, because takes place like in New York, probably. I don't know if it's like in Bronx or something, but he's like, goes up to a rooftop on an apartment building in New York. And then he looks at his mom, and she's walking through the streets. And then she starts offering magazines. She's like, oh, would you like the Watchtower? Like that.
Oh, wow. Really? That's in the movie?
And then the movie, and then the movie starts on, and there's some music starting to play, And then he's walking along these rooftops of these apartment buildings, and then he starts to change his clothes out of like, his regular JW clothes, and he starts putting on like gangster clothes. And it's like, I know there's a lot of JWs that can relate to that. When you would go to school,
Yeah.
and you put like a jacket or something you'd want to wear in your backpack. And that's exactly what it shows in the movie. So I would recommend watching that movie called Notorious. I mean, there's some immorality, debauchery. I mean, it's just you're watching a movie about a gangster, but it's funny how they depict his mom. And yeah, his mom is, I think they recently announced that his mom did just die, but I mean, she died with like 14-15 million bucks or something.
So it's a debauchery movie.
I don't know recently, but
A lot of debauchery.
it makes you wonder if Watchtower got that money from
He's
BID.
interested in debauchery. Is there a lot of debauchery? He's interested.
Because I'm ready to read it. If there's a lot of debauchery.
No, there's a lot, dude. There's some
Okay.
there's some gangster shit in there. I mean, it was BID.
Hey, can I read some lyrics from Biggie that will go along with what you're saying, JP?
Yeah, birthdays
right.
are the worst thing.
No, not that one, but that's cool. Suicidal Thoughts by Biggie Smalls. I won't go too dark, but I'm going to read some of it. When I die, fuck it, I want to go to hell, because I'm a piece of shit. It ain't hard to fucking tell. It don't make sense to go heaven with the goodies. Dressed in white, I like black Tims and black hoodies. God will probably put me on some real strict shit. No sleeping all day, no getting my dick wet. Hanging with the goodies, lounging in paradise. Fuck that shit. I want to tote guns and shoot dice. Paradise? What the hell is he talking? Dude, this guy grew up as a witness.
The goodies
guarantee
with
like
JWs.
Because who talks about paradise, dude? Right? And that's not in our. We talk about heaven. We talk about heaven usually, but like, yeah, this is. And here's the thing: God is okay with you having oral sex. He don't give a shit. If you're just kissing someone's private parts, that's nothing. All right, maybe there's something wrong with anal sex. I don't know.
I did not get that memo. I did not get that memo.
There's no way oral sex is bad. It's impossible. How? There's no way.
Told me. No.
You know why? I'll tell you why. I want to tell you why there's no way, and this is so shallow. Like, I talked to an elder, right, and he's like, Eric, you can't have oral sex with your wife. And I'm like, really? And he's a personal friend of mine. This was just an elder. He actually was the type of guy that wouldn't rat me out. This was personal between me and him, and he respected me, and I respected him. We had a good friendship. He was friends with my dad. But he said, Eric, that's what the homos do. I said, what? Give oral sex? What? He's like, yeah, that's what they. So this is what I said to him. They kiss and hold hands too. So we're gonna get rid of that? And he laughed. He laughed at me because that's the type of relationship I had with this guy. Because like when I made logical sense, he was a logical man as well, and he would laugh at shit that I would say when I would trickle his brain to get to think.
Hey Eric,
but I'm right? I mean, like what? Okay, so where are we going to draw the line of what homosexuals do to mimic us straight people? You know what I mean?
How do we get to that topic? We were talking about something else.
Eric,
I know, but I brought it there because I'm Ricky Bobby and I make it shake and bake.
Okay.
Eric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eric,
yeah,
JP.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry I brought up rappers and stuff, but I thought we were talking about music. So
we were, but I brought it there. It's okay.
Okay, let's get back to the subject, brother. Sorry,
now I'm
gonna keep your ass on track, man.
And hey, JP, I just got one thing to say.
I'm a love guru now. I took it away from Gigi.
If JP,
we gotta keep your ass on track. Come on, man.
I'm sorry.
If you have,
I'm just joking.
If JP has
what, Gigi? What?
If JP has any more good films with a lot of debauchery, let me know. We're interested.
Yeah.
Sharon Stone. Hey, Sharon Stone, when she does this, if you're watching my video. What's that movie?
Gigi, look out in your mailbox. You got a big old UPS package coming to your mailbox. So look out for it. It's coming. Yeah, sign for
What's
that
the
shit.
Sharon Stone movie where she crosses her legs? Come on, Gigi.
Yeah.
You haven't seen that
Sign
one?
for that shit, brother.
But on a serious note, when that guy a little while ago was talking about the grocery store and the kids and everything. So when I go to the grocery store and the kid, the kid that I take to the grocery store, he's asking me for candies and stuff. I tell him those Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. But he was absolutely right. But
Those
Hollywood,
governing body mind tricks don't work on me.
their mind is when the Jedi said that those Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. That's what Hollywood is.
Because we're Jedi masters, Gigi. Like I told you in the conversation the other day, we're Jedi
they work
masters.
on the masses, though, to the tune of trillions of dollars. So yeah,
Yes,
that's to be. I mean,
no, we're masters, not masters.
It's the same reason why all of the things that they want to push are exactly at the height of where a child sits in the shopping cart.
Yes, that is amazing.
Okay, they've got it
The mind
figured out.
tricks.
I mean, the basic example of that we all know and have complained about that, man, I just went to the store to get some eggs, but it's in the very back of the grocery store. So you're more tempted to, that's the base level. The deeper level is that shopping cart. And I'll bet you balls to bones that in another country, if the shopping carts are a different size, that those toys are on a different level as well. So the kids, it's to a Jedi master, it's nothing, but to the masses, I mean, they don't stand a damn chance. It's fish in a barrel.
Yeah, well, I would lose that bet because I would never bet my balls. I'm attached to them. I have a attachment.
Never bet your balls.
I never bet my balls. But I'm attached.
Oh man,
So nobody's
Penny Hoskins said a comment. Well, that's really kind advice with periods in front of it, like the period.
Yeah, it's because of me.
And then said not. But
Yeah,
that's like old school, dude. That's 90s, not.
Yeah.
we must be in the same age group.
Are the women still here, or do we scare the women away?
No, I don't know. Penny Hoskins or anybody else watching, or Anne Marie. Well, Anne Marie, it's getting older in her. I mean, older. It's getting later in her time. But yeah, I don't know. Did we scare everyone away? The girls away?
Hope not.
Well, no.
Ricky Bobby ruined it.
Hey, just real quick. Hey, just
balls
real quick.
or not, that was sound advice.
Yeah, totally. And just so it's clear. And just so it's
okay,
clear,
Becky's here. We got Becky here, so we still got some women in the audience.
Just
for sure. And just so it's clear, real quick, Penny, if you're listening, only you can take what I said the way that you want to take it. Kind advice or not, that's your opinion. Reread what I said. Then don't listen. These topics aren't for everyone. And we like to get a little loose. It breaks up the heavier vibes. That's it.
Hell yeah.
Only you can self-reflect, Penny, on how you're looking at it, because I'm coming with love and respect with the simple statements that I made. I'm the one that answered you about what the topic was when nobody else would. So self-projecting on me is not going to work. Yeah. Just like any other mind trick. That's on
I like
you.
this guy.
Dude, you are a Jedi Grandmaster.
I love this guy.
I give you. We should all knight him right now. You are a Jedi.
Once, twice, thrice. Once, twice, thrice. I don't be knight. I don't want to go into the emperor thing where I find her lack of faith disturbing. It's coming with love and respect. It's
That's
coming
awesome.
with love and respect.
Who's this guy? Might be free. Should I let him in? All right. Wait, I don't know who he is. So here we go. This is a loaded gun. You.
It's Mickey
man,
Free.
Why do you keep changing? Mickey Free, whatever. Why do you keep changing your name?
Mickey Free, like the Kiss guitarist? Is that?
No.
Yeah,
who was Mickey Free? Jesse, who was
Mickey Mouse?
Free?
Mickey Mouse?
He plays for Prince.
Ah, thank you. Yes.
Oh, that's the guy that converted him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mickey Free. Yeah, real.
He was in that new chick on Shalimar. That bitch is fine.
Yep. Now I remember.
Oh, okay.
Mickey Free is not a girl.
Yeah, he was definitely.
No, I know he's not a girl. I know it's a dude.
Yeah, Mickey Free was quite.
Mickey Free's that.
I know it was a dude. I wasn't saying it was a woman.
No, that's a skit. That's a skit on Dave Chappelle. He used to go, "Hey, did you see that new chick on Shalimar?" Oh no, Mickey Free is not a girl.
Oh, I missed that one then, because I've seen a lot of Dave Chappelle's shows, but not that one.
Okay.
Yeah, Mickey Free had a real alternatively effeminate look back in the day. Very
I saw Rick
Ahead of
James,
his time and
the Rick James skit, right?
I'm
Rick James, bitch.
I'm Rick
Yeah,
James.
guess what? Guess what? My name is Eric James Kubler, and all of my friends always call me Rick or Ricky Bobby. So even my family, called me Ricky Bobby. My uncle, all of them. And,
What they
and
call
when
you in
they found
school?
out, that in school,
Roll call.
did I have a nick? I don't know if I had a nickname in school, but I'll tell you what I had as a nickname from El Salvadorians that I worked with at a place where I did auto body. Well, it was on boats actually, but I applied auto body techniques to a boat, and they called me Flamingo.
Whoa! Because of that pink shirt?
No, it wasn't the pink shirt, man. I had no pink on me, and I said, "Why do you call me Flamingo, man? Why do you call me Flamingo?" And they're like, "Because you're the tall bird." And I'm like, "Because I'm 6'1". I'm 6'1". They're all 5 feet, like you guys, like you and Gigi. But I'm 6'1", almost 6'2". I'm 6'1 and 3/4. Right? So I go, "Oh no! That's the ostrich. That's the ostrich." I said, "Tall bird is the ostrich." And they're like,
6'1" with their beard?
They go, "Flamingo sounds better." But I know why those motherfuckers did it, because flamingo means white trash.
Hold up a second.
Insult us?
You know what? Could it have been Flaming Gringo?
No, it was Flamingo.
Que lástima, güey.
No, they always call me Flamingo. I know you want to make it gay, and yes, there was a gay guy that worked there that hit on me all the time, and he said he used to say to me, "Flamingo, a real man takes it in the ass." I'm like, oh my god,
Okay.
what am I? Where am I working?
Hey, this is a
where am I working?
This is a
No, this is rated R. This is nighttime. This is not family. If you have kids listening to, it's
Hey,
This is a
Eric,
new world
it's
order
1 o'clock.
family.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning my time. This is not a family show.
Hey, I don't know if I've ever told you, but let me tell you something. Because you guys were talking about gay conspiracies. When I was an elder in my congregation, and you go door to door and you turn in your field service report, and you're not at homes. I would always get the drug addicts and the homosexuals callbacks. I don't know why, because nobody wanted to do them, so I would get them, and like somebody, let's say, and but
hey Jesse, I have to interrupt you for 1 second because we got an issue here.
Yeah.
What up,
Eric?
We have an issue. We have an issue here. Let's address it, and I'll let you talk about it if you want. Here it is, right here.
Eric,
I am so sorry to have bothered you all. I have been listening to Six Screen for some time, and this is the first time I feel very unwelcomed. You are not unwelcome, Penny. I want to let you, and I'm going to open up to everybody here to let you know how they feel about this. But your opinion is so welcomed. You can say I'm full of shit. I don't care, because you know what? You might teach me something about myself, because I'm a type of man that I always want to learn from my mistakes. I'm like Tony Stark with less intelligence. I always learn from my mistakes because it's so important, because that's love, and that's what it means to be a man or a woman. And Penny Hoskins, you are so welcome here, and I am so sorry that you feel that way.
Yeah,
sometimes the comment section can get a little crazy, but we do not mean to offend you. We love you. We all love you. And if anyone else wants to talk about this, go ahead and go ahead.
I would real quick. I would real quick, because this is on me. This is on me. I'll just 30 seconds. Penny, first of all love and respect. The first thing is, you said, "I am sorry to have bothered you." A good rule in life is, if you didn't do anything wrong, you don't apologize, ever. So the last thing I want, especially being a newbie myself to this whole community for only 2 months, is for you to feel unwelcome. Now in the chat, I see that you said, "I don't come to offend." You're not offending anybody. Who in the world have you offended? Nobody.
I'm not offended.
We're all brothers and sisters here.
I'm offended.
Well, see.
Well, all right, I'm putting you on right now, Jesse.
Yeah, and this is
we're gonna get rid of him. I have the power. Should I do it?
Like, this might be under Rick Six Screen's thing, but this is 2 o'clock in the morning.
Ricky,
talk, and
put me in detention.
And
put me in detention.
Open arms.
Let him finish.
Yeah, there's there's no offense given or taken from either side. You came in during a part where we're getting a little loose, and what we're talking about, because the origin of it before you came in is we were talking about how we were restricted from music and movies within the cult. We shared those experiences, and then we started exploring different concepts about how music affects people, all that kind of good stuff. And we might be a little loose-lipped, et cetera, but there's really nothing but love here. We don't have no problems. We talk over each other sometimes. We're excited to talk to each other, but without knowing you in real life, I welcome you with open arms. You haven't offended anybody, and if I offended you, then I do apologize. But you don't have anything to apologize for because you didn't do anything wrong, and that's all I've got to say.
You didn't do anything wrong. You are so welcome here, sister.
You know, remember?
Well said, John.
Whatever,
Bob, Ricky, and Johnny were mean. Really,
I was not mean.
Do you want me to go to self detention for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Back room, no Danish.
You know what's
Go ahead.
happening is
Put me in the back room for about 2 minutes.
No Danish.
Yeah.
Gotta throw this down Danish. They're the cheese Danish.
Bro,
My
no
wife,
cheese
my
Danish
wife
for
still,
you.
dude. My wife told me, she's like, Eric, before I die, I need a cheese Danish, and I couldn't find her one.
During lunch, you don't get to walk around the convention hall.
It's an inside joke. Calm his ass
No,
down with the
we
cheese
all love
Danish.
that shit.
what the girls don't
Oh,
understand
honey.
is that what's
Hold
happening in the show. What's happening in the show is like what Steve Martin. Remember, we're three wild and crazy guys. That's all that's happening here. It's 2:00 in the morning.
Hey, let me finish my elder story.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
No, hold on
so-
1 second. Just before that, Penny Hoskins says, I am just extremely overwhelmed, and we don't want to overwhelm you. Whatever we can do to chill the vibe down or make it a little better, smoke some pot, who knows? But you know,
maybe
we'll
Penny
bring the
has
vibe.
something
We'll bring the vibe down. Absolutely. Okay,
Maybe
go ahead.
What is she overwhelmed about?
Penny, do you have something that you want to talk
She can ask
about?
questions about this elder
Yeah,
story.
if Penny has anything to talk about, you can type it in the comment section, and we'll respond to it. But anyways, go ahead, Jesse. In the meantime.
Okay, so I'll try not to overwhelm her. She could even ask questions about this, but it gives you the inner workings, how the secretary collects all the information that everybody goes on the field service report. We collect it, we go through it. I was the secretary at the time, so when we would get somebody who was doing drugs and had a return visit or gay, I would get it by default. So I would go, and I had a good. And sometimes I would even take my wife with me, and we'd go visit these people. And that was the best times I had. They had tons of questions. But the majority of the brothers were so homophobic, so scared. They really weren't interested in the people that they were knocking on their doors. They were not interested in people because they had questions. Let's say somebody was on drugs and had questions. They would be always prejudging these people. They go, hey, that's a crackhead. I'm not going to visit him. Or that's a homosexual. I'm not lying. We would get people like that, and nobody would want to go visit them. So they would really not have interest in the people in the territory. You know how you get the field service report and you put in your comments? So anytime we had an adverse person in the territory, we had like 8 elders in our congregation. Nobody wanted to go. So me being the secretary, I would get them by default.
And what's the moral of the story?
I don't know.
Oh.
Don't have. It was kind of like that's my JP story.
Oh, no,
Do you
that's
want me
the
to? You want me
homosexual
to say it
story,
one more
like
time?
Eric. You know how Eric's always bringing up the homosexual story, so that's your homosexual story.
Yeah.
Do you have a homosexual story?
Wait, hold on. Am I always bringing up homosexual?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, you did. You did.
Yeah.
You went nuclear.
I did?
Remember you said that you were like a tractor trailer. Beep beep.
Well, I'll tell you this, not to make it dark, but there's a lot of homosexuality in New England. It's bad. It's bad. In the organization. I mean.
Now, Penny says that.
There's been so much molestation that it's caused a problem. It's caused a huge problem.
Read Penny's question.
A lot of issues in my 58 years on this earth, and mostly, a lot of issues in my 58 years on this earth, and mostly JW has been in my life since very young. And honestly, I am struggling is all.
Okay, I'm the only guy
I know,
here.
and
who's
she
close to
and she
her
says, "I am the person facing many health issues that could take my life." Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie.
Now, I'm the
Listen,
closest to her in age, so I'm going to ask her a question. Penny, we were talking about music. Who is your favorite band? Do you like a favorite rock group?
Or any music.
Any music.
Before she answers that, I want to be the empathic side of this. I'm really sorry that you have health issues because I've had hemophilia my whole life, and I'm only facing the consequences of my bad decisions of what I did with my body with having hemophilia, and I really despise this situation that I'm in physically. But I'm not making it about me. I just can relate to what you're going through, even if it's not as severe what you're going through, and I'm really sorry. It sucks, But we're a channel here that we're willing to talk about anything because really what I'm about is just healing and talking. And if you want to talk, I don't know. I guess our phone line is down, but our StreamYard is here. And you can continue to chat with us too. But you are so welcome here, and there's a lot of broken people here, and we all love you.
Eric, I agree with you. I don't think this show should be about you because I'm the same way. I don't like the show to be about me. I prefer when other people get to talk about what they think about me. So go ahead. What do you think about me?
What do you think about GG for GB, Penny?
Yeah.
He's so made about you. That's what I love. I love the humor.
Yeah.
Hey, but does she have? We were talking about music. Maybe she has a favorite music.
Yeah. What's your favorite music, Penny?
Of course she does. Yeah.
I bet you she likes the Beatles.
I love the Beatles.
Because she's closer to my age, so she has to like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones.
And you know what? Penny Hoskins, Carol Paradise said at Penny Hoskins, I have the feeling that maybe you need to talk, or maybe you have someone to talk to privately and help you. That's not an insult because I've had that. Like JP Jerry. I can say this that he's probably one of my best friends. I trust Jerry, and we have a close relationship where I can tell him anything. I should get to know Jesse better, and I've been talking to his brother Gigi a little bit. But they're all good guys, and we can all find friends in this community.
But Eric doesn't talk to Gigi. Eric doesn't talk to me a lot because he can't afford it because he's on a limited income.
This guy's trying to set me up. This guy's trying to cock block me like I don't have funds coming in so that he can take all the girls for himself. Don't listen to this guy. He's the devil.
Hey, I didn't know Ricky, you were hard up for some money. Ricky, I didn't know.
I'm not hard up for money. I'm paying all my bills. Don't listen to this fool.
Okay. Sorry.
He's got a
and if I ever run out of money, I always know how to make more money because I was good at that.
Okay.
Ricky, I didn't know.
I didn't know.
Yeah, you didn't know you were with a gangster.
We did.
No, I didn't know you were 6'1" without the beard.
Oh, you didn't know I was 6'1"? Yeah, I'm 6'1". Without the beard? Come on, man. I'm tall as fuck.
We didn't know.
See, my dick's in the picture.
Without the beard. Oh,
you know what? You look prettier last week with the shorts.
You want the shorts? Okay, I'll put the shorts on.
Yeah, Eric's got no money worries.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Jesse.
Disposable income.
Maybe next time I'll put my booty shorts on.
Oh, dear God, no.
Hey, Ricky, how come you don't have no? Do you use menin on your beard? You don't have no white hair on your beard.
Nah, I got no white beard. I got no white beard. No white hair in my beard. No. Nope. I'm getting off the black. I have a hard time paying my bills. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke.
No, we know you got money. That Sailor Moon shirt screams disposable income.
Hey,
this is from you know what? This is from a friend of mine, a girlfriend of mine, not my girlfriend, a girlfriend. She has a boyfriend, but what? No, I'm serious. She's not my girlfriend. She's not. She's a girlfriend. No, she's not my girlfriend.
So you have
because she's got a boyfriend. It's just that we're friends. I get it. A lot of guys are like, I can't have friends with a woman, otherwise it's sex.
Hey, would you date?
But it's not like that with me.
Woman? Would you date a Jehovah's Witness woman?
No, never. We talked about this. I'm done. No, never a Jehovah's Witness woman. An ex Jehovah's Witness. There's only one out there. Maybe I would, but other than that, no.
Let's say you go crash a Kingdom Hall in the memorial, and you see the woman, and she likes you. You know, like in Seinfeld, Fugitive Sex. You know how the bad guy.
Yeah.
And you fall in love with her. You would date a Jehovah's Witness girl, no matter what.
I fell in love with a Jehovah's Witness girl, but she's still a Jehovah's Witness and doesn't accept that it's a false religion.
See, but now you're the bad guy, and you would fall for.
Yeah, I could never be with a Jehovah's Witness ever.
No.
I could barely be with an ex Jehovah's Witness. I don't even think I want that because
Is it because of the finances, or is it because of the
they're all
financials?
fucked up. They're all fucked up in the head. Why do I want to be with somebody? All right, here's the real reason. That was a shallow thing to say, and I swore. But the real reason is I told this before. Let me say it in Spanish. Hold on, I got to think about how to say it in Spanish. Hold on. La familia es todo. La familia es todo. What does that mean, Jesse?
Okay, say it again.
La familia es todo.
Family's everything.
Yes, family is all. Family is everything. That means so much to me. Why am I going to marry an XJW or be involved with a girl who has no family? Because I need family. I have nothing. I have no family. I don't have a single person that gives a shit about me. I would love to inherit a family. You know,
hey,
I really would.
Hey.
What are we, chopped liver?
Hey.
Well, you're friends. You're friends, but you're not my blood. You're not my in-laws. You're not my in-laws. You know what I mean? You guys are my community. You are my family, of course. But I'm talking about real family, in-person family.
There's a guy in the chat that said he would date you. His name is Bob Roberts.
Yeah. Oh, stop it, Bobby. His name is Brad, and he's from Australia, and we're totally going to hook up. Listen, Brad, if you're going to do this, I'm going to go right along with it. Duh. I'll twirl my hair just like a gay person.
Johnny, what megahertz is he on right now? What vibration is he on?
666.
Yeah, he's on the 666 megahertz for sure.
You're on 666.
That's it.
Hey, you guys are gonna screw with me. I'll screw with you right back.
I knew you were an agent.
You're an agent.
If you're gonna date
we got Rebecca Wise. She says hilarious. Some women aren't running away. Oh, you know what? We gained members. We were at 40, and now it's at 44.
Yeah.
See that?
Hey, go ahead and date Bob Roberts because he's a faithful guy. I mean, if there's one guy that you can always count on to be here, it's that guy.
Do it, Rick.
Hey, you know what?
Ricky.
Do it.
Hey! I don't have to put a wig on Bob Roberts because he's got long hair, so that's a plus.
Yeah, it is a plus.
Yeah, yin and yang type situation.
Is he 6'1"?
Without the beard.
I don't without the beard. That was great.
So good.
You know why I always say without the beard?
Damn right.
When I was a kid, I tell everybody I'm 5'5", and they go, "Hey, yeah, well, without the shoes." So I always have to use that without.
No, that's a great nonsensical joke. I got to remember that. That's just awesome.
Damn right, Robert says. Hey, let's get back to music, man. The reason we're here.
Yeah,
what do you want?
Did you see Penny's? Did you see Penny's comment that she wants to roll one and listen to some Jelly Roll? She's got the right idea now.
Okay. Who said that? Where do I find that comment? Let me look for it.
We're all gonna name one album, the greatest album, and then we're gonna vote who's right.
Okay.
We'll start at the top with Ricky Bobby.
There you go, Penny. I agree with you.
We'll let the comment section vote.
I'll do a little bit with you.
Oh God, that's crazy.
Okay, Ricky, we're gonna do one of the greatest album of all time.
Okay.
You go first.
The greatest what?
Album.
Greatest album of all time. You're not saying song, and you're limiting me. Hold on, album.
Okay,
album.
it could be a song. It could be a song.
Okay, no. Okay, right off the cuff. Greatest album of all time. Pink Floyd, the one with the prism on it. Pink Floyd,
Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, best album of all time. My dad and I listened to that together. And when we were listening to that while we were driving and from Rhode Island to Florida to deliver a truck, he talked to me about marijuana, and he said it's the best experience he ever had.
Wow.
Next.
Yep. And I was
he
like
an elder at the
13.
time? Was he an elder?
Not quite, almost a servant, but
Wow.
not too much longer after he became an elder.
Wow.
Who's
Hey,
that?
that's a home run. You hit a home run. Right
Yeah.
there.
No, it was, you know what? It was the best experience of my life, and music was revolved around that. And you know what I figured? And I told my dad this. I said, "Hey, Dad." He said, "Yes, son." I said, "We haven't fought once, and we've been like driving for hours, like
Wow.
almost a full day, right? Like no argument, no fight." And he's like, "Yeah, what's your point?" And I said, "Mom's not here."
Okay, so I got a better album.
And you know what he said? You know what he said to me? He looked at me and didn't say a word and gave me the biggest grin, and then looked back to the road. It said everything.
Okay.
And before
Who's got the
you
next
say
band?
anything to that, I use medical cannabis. I do too, Penny. So you're in good crowd here.
Who's got the next album?
Who got the next album?
Yeah,
I
who's
got
next?
one. I got one.
Yep.
That's
All
gonna
right,
be
Jesse's next.
Paul Butterfield's Blues Band.
What?
One.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh my God! It invented rock and
I
roll.
heard it. I got
All
you,
right,
Jesse.
I gotta look it up. Paul Butterfield. I don't know him.
Shane
And I
the
love the
Moneymaker.
blues. I love the blues.
I was born in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in Chicago.
Yonder,
Chicago.
on Yonder's wall. Paul Butterfield's Blues Band. Oh man, it's when Dylan went electric. I was born in Chicago, 1949. I was born in Chicago, 1941.
Wow.
That was
But
probably the greatest rock album. It's before Zeppelin, before everything.
It's an album
Yeah.
or a song?
Yep, it came right up.
But it's an album.
Yes.
Okay.
You got a song?
Yep.
No, we're
Is it
looking for
coming in?
album, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Is it
You guys
playing?
gotta. Okay, who's next? Gotta get a better album now. Johnny knows his stuff.
Johnny got some good stuff. Yeah.
I wouldn't go
Johnny's
to
got
JP
some good-
because he's gonna do something for the Korean War. What?
No,
He's gonna go Shanghai noon on us.
Johnny.
I'm dead.
Johnny's next.
come on, Johnny.
It's
Yes,
hard
that's
for
a
me.
really good one.
It's hard for me to escape my Cali roots, and I'm gonna have to go with a band called Kyuss, Kyuss.
KYUSS.
Um,
KYUSS.
their guitarist is now the lead singer of Queens of the Stone Age, but this is Kyuss
Oh,
Welcome
okay.
to Sky Valley from 1994. Kyuss Welcome to Sky Valley. They're from Palmdale, out Jerry's way.
Wow.
Wow. Jerry's from Palmdale. Yeah.
Yeah, Kyuss is desert rock, generator rock, stoner rock, whatever you want to call it, and that was a seminal album for me. It's just one of those from beginning to end bangers, just like everybody else's favorite is.
Wow.
Yeah, I love Kyuss. Welcome to Sky Valley, Songs for the Red Sun. Their lyricist Mark Lanigan passed away. He was a modern day poet. Great stuff.
How do you spell it? I'm looking it up.
KYUSS.
Yeah. Their song Demon Cleaner is very good about getting rid of negative influences. That's a great starting point for Kyuss.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Hey, are they Mexican?
No, it's a bunch of white boys.
Because it says they got a song called 1 Inch Man.
5 foot 1 inch man. That's good. And
That made me laugh.
Jesse missed his calling as a comedian. That's quality jokes right there.
Hey,
That was a good joke.
Do they have a song called 1 Inch Man?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, that's why I gotta ask. Maybe they're from El Centro, California. No.
So JP next.
Yeah, Jerry, what you got, man?
Jerry, you're next.
It's the Silent Album.
He's
The
yeah.
silent album.
Can you guys hear me? Or
Yeah.
We're waiting. Jeez.
man, I don't really know, man. I would just say
Waiting.
like, growing up, I would say
Fugazi.
no. They're both to give
I
the
know
biggest.
what Fugazi is. That's Italian. That's a fake.
No, it's
No,
a great band too. Fugazi.
No, but I was saying growing up as a kid, the most influential people were probably like Michael Jackson and Prince, like Purple Rain and Thriller.
Okay. Now you're
And
cooking.
those are probably
Now
like
you're
the,
cooking.
and they're both JWs, you know. I'm talking when I'm a kid, not when I'm an adult. Like most influential, because you know, like influential is like what influences you from when you're a kid till you're adult. And I used to love hearing those songs, even watching those music videos. Like I would watch them, even like Thriller, and like my mom and JW family like, oh no, don't watch him. He's an apostate. You know what I mean? I'm like that shit is dope. Like, you know, Thriller, like I used to like it, you know?
Yeah.
So those are my favorite, you know,
Some of your favorite things.
Hey, I knew it.
they're not my favorite artists or things, but I would say like the top songs that I would say that are like influential to me, or like
Penny likes Elvis.
that I really enjoy of all time, that I know people of all aspects can enjoy. You know, it's like those songs endure through like all time. You know, they're legacy songs. They'll always be around. So that's what I would say.
Penny likes Elvis.
Okay.
Yeah, check out the chat. Lots of good music in the chat.
Yeah, 50 million fans can't be wrong.
Miles Davis. Look at Stephen.
Yeah, Bitches
got him.
Brew is an amazing.
He's on.
Man, he's dropping home runs on us.
I got him. What you got to say, Stefan? We love you, man.
Didn't Elvis have an album called 50 million fans?
Can't get myself off of mute. Yeah, I think that
You hear?
I thought that, I thought I was the only one that loved Miles Davis as much as I do. I found out after Quincy Jones passed that he would get up every morning and he would listen along with breakfast to A Kind of Blue every single day. Now, can you imagine somebody with the musical mind of Quincy Jones, the type of album as sophisticated that it would have to be to keep his attention, that he would listen to it every single day?
And you're saying he died? I thought he was still alive.
Quincy Jones?
No, he's good.
Quincy Jones died recently.
He died just a few months ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Stephen,
yes, sir.
have you heard what some musicians say when they would talk to Miles Davis? That when they would play, he goes, think of what you're going to play and then play different. Or have you ever heard those? Have you ever seen those interviews?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy interviews. Miles Davis is a funny person. I'm not a famous person, but it just kind of seems like there's a lot of famous people that either I've met or have friends that have met. But I had a friend who I consider my big sister. I still do. We're kind of estranged because, I left the organization. But she would do the nails and what is that? Pedicure, manicure for Cecily Tyson when Cecily Tyson was married to Miles. And she said it so casually, like, here I am, the biggest Miles Davis fan ever. And her mom was also a jazz singer here in Chicago. And so her mom actually knew Miles. And so one day she started talking to Miles and she goes, I met you met my mom a bunch of times. And he goes, really? And he said, where? And so she told him, and he was like, yeah, I know her. How's she doing? She's like, oh, she's fine. She's still in Chicago and this, and that, and the other. And then I said, well, what was Miles Davis like? Because Cecily Tyson was too big of a star to come to her shop. She would have to close the shop to go to Miles's house to do her. So I said, so what was she like? She said, to be honest with you, she said, I couldn't stand Cecily Tyson. She was just completely full of herself and she just had mental issues. I was like, really? She said, yeah. You'd call the house and she'd answer the phone like she was the maid or the gardener or something like that. And it'd really be her. And she was just fake. She said, but Miles was the coolest. She said, but he's actually very quiet and very to himself. I said, okay, so when you go to the house, what would it be like? She said, well, Miles would always answer the door and her name is Deborah. He would always say, hey, Debbie. And he'd let her in and they'd talk for a couple minutes and then, he'd go and sometimes he'd be sketching or painting. And then other times he'd be like in a far room, someplace way down the hall somewhere. You could barely hear him playing the trumpet. She said that's all it was.
That's
And I
so
was
cool.
just amazed. I was like, man, if I could get in the Wayback Machine, I would have went with you. I'd carry your bags or whatever, just so I could go meet Miles. I had another story. Somebody talked about Ludacris earlier. My mom's
Oh
best
shit!
friend is Ludacris's godmother.
Wow.
So Ludacris, was it last summer? No, the summer before last. He got a star on the Hollywood Walk, and my mom's best friend, who I call Aunt Diane, she couldn't make it. So I said, "Well, I'll drive you," because he was coming to Chicago to open up for Janet Jackson, which is another connection. I'll tell you about that in just a second. So sure enough, when they came, she called or he called. And so we went, and he wound up having us stay for the concert, which we weren't really going to do. But we were hanging out the whole time backstage with Ludacris up until he went to perform. And he's the nicest guy, just the sweetest guy ever. He is so humble and beautiful as a person. You can't be starstruck. He just won't let you. You just can't be. He's like, I'm just a regular, you just can't be starstruck. And we were sitting there talking about those movies, the car movies, Fast and Furious and Vin D. We're just having this crazy conversation. And of course, right across the parking lot in her trailer was Janet Jackson. So he said, well, you guys want to go over and meet Janet? Well, I've wanted to meet Janet for a while because all my family's in California. So when I would get out of school in Illinois, winter break, summer break, I'd go get on a plane, go straight to California. I'd be there for the whole summer. And it just happened that the hall that I went to was the same hall that the mom, Catherine, and the oldest daughter, who was never in the music business of the Jackson family, it was the same hall that they went to. I never met Michael. I never saw him, I should say, or any of the other boys. I never even saw Janet. But apparently she would go every blue moon, but I was never there when she was there. And I didn't even know who they were. They were just the Jacksons. Nobody ever told me who they were until I got to be a teenager. But I would talk to them all the time. So I just wanted to meet Janet and tell her that story. And then the sister that I dated from there was friends with Janet and Dana Plato from, oh God, what was the name of the show with Todd Bridges?
Yeah.
So it's just all these coincidences. Somebody mentioned Larry Graham. When Larry Graham came to Illinois, he spoke to the witnesses. We had to drive from, he spoke in Indiana, excuse me. We had to drive from Illinois to Indiana. So we all got a chance to meet him and his wife. So he was very nice. So it's just funny hearing you guys talk. I'll tell you the last funny story. You'll never believe this one. I jokingly tell people that my cousin is Tupac. That's only half true. My cousin is actually Demetrius Schmidt, who is the guy who played Tupac in All Eyes on Me. So there's another coincidence for you. So, but anyway, going back
at the Kingdom Hall where you went to,
Different Strokes.
Did you hang out with the
Different Strokes? That's it. Thank you.
Did you hang out with
Kulti Talk mentioned it.
Did you hang out with when you were a kid? Did you hang out with the guy named Fashapani?
No,
because what's the guy Fashapani? Because he talks about being in that same hall with Jackson's mom.
My best friend was a guy named Daryl Fleming, so that's who I would connect. He's actually my oldest friend in the world.
Yeah,
that's who I would connect with every time I went. And then there was another dude there, a big goofy dude named Maldonado. So those are the two people that I remember the most. But the Fleming family and the Maldonados.
What congregation? What congregation?
I'm hard pressed to remember that. You're talking a long time ago.
The town.
We were in Orange County.
Okay, Orange County.
Yeah, that's the only way I wound up going to the hall. It just happened to be the closest one. It wasn't anything that because, like I said, I never even knew. I used to talk to Sister Jackson on a regularly because she would see me one day. What happened was it was funny. My grandfather came to the Kingdom Hall. My grandfather is not a religious person. The brother in his talk says something that resonated with my grandfather. My grandfather yells out, "Amen." And you can just imagine in the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses, somebody saying amen. So everybody turns around and looks, right? So after the meeting, this is how I met Sister Jackson. She comes up to me and she goes, who is that man that yelled amen? I said, that's my grandpa. And so she said, oh, he really I said, yeah, he really likes something that brother said. And that's how we got comfortable. And every meeting when I would see her, we'd always say hello. And then when I'd see her in the summer, she goes, "Oh yeah, I figured it was about time for you to be visiting." But again, this went on year after year. I never knew who she was. She was just Sister Jackson. It never came up. Nobody ever mentioned it. It wasn't until I got to be a teenager that somebody say, "You know who that is you talk to all the time?" And I say, "Yeah, Sister Jackson." And they say, "Yeah, but that's you know who that is." And I'm like, "Sister Jackson? No, who?" They said, "That's the Jackson clan. That's their mom." I was like, "No way!" I'm like Michael Jackson, and they're like, "Yeah, you didn't know that?" I said, "No." I said, "She told me she was from Gary, and I told her I was from Illinois. That's about as much as I ever knew, and maybe that's why she took to me." So, kind of funny.
Yeah,
All
I'm
these
not.
I think it was Penny Hoskins that said something about Billy Joel, and I'm going to read just a few lyrics from "The Stranger," 1977, from Billy Joel, because like this is totally Jehovah's Witness stuff. And just to give a background story, this song came on the radio, or maybe my mom was playing it because she loved. My parents had good taste in music, classic rock music, but when the song came on and I heard it, and I was with my mom, I looked at her and I said, "This song's about you." And she said, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Never mind." But here's the song. It's called "The Stranger." Well, we all have a face that we hide away forever, and we take them. Oh shit! Oh shit!
What happened?
Did your house
Can you
fall
hear me?
sideways?
I got
Oh,
you.
there.
Damn it! I had a call coming in and it messes me all up. I gotta come back.
It's Bob Roberts.
Is it your girlfriend?
Bob Roberts.
Is it Bob Roberts? Oh man. Hey, we need the name dropper back on. I like that guy. He was dropping names left and right.
That was Stephen.
Stephen, that was. He needs to be
Stephen
on
was
more.
bad.
That guy's awesome.
Why do you call
Yeah,
him
I'm
name
sure I can
dropper?
think of other people. I just can't. I never really sit down and think about this stuff until people
Yeah.
start talking, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I know that guy. I met that guy."
Did you meet any sports people or just musicians?
I worked. Okay, so years ago, obviously, at the height of the Michael Jordan Bulls era,
Yeah.
the company I worked for was a big real estate company. In this one area, it's called the Gold Coast. We owned an entire city block. Every building on that block, we owned. And at the top of one of these buildings was a world-class gym. And so Mike Jordan, Pippen, I never saw Dennis Rodman, but some of the other Bulls, they would go there and play against like an opposing team, friends on that team. They'd all meet there, and it was the craziest thing you ever want to meet because the women, when you see these ball players, the Kobe Bryants, and these guys, and they talk about all these women that they may have been around, it's probably hard to kind of imagine the pressure that these guys are under when you want to say, how could this guy be unfaithful to his wife? You have to see the pressure that these guys are under. We would be in that building because my office was in there, and I would ride up on the elevator with Jordan. Scottie Pippen's had a daughter that went to the same school that my son went to, so I would see Scottie Pippen all the time. He's the biggest jerk you ever want to meet. MJ, a lot of people said was a jerk, but what I did was I would never talk to him. I'd be riding on the elevator. I wouldn't say a word. Every blue moon, I might say, "Oh man, that game last night was amazing," and I just left it at that. So because I never talked to him, he started talking to me, and we just a little chit chat while we were in the elevator together. So I would run into Michael Jordan, and I could always tell when they were around because all these women would just be there all half naked. It was just the craziest thing you've ever want to see. Sammy Sosa, because I am not
Oh,
a
hey,
baseball
Colty.
guy. What's that?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I
Oh,
said something out loud when I reacted to something.
Sammy Sosa.
Was it
yeah, so
white
Sammy
Sammy?
Sosa.
Was it white Sammy or black Sammy?
No, this was Black Sammy. So I'm not a baseball guy, right? And at that time, I officed out of a building, the same building that Sammy Sosa lived in.
Uh-huh.
And so I never saw him ever, right? I kept hearing, "Oh, Sammy, because this was doing the home run derby with, I think his name is Mark McGuire, something like that.
Mark
Yeah,
McGuire. Yep.
But again, I'm not a baseball guy.
Yeah,
I'm a football, basketball guy, right?
Okay.
So one day I'm
I
downstairs in
love
the
baseball.
garage, and we have valet parking, and I'm waiting for the guys to bring my truck up. And something happened, and they were just backlogged, and we were waiting and waiting and waiting. So there's a guy comes down, and the guy's like shorter than me, but just wide, like twice as wide. And he's standing there, and he's like, "Man, what is taking these guys so long?" And I said, "Look, I said, there's nothing we can do. We might as well just wait." I said, "This doesn't happen that often, so something must have happened down there." So we just started talking, not about sports, not about pot. We just two guys talking, waiting on waiting on the car. So then I can see out of the corner of my eye, some big monstrosity is coming out of the garage. It was like an old school Hummer, some retarded color, big wave lifted up off the ground, gigantic tires. And I'm thinking to myself, what idiot does this truck belong to? I mean, it just was so ostentatious that it was just gaudy. It was just
We're gonna have to cancel you for using retarded.
Oh, sorry. Oh, geez.
We can't have.
I gave away my
I'm
age.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am like so old school that I use retard and fag all the time. Sorry, everybody. That's the generation I grew up in.
I just gave away my age.
You don't have to apologize to me, brother.
Hey, this is a family show.
So yeah, there you go.
No, it's not.
So,
this is after hours. This is not a family show.
So who's
me and the guy, we shake hands, and he goes his way. He goes and gets in the vehicle. And I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, you got to be kidding me!" And I'm laughing. I'm like, "Yeah, he's obviously overcompensating for something." This is what I'm saying to myself, right?
Yeah.
He gets in the Hummer and he drives off, and on the back it says Sosa.
Oh.
And so the guy that brings my car, he gets out and he comes. He goes, "Oh, you know Sammy Sosa?" I said, "No." He goes, "What do you mean you don't know him?" I said, "No, I don't know him." He goes, "The whole time you've been standing here talking to him, you didn't know?" I said, "I didn't even know who he was. We were just waiting on cars together." He was like, "Oh, you're kidding me. You should have asked for autograph." I said, "I don't know who he is. I don't like baseball. I wouldn't have known who this guy
Sammy
was."
Sosa was a legend in baseball.
It never came up. Yeah, we even had a big banner in the building, wishing him luck. And every time he hit a home run, the counter would go up in the building. But I just didn't know who the guy was. So it's just things like that.
Can I ask you a question real quick? I want to know more about the elevator.
With Jordan?
No, the girls.
Oh my God! The craziest thing I've seen was this blind. This blind had a body. It looked like it was just made in a somebody made it. It just was just perfect in every way. Too perfect, you know what I mean? Just all the cosmetic stuff. Yeah. And all she had on was a halter top, shorts where her behind is hanging out of the back.
You're talking too fast.
Sorry, halter top and shorts, the skimpiest shorts you ever want to see. No underwear, no anything. And her behind is hanging out of the back.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, and like her.
Calm down, Gigi.
Yeah, you gotta calm down. It was that kind of stuff, and they were all like that, and they were just groupies. I mean, it was nuts. And I was thinking to myself, you can see, and the thing with Jordan, and all of us Chicago people knew about Jordan. What Jordan would do is Jordan had women all over the country. So if he was going to play in LA, he's got a woman in LA. If he's going to Sacramento, he's got a woman. Every place where they play, he's got some woman set up. And in the same building that Sammy Sosa lived in, Oprah Winfrey had lived in this building at one point as well. He had this Asian chick. This is the baddest Asian chick. So one day I'm in the lobby talking to the doorman. And this girl, and I said, "Wow, she is just outrageously beautiful." And they go, "Oh, you know who that is?" And I said, "No." They said, "That's one of Jordan's girls." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Yeah." They said, "Jordan has a girl here. He pays for her condo, and so that's her." And I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" And he was like, "Yeah." He said they got him all over the country, And he wasn't the first person to tell me that. I just didn't know we had one in our building.
So he's an
Arab. Do you know the other addiction that Michael Jordan had?
Gambling.
He's a degenerate.
Big time. Worse than horse, because this guy was in the mafia.
Him and Charles Barkley.
Yep, they did big time degenerate gamblers almost. If it wasn't for their riches,
gamblers.
Are you saying that Michael Jordan is an Arab? Because he had
an Arab?
An Arab. Huh? Because he had harems.
Yeah, oh definitely. Definitely.
Damn.
And I
he was a gambler. Michael Jordan was a gambler. He would be in debt to some mafia guys in the Italian mob.
No, that's Michael Franzese. Did you see that Michael Franzese interview there's a YouTube channel called The Art of Dialogue. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
Michael Franzese was nonchalant about saying, I'm not saying that it's true at all. he was nonchalant about saying that Michael Jordan's refusal to pay his gambling debts is what got his father killed.
Yeah,
No.
we
And then they
all
sent
knew
his
that.
ass to play baseball to cool out.
Yeah, I've heard that too. That it was an Illuminati sacrifice. I've heard stuff like that.
Yeah, just like Cosby with Ennis and stuff like that. I've heard both sides.
Yeah.
Here recently, that Franzese guy was very nonchalant about being like, "No, that's what got him killed." I'm on the fence about it. It doesn't really matter, of course, in the long run, but it's a shame. Jordan can do amazing things, but to be a degenerate gambler, that must really suck. You can never get ahead.
Yeah, we
You know
all
what?
knew that.
Can I be honest with you guys? I don't know how you all are with gambling, but my experience with gambling, I used to gamble when I got this fellowship the first time for smoking weed.
Wrong.
My cousin introduced me to his friends, and we all gambled together in my buddy's attic, and at times my cousin's house too. And we would just, it was like, $20 buy-in. It wasn't too aggressive, and it wasn't like anybody was losing like their paycheck or anything. It was innocent. In my opinion, it was innocent gambling. The most you could lose was 100 if you were being reckless, but really it wasn't that bad. But that was taught to us that was bad, and all gambling is bad. And then I went to the casino, and then I could see how that completely changes. But I'm not going to lie. I lost all my money, right? And I had $50 left on me. And it was the first time I was in the casino. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'm done with poker. So I went to blackjack just to piss the rest of my money away. And it didn't end up that way. I was on a hot table. And I was with two friends of mine. And this is a true story. And I don't know why I'm going to tell it, but I am. So I ended up going like up $500, and I wasn't just up $500. I mean, up $500 from what I lost from like, I think I put $450 in or something like that, or whatever it was. And then I had 50 left, and then I put that in, and I was up 500. And I was like a premature ejaculator. Oh, I'm done. Nope. Right. I left. And I looked at my buddy, Andy, and I said, well, how hot, like his pile of chips were huge. So how much money you have? He's like, I'm on a streak. I can't talk to you right now. And his wife was like, he's up $7,000. I'm like, oh my God. And here's the funny story. And I'm sorry, everyone. I know that, but this is after hours. So this guy, for whatever reason, because I'm a Christian, I wouldn't do this, but he wanted me to have sex with his wife in front of him. And I would never do that. But I told him when he was up about $5,000, I said, we'll get a hotel and screw your wife. I don't care. Just keep all the money. Get out of here. And he screwed the money all the way down to $900. So that was a lesson of addiction and gambling that I saw, and it wasn't for me. Yeah, I made it weird. Everyone, sorry. Colty Talk's got popcorn symbols up.
So we go from homosexuality to this story. I mean, man.
Right. Well, there's nothing homosexual in this. It was.
I know, but if we stay up till 5 in the morning, I wonder what. Yeah.
Rick and Susan are going to rewatch this show and be horrified.
Gilbert,
Hey, Gigi, shut up, bro.
Do you think I'll get a warning? I might get a warning. Yeah.
Jerry, what'd you say?
warning.
So Gigi, shut up, bro.
Warning, this is a family show.
I'm taking.
Nah, man, it's not. It's after hours. I keep saying that. This is after hours.
I'm taking notes.
Don't bring your kids here. Don't bring your kids here.
I'm writing things down and I'm taking notes, man.
Yeah. I'm getting ready to go to bed.
Were you in Stephen's congregation?
Yeah, exactly.
Stephen who?
The guy that was in Chicago with Sammy Sosa?
Stephen.
Yeah, that's good. Your
No, that's me,
guest?
Stephen, yeah.
Your guest?
I'll give you my.
Who's
I'll give you my
Stephen?
last-
I don't know.
It's
He's your
Stephen.
guest.
Is it Stefan or Stefan?
Stephen.
Stefan.
How do I know?
I
how
have
to
a
pronounce
request. Should I take care of the request real quick?
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yes.
All right. Well, shit, my lyrics are gone. She said she wanted to know what I had to say about the stranger, and it's from Penny. So hold on. Hold on 1 second. I can
Put it
type
on.
up real quick.
Put it on.
All
Let's
right.
hear it.
Will it come through if I just play it on the speaker on my phone?
Yeah. We'll listen to it.
You're about to
Okay.
find out.
Oh shit! I'm not on YouTube. Now I am. Okay, cool.
Would you get it together, please?
Commercial.
That's why you need zero trust.
One
It better not
second.
be for FanDuel either.
The Stranger? No, The Stranger's good. It's about my mom.
Stop it! Now I'm gonna.
It's about putting on a false narrative of who you are. You put on The Stranger. You put on like a false person, a false perception of how people see you.
This is the best show ever, man. 6 Strings.
Can you hear it?
No, it's coming in on JP.
It comes in slow at first. You hear that whistling?
No, it's drive-through style.
Yeah.
Is it bad? Yes. Yeah, we'll get rid of it.
Hey, are you using JP's phone?
Okay, we all have. I'll just read the lyrics because it's not going to come through. Go ahead, guys. Pick up the slack for me.
Well, I was gonna drop
I'm
my
wearing
last.
sweatpants. I can't.
I was gonna drop my last two names if GB is listening.
Yes, let's do it.
All right,
I want to hear.
I'll leave the lyrics later.
It's the Obamas.
Whoa!
That's a dual story. So Michelle Obama, I went to the same high school Michelle Obama attended. Now, she graduated before me.
No way.
Wow.
And
Really?
so yeah. So we
Is
went
she a
to the same
dude? Is
high
she a
school.
dude?
She's a dude.
She's a dude, right? Come on, dude. She's a dude.
She was already.
Let her finish the story, guys. Jeez.
She was
I
already.
am. I'm on the finish.
I was just saying she's already gone before I got there, so I didn't. It's not like we attended at the same time. We attended the same school. Now, when I go forward years later, and I was telling you the company I worked for was this large real estate company, so we had a development which was literally right across the street from what was Harpo Studios, and Oprah was just shutting it down and doing all of that. We were directly across the street. We had a gym in our building. And I wish I could go back in time and introduce myself and try to make a connection. But guess who used to play basketball regularly in that gym? Barack Obama, the guy who eventually became the mayor of Chicago. I got his name on the tip of my tongue.
Rahm Emanuel?
Rahm Emanuel. There you go. Thank you. Because Rahm Emanuel and Barack Obama are very close. But all those guys, including Michelle Obama's brother, which is Barack Obama's brother-in-law, all those guys would be in there playing basketball. And we used to make fun of them. We'd be like, who are these old dudes trying to play ball?
They can't ball.
But that was Barack Obama, Rahm Emanuel, the brother-in-law, and God only knows who else. So every time I think of it, I just kick myself. Like, if I had just gone over there and introduced myself, my whole life might have changed.
Yeah, you'd be dead.
Well, that's no change.
Yeah, that's a change. Or you could have been a Secret Service or something.
Sure.
Hey, favorite basketball player of all time? I'll go first. Larry Bird.
Oh, that's good.
Who's next?
Favorite is not one of the greatest, but he's my favorite. Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, I like him too. No, I understand that pick. Yep.
Did we finish the album and went to basketball? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, okay.
Well, basketball got brought up from Stefan, so.
Well, for me, obviously, being from Illinois, it's got to be Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan for sure. Yep.
Why
Steph Curry.
Stefan not on this program more often?
Steph Curry? Who said Steph Curry?
Oh no.
Yeah, who said Steph Curry? I agree. He's good too.
I'm on this show all the time.
Oh yeah, that's right. You are.
Yeah, he is. He's always here.
Ricky, let me tell you the story real quick. Let me just tell you the story.
No, just kidding.
I'm from LA, so I got to say Magic Johnson.
Yeah, dude. All right, Jerry. Magic Johnson's my second. He's my second pick.
Yeah,
you know why? He was the facilitator. That dude just was like, "I'm taking the shot," and pass the ball to the dude that dunked it in. Yeah,
I gotta tell you the story about basketball.
I'm gonna piss you guys all off. Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, he was Magic.
I know. I like Isaiah Thomas too. Was he 76ers? No, wait.
No, he was Pistons.
Troy, bad boy.
Pistons.
Hey, I gotta tell you this story. In 1976, we had a train called the Freedom Train. Have you ever heard of the 310 to Yuma, the movie?
Yes.
Okay, well, down here in Yuma, we have this railroad station, and that's where the territorial prison is at, and it was called that's where they did the movie The 310 to Yuma.
Okay.
Well, we have a train there, and we had the Freedom Train came by in 1976 in the bicentennial, and it was the first time I ever probably saw air conditioning or a conveyor belt. But in there, and it was real. I begged my mom and dad to take me, so we went. And I don't know if Gilbert remembers. He must have been a baby at the time, 76. He was probably 5. Do you remember, Gilbert?
Like yesterday.
Okay, and we went in there, and there was a shoe that was about a size, I don't know what. It was probably bigger than I was at that time.
Oh no!
And it was a big sign, and in there they had the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and everything Americana was in the freedom. Everything about America, pop culture. But there was a section for the NBA or for basketball, and it said the greatest basketball player of all time. Guess who it was in the Freedom Train? Yeah, Will Chamberlain.
Oh, wow.
And so a little kid sees that, and you believe, like, it said that Muhammad Ali was the greatest. And so you believe it as a kid, you know. You really thought that Will Chamberlain was the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yes.
Hey, I saw Wilt Chamberlain when I was about 11 years old at the USF gym. They played a game, and Nate Thurman was a rookie. This is a team they played against the Hawks with Richie Guerin, Pettit, Lenny Wilkins. And believe me, Wilt Chamberlain, I said Steph Curry, but I'll go close second there, and a close third. I like John Stockton was an amazing guy. I played that position in high school, point guard, so I focus on that. But I saw it, and I was a young guy. I was sitting right under the basket. It's a small gym, and the Warriors had just come from Philadelphia, and their venues were kind of scattered where they played. But I seen Wilt Chamberlain, and believe me, that dude was a dominant guy, man.
So what was that? About 68, 69?
I think it was in 62.
Whoa.
Yeah, because by that time, he had moved on. He played for the 76ers. They became a new team because the Warriors were originally from Philly. And then he played for the Lakers at the end. But when I saw him, it was the year he was averaging 50 points a game and 20 rebounds. And I saw him.
Was it called the ABA, or what was it called?
No, it was the NBA. It was the NBA. Yeah, heck yeah. It was full blown NBA. I mean, all the Celtics were winning. You know, they were the champ. Bill Russell, he went to USF. He came from McClymonds High School over in Oakland. So I get back to that era. You know, I saw that stuff.
That's cool.
He was awesome.
Now I'll tell you,
a basketball player I can remember is Kobe Bryant.
Yeah,
and I remember he was a great Laker player. And I remember the night before he died, I was in Chatsworth, California, with my sister. And this was just maybe not long before I woke up from the witnesses, maybe like a year before. And we went, I forget the city, but it was right outside of Chatsworth, not about 5 miles from where Kobe Bryant crashed.
Wow.
And we went to this club, and we went to see that band War.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the old classic band War.
Oh, yeah.
We went to go see them. And then I remember we're heading home, and we had an Uber driver, and he was driving us, and I was sitting up in the front seat. And it was so foggy that night, and all my family, they were like, had drinks. Everybody's having a good night. And the Uber driver was driving, and he was scared because it was so foggy, and my family was like telling him to turn up the radio. And at some point during the trip, I told everybody, I'm like, everybody shut up. I went like that. I'm like, it's foggy as hell. I'm like, let this driver drive. And then he barely got us home because it was so foggy. And then the next morning when I was going home, it was just a few miles from where it was. I remember I left home early in the morning, and all my family were still asleep because we got home late that night from the concert before. And when I was on my way home, I heard it on the radio, and they said that there was a helicopter crash, and that apparently, supposedly that Kobe Bryant was in the crash, and possibly like one of his child,
No way.
like his daughter or something. And I was like, oh my God. And I was driving home, and I was like 5 miles from the crash, and it was still like foggy as hell that whole day. But I'll never forget that. And I always remember that he was a basketball legend out here in LA. But I remember that morning. It's like something you can never forget. I always remember that morning, and even that night where he crashed, we were driving like right through that town. It was like so foggy. And I remember like just scared. It was so foggy, and even the Uber driver, he was so scared to drive through that road that night. It was so foggy. I couldn't even imagine how that helicopter pilot was driving the next morning with Kobe Bryant. It was so foggy, and it was like less than 5 miles from that where he crashed from where we were. It's just unbelievable that happened.
Yeah.
But that was just that story I had to say. But yeah, but talking about basketball legends, Kobe Bryant, and being from LA, Kobe, it's all about Kobe Bryant and Magic Johnson. Like, I could care less about LeBron James, but it's all about Kobe and Magic Johnson, like old school out here in LA for me.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Apostle.
There's Jerry West
Hey,
back in the day.
yes. If I can answer to Penny and the Hoskins in the comment section, yes, this is still live, and Culty Talk is falling asleep. Probably because we're doing locker room talk. Guys are talking about sports. Did sex come up too? Yeah, I guess I did that.
It's locker room banter.
Yeah, this is the locker room talk after an hour. Jesse keeps saying it's for your kids. Stop trying to get me in trouble. I'm telling you, no. This ain't for your children.
No, family. I said family.
Hold on. I don't know who El Nelson is. Can I join? Yes, there's a link right here. For StreamYard, just copy and paste, and I'll let you in.
I'll bail out because I'm about to run out of battery. Good night, guys.
I am too. Where are we at here? I'm at 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'll tell you what. I'll go to 4 hours if I can make it there. I'll try.
I was going to tell GB that I met.
All right, hey, no, let's say goodnight to Jesse. Jesse, he already left. I was going to do a salute to him and everything. All right, Gigi's my witness. You can tell him later.
Hey, GB.
I'll give him a salute to Jesse. Later, cabron.
What'd you say?
Hey, GB.
I said later, cabron.
I know.
Is that a swear?
They can figure it out.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a new person coming in. Let's say hi to Colty Talk. Let's say hi to Colty Talk.
All right.
Hey, Colty Talk. How you doing, man? Hey.
Hi, I just had to stop by and give you some female energy.
We love it because there's too much sausage fest going on here.
Sausage fest. Yeah. Have you guys checked out Vexed Cortex? His channel is freaking awesome. I just love it.
Yeah, that's our buddy Johnny.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Oh, really? That's Johnny, like the Johnny I know with Jared?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on here right now, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, speak to her channel, brother. She's shouting you out, dude. You got a fan here.
Yeah, man. Talk up, bro.
Yeah, it's like I'm putting out videos to help out. I'm just limited by my computer power right now. But next month when I move, just like you and Eric and Jerry know, when I move to Missouri next month, I'm getting a Mac Daddy set up, and then it's on like crazy. I'll be able to really pump out some sweet stuff.
So awesome. I'm really enjoying it, and what you're doing is so important.
What is it? What does he do? What kind of videos does he do?
Spirituality.
Like really in-depth stuff?
It's about raising your consciousness.
cool.
Absolutely. It is so, it's fantastic.
I didn't want. I don't watch them because I didn't go to college, and so I'm not real smart.
Now, hey, you smart, Gigi. You gotta listen to him.
Yeah, I barely graduated high school, so that's not really, as we know, that's not really the point. What it is that like I only got hooked up with the XJW community on January 22nd of this year, and I mean this in a good way. What I noticed was that particular subject matter was already being took care of by everyone. I'll just put it that way, because like it's needed, you know. But I've been out for 27 years, so my distance from others in a good way kind of made me see that I could, you know, fill a different role in helping out and contributing in some positive way. And that's on the opposite end of the spectrum, not in a bad way from everybody else, but just that, you know, that the counseling and the healing from trauma and stuff like that, and people getting their stories out, which is totally vital to do, that was already being handled by other people. So I'm over here on, to use some street terms on that different shit, you know, to where I'm, you know, my videos are, which there's only 2 of them so far. I have a bunch of them on the computer, but to upload still and kind of refine. But it's just consolidating, you know, 30 years of spiritual practice into some easy to understand format for everybody to see what their power is, blah, blah, blah. But that's really appreciated, Calty. It helps me to keep doing it. Just like when Jerry told me a few weeks ago, I took a screenshot of what Jerry told me like a month ago. He was like, dude, if you'll make those videos, you can help out more people than you can imagine.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's why I'm so excited to show them in the Discord and everything, and it's going to be fire. And I got some people that I want you to meet. So we're going to set that up.
Yeah, it sounds good. I can't wait until I'll be able to really do a lot more.
Speaking of people to meet, one of my best friends is here, like under Jerry, like, or maybe they're the same, but like Emily's here, and if everyone can just say hi to Emily. And
Hi, Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Hello, everyone.
I'm so glad you came by. That's cool.
What's up,
We
Emily?
were talking about music all night. We were
With your
talking about
crazy
music all
hair.
night tonight.
And my loud boyfriend. I'm so sorry.
No, his name is Andrew. Damn it.
His name is Andrew. I don't know if he wants his face on.
And he's awesome.
Hi, Andrew. Damn it.
Okay.
What's up, Andrew?
Never heard that last name before. That's interesting.
That's what I was going to say.
Anyways,
That's funny.
guys.
We're all having fun tonight.
I came in at the baseball.
No, Penny Hopkins is still
XJW world.
Well,
you came in at Sammy Sosa, you said?
Sammy Sosa?
Baseball in general. I don't know who I came
Oh,
in.
yeah. We were
Those
talking
were all
about all
before
kinds
me.
of stuff tonight. Baseball and a lot of music. And sex.
Oh, jeez.
I was trying to tell
I think I went there. Sorry.
And gambling. And gambling, too.
Gambling, yes.
I was trying to tell Gigi
all the things.
Go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead, Stephen.
I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Stephen.
He brought up Isaiah Thomas. No, Isaiah Thomas, I actually did get to meet and spend some time with because
you did the baseball player. No shit.
Isaiah Thomas is the basketball player from the Pistons.
Yeah,
who's actually a Chicago guy. A lot of people don't know that he's actually a Chicago guy, but he was so hated in Chicago because for years the Bulls couldn't get past the Pistons.
His basketball. Sorry,
to get to the finals, and so he was just hated here. And even when we met him, it took a little while before we kind of warmed up to him. But he's actually a cool guy. But the company I worked for at the time, he did he partnered with us on a deal, so we got to hang around him quite a bit. Really cool guy.
Think about Isaiah Thomas. He's the basketball player, and in the off season, all of the guys would hang out, and they would always say, "What are you doing in the off season?" Everybody would go, to Barbados or different countries. And he was going back to school, and he got his master's degree. He was the president of the players union for the basketball association. They all loved him. But on the court, he was the most hated man on the court. But off the court, he was the most respected man because, he fought for the players.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know what? You know what's funny is that like the reason why I like Larry Bird is because he was a white boy that talked shit to everybody, and he could back up for everything that he'd say. He would be like, "Hey man, I'm gonna take 2 steps backwards from the 3-point line and fake a left to the right, and like fade and go away and shoot it," and he would. And then listen, it's psychological warfare at that point. You're in their head. You just prop
Has anyone seen the
your
That's
shit
funny.
talking is so good that you prophesied what's going to happen.
You're right,
That
that's
is
funny.
psychological warfare. Go ahead, Emily.
called the Nations, Star Nations?
What's that?
Nothing. You're beautiful. The joking around basketball team. What are they called?
Harlem
Gold
Globetrotters.
Stars. Gold
The Globetrotters, yeah.
Stars. I saw them when I was just a wee little lad,
Oh.
and oh my goodness, that's my best memory with my dad.
Oh,
That's
nice.
cool.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
It
man,
was
for
so
sure.
amazing
Sports
talking
can
about
bring us
basketball.
together.
What was
Nice.
that?
I said sports bring us together sometimes, like
Right.
good
Yeah.
things like that. Yeah.
I played sports my entire life, so when you guys talk about it, I'm like picturing myself on the court.
Oh wow.
Nice. That's cool.
Wow, Eric. You see what you do in your show? That's pretty cool.
What's
man.
that?
Yeah, you're helping out with therapy, the show. That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm trying to do, man. I'm trying to get away from Jehovah's Witness talk all the time and just start with that and then go to therapy.
Yeah.
You know, like that's why music was such a good topic, and Anne Marie helped me with that tonight. But yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to bring. The theme of my show should be Al Green, love and happiness.
Yeah.
Love and happiness.
Yeah.
I love that. That's great.
That was
Thank you,
beautiful.
Colty. What do you got to say, Colty? You haven't had much time to talk.
Oh, I don't really have that much to say. I'm just like hanging out. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning here, so this is rare for me.
You're Eastern
I'm in
time,
rare
and I'm
form.
Central.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch. How are you
I
still
just saw
awake?
you on and
I know, right?
figured I would stop by. I stopped by Linda's right before this. So, yeah.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
That makes me wonder, like, why do we have shows that are all around the same time? Because there's another show that I listen to sometimes during the week. Not show, I should say, but YouTube channel sometimes during the week. And then all of a sudden he started doing like a live at the same time as 6 screens. And I'm like, why does everybody do that?
Yeah.
Because
my boy Bob Roberts from Australia goes, "It's only 5 o'clock here. Keep going." In the afternoon. No, it's in the afternoon, and it's hold on, we're Saturday. This is Sunday for him. He's like in the future. He's in the future. He's in the future. He's 15 hours ahead of us. By the way, Emily, he's going to be in our group chat. His name is I can't remember, Metz something, but he's going to be in our group chat.
Bring it on.
But yeah, word on. I have a PlayStation family as well as the XJW family, and that's how I met Emily with the green hair.
Emily has green hair? Okay. Oh.
Yeah, she has green hair. Right
It's
now,
kinda like
it's brown.
faded blue, teal, green thing.
Yeah, it has faded.
It
It's
looks
almost
like
blonde,
mauve.
green, blue. Yeah, turquoise.
I don't know in this lighting, but it's turquoise, and then it goes straight to clear. It's just clear strands of hair.
Who wants the lotto?
There's like all the dye that I've done to it. You guys are boys, you can understand. Except for
No, we don't know.
lady friend over here. Do you dye your hair?
I totally understand. Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. We got another cool chick here.
It is so dead. Oh. But yes, it's green right now. Teal. Turquoise. Anyways, hi guys. I was in a whole
Hello.
different state today.
Oh, you actually, when you drove 3 hours, you went like that far?
It was the whole other
Hey, Andrew.
state. I'm in Minnesota, by the way. If anyone was wondering. Oh, there's Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew, damn it.
Who said that?
Me.
I
That's
just see
funny.
the little rings. I'm getting used to technology. I'm really bad at it. And I see there's a lot of people here, so I'm nervous.
Clear strands of hair and getting used to technology. Alien, for sure. Alien.
That's bad funny.
You were an agent. I knew it.
Wow.
I like that. Who said that?
Me.
Me is who?
The voices in your head.
That's funny.
He's gonna kill me. I love
Maybe.
this.
Are you talking to me?
All right, it's rated R. It's rated R here. It's okay.
It is rated R.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we're not cursing like every other second, but you know.
Oh bleep.
So it's
Yeah,
20.
it's all right.
Well, am I allowed to vape on my e-cig?
You can. Yes, of course. You can.
Haram.
Cool. I said pool.
Hey, only if Jerry vapes on it. I mean, smokes his pipe.
Jerry has
Put
a
him on
pipe?
the spot. Yeah, he smokes.
Is
He
it
smokes
Sherlock?
pipe. Yeah, like Sherlock. Pipe tobacco.
I
Yeah,
broke
that's
mine.
Jerry's thing.
Yeah, it's a
Go ahead,
cigar
Jerry.
tonight, buddy.
Oh, you got a cigar tonight, man? All right, cool.
I
Yeah.
had one.
Pipe-
I had one
Pipe
yesterday.
tomorrow.
JP.
I love tonight's show. It's so laid back. It's cool.
Pipe Sundays. I'll be smoking a pipe tomorrow.
Gigi for GB thinks we're all heathens. He's like, they're all going to hell.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, you got to go somewhere.
You got to go somewhere.
Right? Or
Not
sometime.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
gotta-
sometime. Yeah.
I choose Pluto.
Well, one day when I see Gigi at a meetup, I'm going to give him a back massage.
And a happy ending after?
Make it,
Oh, jeez.
make it nice and weird.
See, there,
Nah, he can go to the parking lot for that one.
there Ricky Bobby goes again with the homosexual thing. Come on, Ricky. You know,
Hey man, if you're gonna, dudes are talking about giving each other massage, so I'm gonna go there. Yeah,
I did not say anything.
but Jerry did. He wanted to give you a massage, so I said, "Hey, is a happy ending coming after?" Because that's how it is in Rhode Island. Happy ending massage. Boom, every corner, Asian Japanese massage. We work you up real good. Work.
It went from a massage to a happy ending, man. Give me a break, you know. Where'd you go with this? You know, you jumped off the bridge. You know, come on, man. You got lots of things.
This is all I know. This is all I know.
Eric, Gigi is not afraid of the sex talk. He was on whose channel the other day talking about pubic hair.
You know, that's what Jehovah for that. You know, Jehovah's judging.
Because I know how he is.
Oh, Linda James.
All I have to do is talk about it a little bit, and then he'll open himself up.
Oh, Gigi's going to get judged too by Jehovah too for speaking against him and his organization. Oh, he's in big trouble. You guys are in big trouble.
You sound like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. New York's coming after you. Yeah, New York's coming after you guys. They're really mad. They're not in Brooklyn anymore. They're up north, up in Warwick. They're coming after you guys. You better look out. You're going to get knocked off.
This is good. Good night, Penny Hoskins. Hey, listen, before she goes, I know that, like, you know, some things went down. You were uncomfortable, but we're really sorry. I hope that's all water under the bridge. Come back anytime, Penny. Love you.
Night.
And don't forget to bring something to drink.
For this show, you'll need it.
I know.
Gigi thinks I'm a pin. She's going to call me tomorrow. Ricky Bobby, what were you doing? What were you thinking, Ricky?
Shout out to who I call Keebs. Nice shirt, by the way. Do you know who
Thank
they are?
you. I've praised your shirt. So this is the coolest thing. So everybody, you know how I talked about this shirt tonight, right? Everybody knows how I talked about it. Guess who gave it to me? Boom. This cool chick. Yep. Emily's the one that got me the shirt.
No way.
So I talked about it all night, and everyone praised the shirt all night. You didn't see the comment sections, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Jess
you.
is
It looks
asking
beautiful.
Very
I
nice.
wore it for this reason, actually. It's so cool that you came on. Hey, Drew.
I like it. It
Your
looks
girl's
dope,
got good taste. Your girl's got good taste. Drew probably saw the shirt. He's like, hell no.
No, he
I
actually bought
told
the
you.
shirt. That was from him.
Jesse
Oh,
thought
it
it
I
was
was?
told
Well,
you.
thank you, Drew. You rock,
Jesse,
man. I've been getting a lot of compliments
Yeah.
from girls, so thank you.
Jesse thought the shirt was pink.
Women.
Remember?
Yes, it
The
looks
shirt
really
looks
nice.
very worldly, Eric. I love it. It looks very worldly. I love
Was
it.
it? Is it pink though? Remember? Jesse wanted to know if it was
It's
pink.
pink. It's pink. I'm sporting the pink, man. I don't care.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
Keebs is a real man.
That's
Real men
right.
wear pink.
Real men wear pink. Absolutely. Hey,
I
Kofi.
haven't heard that
Kofi
my
Talk likes
entire
pink. Maybe
life.
she's like not on guys. What do you think,
You're
Kofi?
proving it.
Real
No,
apostates.
you gotta be very secure in your manhood. So
I am.
more power to you. More power to you.
All
I
right.
say. Looks
You know
good.
what's cool too is that it's
like
some kind of
saying-
cartoon or something, some kind of character or a movie or a cartoon. I don't know, and I don't want to know because I
Can I
keep
call
getting
them?
people that are like, I like your shirt, and they're like, it's cool for like whatever the cartoon is, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to know.
Can I say the title of it?
We'll keep it that way for now. It's cool. The mystery
Hey,
is
why
awesome.
you guys so uptight with Eric's shirt? What is it? A pioneer?
I can't hear you,
It's a
Emily.
cartoon character. You're very muffled,
Oh.
dear.
I am.
No,
Is that
not
better?
you. Not you, Eric.
Oh.
The other one.
Oh, Jerry's wicked muffled. He sounds like he's like talking like in a muffler. Like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Hey Eric, that's a nice
Yes,
shirt.
sir.
For me to poop on.
For me to follow Conan O'Brien. Oh, you will know Triumph the insult dog. Oh, you
Yeah.
dirty dog. You
That's a
dirty
lovely shirt for
dog.
me to poop on.
Hey, listen.
Hey,
I'll be the bad.
can
I'll
you
be the
guys-
bad Triumph. I'll have the joint in my mouth instead. You dirty dog. You
Can you
dirty
guys-
dog.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
I'm getting canceled.
Why
Yeah,
are you
that's
guys
way better,
being
Jerry.
so? Why are you guys being so uptight with Eric with his pink shirt? What is he, a pioneer?
He's a missionary. Oh, I shouldn't have said that word.
My mind
I
went
should-
straight to the gutter.
I
My mind
regretted
went
it as soon as
straight
I
That
to
said
was a
that.
good joke. That was a good joke.
Hey, what
So
the
he
hell's
was
up with JP?
exemplary.
What the hell's up
Stefan.
Hey, what
He's
the
a
hell is
missionary.
JP doing? JP's
Hey,
JP's
hey,
trying to get
Stefan,
a
You guys are
job.
killing me. You guys are killing me.
Go ahead,
JP's
JP.
trying to get a job
Hey,
at a.
Stefan, that's slander, brother. Stefan, that's slander. That's slander, brother. Judicial
JP.
committee.
No,
There you go.
no Danish.
Has anybody
Yeah.
noticed that JP's trying to get a job at a cellular commercial? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you hear me
hello.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. AT&T or whatever the Verizon. Oh, it was Verizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Verizon. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a apostate wireless.
Yeah, possibly. Can you hear me now? Jeez. What the hell?
What's up, Emily?
Nothing. I'm just enjoying this.
That's cool. Yeah, it's been locker room talk after hours.
Emily, and you know what the best part of this whole show, Emily, is? The best part is that we did not charge you today. It was free. It was just like we do this every so often where you don't have to pay.
Wait for the catch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
The catch is we need your soul.
It's just like-
I want to hear from him.
What,
GB
what
puts
do
up his Venmo
we
address.
need her soul. What are we, Watchtower?
yeah. But next time you're gonna have to pay.
The first
What's the
tip's
catch?
always free.
Yeah, the first
The
is always
first catch.
yeah. But you're gonna have to pay.
We've heard this before with drugs.
Yeah.
Hey man, the first time of doing cocaine's free. I know that fucking trick. Sorry, Rick.
Yeah, man, you're
Rick's
gonna get such a
listening
talking
in
to
right
when Rick moderates this show, Eric. You're gonna get such a talking to.
You're going
Tonight
Is he gonna
I'm gonna get
watch
a
it
talking to
back?
tonight.
You won't see a cheese
that called, things?
finish
Nah.
ever again, bro.
I
What's
said,
that
is
called?
he gonna watch it back?
Hey,
Is he gonna
Stefan.
watch it?
Yeah.
He
He-
watches. He
uh,
watches everything. Yeah, he
Oh,
watches
boy. Hi,
everything. Him and
Rick.
Susan.
We
Yeah.
love you, Rick.
Yeah. He might get
Nah,
removed tonight.
Rick's
Yeah, I know.
okay with me. I've gotten
Yeah,
away with
he's
a lot
gonna
with
get
Rick.
removed.
He's gonna get privately reproved.
Yeah. No,
Nah,
he's gonna get
I'm above
removed.
that.
And Eric,
I'm part of the governing body here, so he would have to remove me as the governing body. You know, I'm
you're
one of
gonna
like how
lose.
many of us are there? 9 or 12 of us? I don't know. Like Anne Marie, myself, right? Barbara Anderson. He'd have to go through a process, right? He'd have to get the votes.
You're gonna
Well,
lose
Sound
your
like you're a big
That's
dog.
funny.
hey, while we're talking about this, Gigi,
You're
did
gonna
you
lose
say
your
that? Gigi, did you say that Tony Morris passed?
No,
No,
maybe
Okay,
past gas, but no, I don't know.
because that was even in the chat, and I was like, I don't think he passed.
I
I
never
No.
heard that. Nah.
The only thing I heard about Tony Morris is that apparently there's a new lawsuit out of New York, and I believe he was one of the guys that has to testify. That's the only thing I ever heard about him.
Who's
What I
Tony
did hear
Morris?
is that Tony Morris is being stalked by some woman with a lawnmower that's trying to mow his
Yeah,
ass. Yeah,
yeah,
but that's all I know.
Oh,
right.
Selena Vertolomo.
Yeah,
There you go.
Who's
but
Tony
that's all
Morris?
I know.
That never
Anthony
happened.
Morris.
That was a false. That was another false prophecy.
Anthony Morris was of the governing body, which is a group of guys that run the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, one weekend, he just like disappeared out of the group, and there was an announcement on the Jehovah's Witness website that he was no longer a member with no explanation.
Wow.
And basically, ever since then, he has just dropped off the planet. So, like all of the media that he was in, all those graphics were redone. Any
Yeah.
kind of
They kicked
videos
him
that
the
he
fuck out.
participated, any videos that he
Yep.
participated in, they were
They
all
erased. They
removed
erased him.
and re-recorded. He was
Yep.
just completely persona non grata with no explanation.
Well, you know who does that, right? You know who does that in world history? The communists would always do that. The Russians, it would always just
Yeah.
erase history, erase you from the
They
books.
they purge them, purging.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like
So he was
and they
purged.
burn books.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was purged.
Yep.
but
No doubt, man.
but they're not part of the New World Order and the New World Translation. Yeah, that's just a coincidence.
Right.
Yeah. No, he
How
got
about
bought
that
off.
weather
In my
outside?
opinion, he just got bought off. That he didn't want to go with the program, and he wasn't going to be giving those speeches like the overlapping generation. He probably
Right.
wanted to go a different direction, and they said, "Okay, you got to go."
Well, it's either
Well,
that
who said he
or
was
his
testifying?
alcoholism got out of control.
That's
What's
it.
that,
Who
Colty?
said that he's testifying?
That was me. That's there's a new law. There's a number of videos out there,
Yeah.
but there's a new lawsuit out of New York where they actually are suing the governing body, and they are suing
Yes.
specific members, and so
See,
those
I think
members
it
are
had
going
to do with that. I think it had to do with that.
You never
That's why
know,
he
because
disappeared.
there's other sitting governing body members that are, more than likely going to have to testify, and they're still there.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
okay.
personally believe it's his alcoholism,
Yeah.
to be honest, because there was just a
Mm,
number of videos. I really can't stand to
yeah.
watch the videos no more than about
I
10
don't think
minutes.
it is. I don't think it is that.
You
But
don't?
there are a number of
What do you
videos where he
think?
is
I
clearly tipsy.
can I
Clearly.
just say that I know that he had an alcohol problem, but I think they all do. Like not all of them, but like a good amount of them. I don't think that's the problem. I'm going to tell you
That's a
what I
great
think the
point.
problem is.
That's a great point
Ju-
right there.
Just from me knowing Anthony Morris personally, and I mean that, I met him, and I didn't just meet him. He was my pioneer instructor, and then we exchanged numbers, and I came by his house and fixed his car for him because I was an auto body. So I know this guy. He is a diehard Rhode Islander. He's from my state,
Mhm.
literally, and they don't like change. They hate it. We absolutely hate change. We can't stand change. This man was not willing to go in the direction of the organization. I believe they booted him for his disbelief in much of a way like Raymond Franz, except different because I think Anthony Morris actually believed in the bullshit. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
Mm,
he couldn't erase his mind from what he was programmed from, and he would die for that, where everyone
Mhm.
else was like, no, we're moving on. Jehovah's Chariots moved. I think that's what it is. I think that's why. I think that's the business move behind it.
Well, unfortunately, because this organization is so insular, we'll never really know.
We'll never really know. Yeah.
But I do know there was a Bethelite who served I guess, for a few years around him, and he said in an offhand comment talking about something completely different, but he definitely said that Tony Morris was removed. For those that said no, he left because of his health, or he just got tired. No, he was removed. Now the why he didn't know, but for sure he was removed.
Well, can I say something about this?
No.
I mean, since the
No.
show has gone to Tony Morris now for music and other things, like let's
I
talk
know.
about.
I kind of miss the
let's
music
talk about
topic, actually.
Let's talk about Antmo, man. What I think about him is like, obviously, yes, he was removed. They announced it. But we don't even know if this guy is alive. Like, we don't even know if Watchtower technically knocked him off or what. Yeah, he was supposedly in Lumberton, Pennsylvania.
Right.
You know, the blue envelope covered that.
Yep.
This lady, Selena Vertoloma, went there, supposedly went to the hall, asked him. She never got no footage of Antmo, never talked to him. So we don't even know if he's there. The guy could be dead. Like,
Well, she disappeared
how
too.
do we even
What
know?
happened to
There's not
her?
even,
Yeah, she's off the map.
what happened to her? Exactly what I'm saying. But what my point being is, we don't know what happened to that man. He disappeared off the face of the earth. There's some theories, but there's not even one footage, not one clip, nothing of this guy. And he was the leader of 8 or 9 million Jehovah's Witnesses. And he moves to Lumberton, and there's not one person in a grocery store in the last, since 2023, when he got removed, to find him in a liquor store or a local grocery store or nothing.
Yep.
There's not
It's
even
weird.
a picture of him. There's not even a picture of him sitting in front of his front yard.
So what's your point?
I mean, come on, guys. Like, I don't even think this guy's alive.
Oh, okay.
So you think he's dead?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Do you?
So
Do you
saying
can
we
you?
should have a
Can you?
poster that says dead or alive?
Well. I think they would like to think he was dead, but like, I think he's just incognito. I think he's like under. I think
That
like think
much,
about
though?
all right, well, listen. The Jehovah's Witnesses are a mafia, right? They are. So what do they do with somebody who's got too much heat on them? They got too much. What do you do with someone too much heat on you? You either kill them, right, which they didn't do, or you get rid of them. You move him away. You move him far away, and he goes away, and he doesn't come back. Like, he just lives in incognito. I think that's what happened. I do, because
I agree with you,
So
Eric.
somebody sees him in
Go
a
ahead,
liquor
Coffee.
store somebody sees him in a liquor store when he's a governing body member, but he's been out for 2 years, unprotected from the society and headquarters, and nobody can manage to at least see him or his wife once. That doesn't
I know,
make
that
any
is crazy.
sense.
I agree.
That
That's
is
And
weird to
crazy.
me.
That is
people
crazy.
have been.
Well,
All
if
we've
you
been doing for the
remember,
last 2 years is looking for Anthony Morris.
You're
Like,
next,
all the
Coffee.
apostates, a lot of JWs. Where in the world is Anthony Morris? And now that he got kicked out, nobody could find him.
Check out
That
the
doesn't
chat.
make any sense. People could find him and see him in liquor stores. And there was even a Lloyd Evans video of him running across the street in New
Sure,
York
we all know it. Yeah.
when they filmed him by some random person, and they still filmed him. Where in the world is this guy? He has no protection from the society. And that, is he even alive? We don't even know if he's still alive.
He's alive.
That's what's
Go
crazy.
ahead, Coffee.
Can
We
somebody
talk about
cover?
him, but is this man even
Well,
still
next.
alive? That's what I would
Colty's
like to know.
next.
Hey, JP.
Okay, go ahead.
Can
Go
somebody
ahead.
cover?
so
Go ahead,
if you remember, they bought a second house down the street from him.
Yes.
They could be watching him very closely,
Mm.
just right from there. I think you're making really great points about him not being seen, but I think it's because he's laying low, and whoever is in that other house is like right there too. So I don't know.
What if they shipped him overseas somewhere?
But what Kingdom Hall does he go to? There's no witness in Lumberton or some nearby hall, or
hey, JP.
somebody.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about being shipped
Some
overseas?
apostate from a nearby hall that can go to Lumberton and just say, like, oh yeah, I see Anthony Morris. He's sitting way in the back in the corner with his wife.
Hey,
Check
JP.
out,
Nothing.
check
Hey,
out
JP.
Keith Silver in the
Check out,
chat.
yeah. Check
I don't
out
even.
Keith's in the
I don't
chat.
even. Honestly, I don't even think this man exists anymore.
Hey, can somebody
I
read
think the only
the,
way he exists is the way we're still talking about him. But I'll let you guys go on. Sorry.
no, I was
Stephen,
just trying to tell
go
you.
ahead.
There's a guy named Keith Silver, and he's got quite a number of chats. If you want to go over those, he's saying he knows where he is. He's got his location right there.
Oh, now he's saying goodnight before he gives us the location. Keith, hold up.
Well, Blue
Yeah, I know,
Envelope
right? What the
had
fuck
the
is that?
address.
Yeah,
Blue
come on the
Envelope
show,
put
Yeah.
his address.
I mean, dude, what the?
The Blue Envelope put his address out there. It's in
Yeah,
North
something
Carolina.
Lumberton, North Carolina.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Keith is
Yeah.
saying right here
No
that he's in
pictures
New
of
York.
Antmo though.
He's saying that he's in New York and he left because of a lawsuit. And he might be talking about the lawsuit that's coming up right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I mean, we'll find out if he's testifying, right?
Hey, I just want to say, because I've said it live on my
Mr.
show,
John Doe.
I've been calling out Selena Vertolomo that she's a fraud. And
Me
if
too.
she's not a fraud and she's actually just been quiet from this point forward and I made a mistake, I will apologize publicly. But until then, she's given us no evidence, no proof of other than just words.
I thought that was weird right from the beginning. I'm
She's
right
telling
with you
the
on that one,
truth.
Eric.
She's telling the truth.
Yeah.
She's just really busy with the lawn care service right now. That's all.
Yeah.
She's just really busy.
You got me, buddy. That was a good joke. You got me.
But she's busy, man.
I'm not gonna believe it unless I can hear it from Antmo's landscaper.
Yeah.
And I get it, from his mouth.
His ass is grass.
I'm not gonna believe it, man.
Me neither.
Yeah, that was weird. She came out of nowhere. I mean, I thought it was strange, but I don't
His
like
ass
to
is
just put it out
grass.
there. Like, I don't like to just accuse somebody if I don't know. So for sure.
Oh, we're giving her the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
his ass is grass, and I'm the mower.
Yeah,
We're rooting for her. We're rooting for her. I'm rooting for her. Oh yeah.
Hey, by the way,
I hope it was true.
I hope so.
I don't mean to change the subject. We can go right back, but I just wanted to say that two of my best friends are in the audience right now, and that's JP, Jerry, and Emily. So yeah, you guys know each other now. And she calls me Keats because my screen name on PlayStation is C Keebler, because Keebler Elf. Everyone hears my last name and they go Keebler, and that's why. And so she came up with Keebs. I think it's a good nickname.
I didn't even make the top two. What the hell? Shit.
What's that, Gigi?
I didn't make the top two. Like, damn.
I don't know, man. You'll have to buy me dinner first.
Damn.
Seinfeld episode.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gigi.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you don't beat Debbie Moore. Fuck, yeah, she's up there too. I can tell Debbie Moore anything. So, you'd be under Debbie Moore. I say you're 4. You're 4.
On speed dial.
You're 4.
Wait a minute.
But
Is Jerry still
but the
here?
good thing for you is I don't have many friends.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Is
if
Jerry
you-
still here?
There's a black screen in the middle, so I don't know.
This one right above me?
It was his
Yeah.
Brady Bunch.
That's where he was. I don't know if he's
Who's
still
better?
around.
Who's better, kids?
Who's better?
There it is.
Oh, he moved. Yeah.
Point to your left. Here's the
Wait,
story.
where am I?
Back.
Have a lovely
Ah,
Jim.
fuck.
Hey,
What's
I
funny
think
is my boy GP's avatar actually looks like him. Well, he has a beard now.
yeah, it looks just like me, Eric. Exactly.
You have a beard though.
Oh, I got a beard, brother.
A lot smaller than me.
Yeah, you grew your beard out. That's cool. We're the long beard clan.
Is
Nah,
this
that'll
real
be a
close
long
yours?
Even
beard.
if you don't have a beard, we're all with long beards.
Hey, you're the long beard. I'm the long stash.
You have a long
No doubt.
stash.
Yeah, he has the twisty one.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that.
Right? He's got a good sense of style, man. I like Jerry's style.
I love that. And you're the one that smokes the Shirley,
What's that?
the pipe.
Yeah, he's the one that smokes the pipe. Yep.
God, I love you.
The
Okay, you
old
win.
what do you call that? The what kind of cob pipe, right? Or do you use
Nah,
wooden one? Wooden one.
I
wooden
smoke them
one,
all.
too.
I smoke cobs, briars,
Oak.
meerschaums. Nah, no oak, man. Calm down.
Is oak
No
is oak
oak.
shit?
Calm down.
You
Calm
don't smoke
down.
out of
I don't
oak,
even know
dude.
what I'm talking about.
I'm just a pipe smoking guy, but I know I smoke my pipe, my tobacco pipes, and my cigars. Like,
I
calm
didn't say
down, yeah.
crack. I
Hey,
didn't say
J-
crack.
Hey,
hey, JP. The
Are
good
those
news,
still balloons?
JP. The
Oh,
good
no.
news is that Rick Barron was talking about in JW World News about how the Jehovah's Witnesses are going to allow smoking. So it looks like you're not going to go to hell after all.
Yeah, dude. I might be able to make it. I might go back if they let in smoking, man. I might go back. I might even be able to be an elder. Shit. I'll be like
No,
the pipe smoking. I'll be
you're
like
too
the
old.
pipe
Yeah.
smoking
You're too
elder, dude.
Go to the judicial committee. That'd be so awesome.
No, you're too old to be an elder.
Yeah.
You got to be what is it, 20?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, I'm 41, dude. Like I missed
Oh,
the
no.
20-year-old.
No,
Yeah, dude.
You're way too old.
Yeah, way too old.
The most you can be is an attendant.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
no,
Emily. So
you're
Emily,
right, Stefan. If I want to get reinstated, I'll have to wait for these youngsters to judge me. These 20-year-olds.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'll
Can
have
you
to.
imagine being a fly on the wall in one of those meetings where some 20-year-old
Can
is
you
telling a
imagine
50,
being like a
60-year-old?
40-something-year-old coming back, getting reinstated by some 20-something-year-old elders, and you're 40-something-year-old, and you're admitting all your sins to these 20-something-year-old elders?
That is
Judge
hilarious.
me, brothers.
Hey,
I
Stefan,
would.
you know why they do that, right? You know why they do
Why is
that,
it?
Stefan?
Why is that?
Because it's not rocket science. In China, in the Khmer Rouge, and in Southeast Asia, all of the despot dictators, they all do the same thing. They get it's called the cultural revolution. They get the young kids to do all the dirty work, and the kids are rioting. That's why Donald Trump wants to arrest all those kids that are trying to burn Teslas and everything. Because what happens is these kids,
what is that?
they stir the pot and they take down nations. So and all of the dictators use the youth to do this. So what Watchtower does is they bring in these 20-year-old elders, they get rid of all of the old ones, and then they tell the 20-year-old kid, hey, sign this deed, this kingdom hall, and it's now ours. Like, sure, I'm an elder, I'll sign that.
Yeah.
And then give us all of your money in your checking account. Oh, sure, not a problem. You know. So yeah,
Hey,
I agree.
They use the dumb
hey. I want to ask from the comment section, and then after that, we'll go to Emily, and she has something to say. But Bob Roberts says, I smoke calabash sometimes. What in
me
the
too, man.
what the hell is that?
Well, he's definitely going to hell.
You don't even know what it is because you can't explain it. What is calabash then, Jesse? Or Gigi, sorry.
I think I had
your voices sound the same. What is it?
I have no idea.
What is calabash?
I think I had that for
Be a
lunch
misspell,
yesterday.
right? Thank you, Emily.
Yeah.
Let Emily answer, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
No, I was just gonna say it might be cannabis. It took me that long to read that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe it is cannabis. Well, damn, bro, you're at work. It's only 5:00 in the afternoon. Are you drinking on the job?
No, it's a typo.
He works at a liquor store. He works at a liquor store. I'm just busting your balls, buddy. Just so you know, Emmeline, Bob Roberts, he's our Australian friend that's joining our party group that I sent an invite to, and Jerry probably should join us too. But anyways, I'll let him decide that.
Well, if I worked at a liquor store, I'd probably be drinking too.
Anybody's invited to it. It's just I don't know. Like we're all from PlayStation, so we're on a different side. He was Lutheran and got shunned by her family, so like there's like similarities and stuff. But it doesn't matter, even if there wasn't.
No, thank you for coming here tonight. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you rock, Emily. Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, you.
I try to make it every time. I just end up forgetting.
Hey, we're
you're
all
great, man.
XJWs. So, Emily, you're probably like the first normal person that's like entered this conversation tonight because we're all fucked up from this cult. So,
Hey,
Thank you for joining
Nah,
us.
we're all the misfits, brother.
Speak for
Where
yourself.
everyone here is a misfit.
I
Yeah,
would
we're
not.
all the screwed generation. So
I would not.
thank you for
compare-
coming, Emily, to give us some sense of a reality.
Speak for yourself.
We
So
needed
I'm
some
not normal.
we needed some worldly people to hang out with tonight.
Man, don't you just hate that term? I just hate that term. When I hear Jehovah's
I
Witness
know,
say something
Stefan. I
about
just
a
had to
worldly
say
person,
that.
it is all I can do not
Did
to
you get
choke
cut
the
off,
life
Emily?
out of them.
Did you get cut off, Emily? Were you trying to say something?
No, it's okay. I'm making my alfalfa.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to say something. I'm sorry.
I don't remember what I was gonna say. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Just don't
Oh
talk
yeah,
about-
that's right. I made the confetti because I too have been, hey, solo dolo for a while.
Like Kid Cudi.
Not literally. I have a man. He just.
Andrew. His name is Andrew. Damn it.
His name. Thank you.
That's
Good job.
That's Mr. Damn it to you.
Ah, yes.
I call him Drew. You're always Drew to me. That's my brother's
Yeah,
name
Keith is
because
the
he's
only one
Andrew.
that- Keith
Or
is the only one that
Captain.
calls me
Captain's
Drew.
cool too. I like Captain.
Captain. He is my captain.
Captain America, baby.
And then we have a puppy. She's just asleep.
Where's Sky? Where's Sky?
Right
Oh yeah, that's
there.
a cool pup.
Come on, show. Is she sleeping?
Yeah. She's dead asleep. And I didn't want to show
Yeah.
my face that close. That was really gross. We're just going to put that
Nothing's
down.
gross. You're good.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Bunch of weird XJW men and some women too sometimes that check in here too, like Colty and some other people. I wish more XJW women would call into your show, Eric.
Speak for yourself, man.
Yeah, I'm working on it. You know what? Actually, I talked to Audrey today, but she was too tired to come on tonight. But she had a long
I'm just
day.
joking, Eric. It is what it is. It's cool. And we do the best we can, man. We do the best we can.
The few
Fuck you,
times that
man.
I've joined you guys
I was
have been
serious.
Yeah.
No, I know you are, man.
The show's always better when Audrey's here. Yeah, it's more.
No, the show's better when women's here. I hate Sausage Fest.
No,
it's all right. It's all right, but it's not like what I really want on the menu. It's always nice to hear from a woman's perspective. Men get exhausting.
So I looked at Andrew before I joined. I was like, hey, can I throw a wrench in it and then just like dip?
That's funny.
What did you say? Yeah, he goes, how late are you going to be up? I don't even know what time it is.
Man.
Hey, Eric.
It's 2:30 our time. Yeah, go ahead, Stefan.
I was just going to ask you the name, and it just occurred to me, and it's Grace. Because I was on with you guys last week, but I didn't speak because you guys were like in a zone, and you had Grace on, and you had
Grace from Sweden.
Yeah, and
Grace
you had
from
Gigi's
Sweden.
brother, and those two had me crying, laughing. They were so funny.
Hold on.
Hey, Jesse.
You're talking about Grace or Grace?
Talking about Grace. Hey, Gigi, your brother Jesse was trying to hook you up with Grace last week. You missed it.
I know. Grace, yeah, I remember that.
I said, look at this guy.
Hold up.
This is Grace from Sweden.
Hold on. Gigi.
No, let the woman speak. Let the woman speak.
This is my show, and I will trust all of you. Hold on, Eric is talking. This is Grace from Sweden. If she is listening, I love you, Grace from Sweden. But sometimes the women needs to talk. And right now, Eric Kubler identifies as a woman. So let the women talk. I have something to say, Grace from Sweden. You have been against me my whole life, but I accept you still. So if you're listening, this is a term of endearment, and I am not cursing you, but you have tormented my soul. Love you, Grace from Sweden. Oh, okay, I'm done.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Sorry, that was like 2 years of like pent up anger.
Oh wow. I don't even know who that is.
You don't want to
Oh,
go.
Oh
man.
no,
She's-
Grace, you might be listening, and you are welcome to come on our show. And you can tell me I'm a complete piece of crap for what I did, but I love you. I do. But
We
you
all
have
love
been kind of a thorn in my flesh. You have to admit.
We all love her. We all love her.
Hey,
I do
love
love you,
Sister
though.
Grace.
I forgive you, Grace. I love you. This is a term of endearment. I promise. I'm making peace with you.
Hey, I love Grace, man. She's a good sister.
I love you, Grace. I'm not busting your
I'm telling
beans.
you.
I'm so sorry.
You should have
Well,
been on that
And
show.
you know what?
imitation
And
is
hold
the
on, and
best
hold on.
form of flattery, right?
You're
Exactly.
right, but one more
Exactly.
thing. Grace is more intelligent than me because she could say, "Oh, he's making fun of my accent," but no, you speak 2 languages or maybe more. I don't know, but like, yeah, I'm the idiot. Believe me.
Don't
Okay,
sell
sorry,
yourself
Colty.
short.
You guys should have heard last
I
week's
will-
show
No,
where
that
Jesse,
imitation
where
is the
Jesse
best form
hooking
of
Grace up
flattery, they
with
say.
I
Jesse.
agree,
It
Colty.
was so funny.
I would agree. Imitation is very flattering, but
I
also
haven't
don't
gotten
sell
Emily's
yourself
They're
short. How
accent down
internet's
yet.
they're
made.
Except
being
Minnesota.
they're trying to be flattering because we love Grace.
Yep.
Well,
I love you, Grace, and if you're listening, I am not. Please, please, please don't be insulted. And if you are, you can call me and we'll work it out.
we do
And
know.
I will apologize.
Look at the
The
chat.
one thing we do know, Eric.
I
we
sound
do-
like a pussy. I
No,
sound like
Eric.
a pussy.
The one thing we know, Eric, we know for sure you're going to hell. Yeah.
With
Am
a
I?
shirt,
Good.
with a shirt like that, you better believe it.
You're going to hell.
Hey, that's my girlfriend. Not my girlfriend, but my friend that's a girl. She gave me that shirt.
Start packing your bags. You're going, man.
Thank you, Gigi. I'm just kidding.
Start packing.
Well, let me tell you something. If I'm going to hell, so are you.
Okay.
You're all damn with me. We're going to build a wall. It's going to be the greatest thing we've ever seen. It's going to be a wall. And it's going to cut off hell from purgatory. And it's going to go all the way to heaven. And we're going to get there anyway because we're going to make heaven great again. Let's do it, everyone. We're going to do it. We're going to do it so well. We know we
Oh
are.
my god, that
We're
is
going to
so
do it
good.
so well.
Okay,
Don't
so it ran out.
And
Finally.
don't forget
So,
that the Mexicans are going to pay for it.
Yeah.
no.
The Mexicans aren't getting over the wall. We're going to make it 10 feet tall, and we know they're 5. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
So I've
Oh my
learned
god,
with-
you are so good at that. It's scary.
No, you know
I've
who's
learned
better?
that
There's
with-
one guy better than me than Donald Trump right now, and it's and he's in our community, Johnny. Johnny does a killer Donald Trump. It's
Oh,
even better than mine.
wow.
Is he what does he might be like fuck it? Yep, that's Jay. That's too bad.
No,
I was like, is he here?
It's great.
Johnny,
Let me tell you.
the Johnny for today, the guy that was with us today.
Stop it, bro.
Johnny, Johnny, yes, Johnny does the best.
Yeah, I'm still
Oh,
here.
we had
wow.
Jerry and I had a 3-way with him. You know, I
Whoa,
was the top.
whoa.
Whoa, TMI. TMI.
Phone conversation. Where's your head?
definitely closer.
I was the leader of the phone con. You guys are perverted. Oh my
You
goodness,
wore
I
the Sailor
can't.
Moon
You
shirt.
guys
and
are
that's
so
it.
sick. You're so sick.
You know what it is.
I told you the later it got, the more you were going to start confessing.
I don't even know that character.
Oh,
Hey, Eric, I thought I knew
Sailor
you.
Moon is what's on.
Damn,
You have
Eric,
no
I
idea
can't
who I
believe
am.
you can't even
Run kick
you
bros.
can't
You
even
just don't.
describe a phone call we had
Yeah,
without being a pervert,
a
bro.
real wordsmith.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on, man. I wasn't. You're perverted. You guys made it perverted. I didn't make it perverted. You did.
That was
Your minds
That's
went
why-
straight to the gutter. Straight to the gutter. I was
This is
innocent.
why-
You went
I know,
straight to the
bro.
gutter.
These people are
This is why
sick,
we
man.
need Grace to keep Eric in
I'm
line.
just saying.
You're
Let's-
just
let's
wild
do
and
it.
out of
Let's-
control tonight. Oh my goodness.
Right? I know.
I'm go-
It's after hours.
It's like, it's almost.
It's the
let's see,
shirt.
it's-
He doesn't know how to act with the shirt. That's
I
it's
had
the
him
shirt.
I know. I'm
It's
going
the
crazy.
shirt.
I guess I'm bisexual from a shirt. I don't know.
Nah,
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
kidding.
The shirt is making him crazy.
I think
No,
I'm
so
gonna hop off
anyways-
because it's like
anyways,
3:30
what
here,
Eric
so I'm
was
gonna
trying
hop
to
off.
say-
Hold on. We're all talking over each other. Let Colty go first. We'll go to Jerry.
Sorry. I'm just saying good night because it's like 3:30 here. I gotta like try to get some sleep. But
Yeah,
oh
I
my
feel
God, you
that,
guys,
Colty.
you're a lot of fun, and continue on. Keep having fun.
Oh, hey, Colty. One thing before you go. when you were on Ruby's show, I wasn't like picking on you. I literally knew nothing that was happening that night, and I'm like, what the
Oh no,
heck?
I know. I know.
So
We
I was
could
just
tell
trying to
you
be
were
funny like I
you
am now.
didn't know.
Like I
You
was
are
just trying to
funny.
bring comedy.
You
Yeah.
are. You
Funny
are
how?
very funny.
How the heck am I funny? What's so funny
Funny,
about me?
funny
Your
looking,
face.
There's a lot.
funny
That's
dressing,
no, it's a quote from a movie.
Yeah, the movie.
funny,
Goodfellas.
Well,
funny
Oh.
dressing.
it's a long story.
We call you
Oh,
Mama.
oh, I think I know what movie you're talking. That casino movie?
Goodfellas?
No.
Yeah.
Good,
No,
Goodfellas.
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 Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Goodfellas with the same characters or
It's a good
actors. I
one.
mean, yeah.
Joe
Yeah.
Pesci.
How the f am I funny?
Yes.
You make
That's
me
what I was
laugh
talking about. Yeah.
every day.
All right.
Okay, well,
You have a
have
good night.
fun. Have a good night.
Don't
It was
be a
nice
stranger,
meeting
okay?
you.
Night,
Okay,
lady.
Yeah.
take care, everybody.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
All
And
right.
now
Well, we're down to one woman. We're down to one woman.
Well, the good thing is that she's going to be an insurance policy when Rick is mad at you tomorrow morning, and you can say, "Well,
Yeah,
Coach,
you can say, well, he didn't scare away all the women.
yeah,
Where is the woman?
Where's the women? Grace and
So,
Stephen, I am not making fun of you. I love you with all my heart.
I love you
Please
too.
join us.
No, what I've
No, I
learned
love you.
with
I love you,
your
Grace. Sorry.
what I've learned with your little accents recently is that you just
Mhm.
kind of gotta like let it run out.
Let it run out, bro.
Let it run out. Kind of like, you know,
All right,
when you
I'll keep
catch a
going.
fish.
I got this all night. I can do this all day.
When you catch a
I'm
fish and
I'm Captain
the reel
America.
just goes.
Out.
I can do this all day.
I know you can.
Let me tell you, we're gonna go from Donald Trump, and then we'll bring it down to Sean Connery and just say, "Go fuck yourself." You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, a woman should deserve a slap in the face. You guys remember that interview with Barbara Walters? What do you think about that, Gigi? Gigi for GB,
well, I'll tell you
you're
what.
You're a misogynist. What do you think about that misogynist saying that?
You could do it. You could do it all night long. The water boy. Yeah, there you go.
I like the
Yeah.
skit on Saturday Night Live, and he keeps picking anal bum cover. Sean Connery.
Oh
You guys
yeah,
know
instead
what
of album cover.
That
Yeah.
is the funniest thing ever. I'll
No,
take
no,
anal
Sean-
bum cover for 100.
The
That's
S
not
word
anal
is a
bum
sword.
cover. It's not what your mother said.
What about appetite? Appetite, and he was like, or appetite or whatever, and he said ape tit.
Yeah.
I'll take ape tit like your mother's for 800.
Oh,
I have
that
no
is the
idea what you guys
funniest
are talking about.
It's a Will
you
Ferrell
know,
skit.
Saturday Night Live, 1999, maybe somewhere around there.
That's
I was
gold.
3, 4, 3. Do the math.
Yeah.
I was 5.
That's gold, Jerry. That's gold.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube
We're old
exists,
school.
so-
Oh, I got a guest here. Let's see who's on here. Why do you keep getting disconnected, brother?
It's the JBI. The
Yeah,
Jehovah.
here he is. He's back.
The
What's
Jehovah.
up, Jerry?
Getting kicked out, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
McDonald's
It's the Holy
Wi-Fi.
Spirit. The unholy Spirit's kicking you out.
No,
It's
while
I'll
you
be
were
careful,
gone,
man.
Eric's pretty good.
I don't want to get disfellowship from here, so I'll be careful.
Nah, you never, man. Listen,
moved-
Jerry. You're in the good old boys club. You're protected. You're protected. You won't get this fellowship.
I know that's what's scaring me.
Yeah, you won't get this fellowship. We got your back.
I'm a random.
Okay, I trust you, guy.
She's a rando.
I pop in every once in a while, make some weird stuff happen, and then leave.
These are the.
She is also responsible for my shirt, everyone. So what?
I don't know. I don't trust
Wait,
it.
make the lasers. I love this thing.
Did you do a background check on this girl? You sure she's not with the JBI or anything?
What's a JBI actually?
Is the Jehovah Bureau of Investigation?
Nah, she ain't. No, this girl is far from any religious kind of
She's legit.
connection.
Okay.
I'm legit.
She's legit. Yeah, she's not a spy.
Whoever said I'm
It
legit,
stands
thank
for
you.
legitimate.
Are you from
Legitimate.
Are you from Warwick or Patterson, New York?
I don't know where either
You're
of
so
those.
Okay.
you're so stupid.
says-
She's from
Where's she from?
I am from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
But she said it. She said it
Minnesota.
different. She said Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
Because that's how they talk, you dumbass.
I don't know. I'm not from Minnesota.
They talk. Minnesotans talk like that.
We talk like Canadians.
Come on, you know,
most of
Minnesota,
us
you know,
do.
don't you know? Gee golly, Bobby, don't you know from Bobby's world?
It's
You know, Minnesota, eh?
Is that,
They're almost Canadian. It's pretty close.
It is close to Canadian.
It's a
You guys
bit
are like
more
cross.
tight-lipped there.
You guys like crossbreed or something like that?
That's
Nah,
true.
because no, you know why? Because
What?
you wish you were Canada because you don't have good marijuana laws, right? Or do you have? Wait, I can't remember.
Baby, do we
No,
have good
wait, do you have a
marijuana laws?
dispensary?
No.
Oh,
We
okay.
have good
I was wrong
marijuana
about
laws.
that.
In
Whoops.
Arizona,
They're all right.
yeah, Arizona they do.
Yeah.
I stay under my rock.
How about Vegas, Nevada?
I think so.
Do they have good marijuana laws there?
I would think they do.
Yeah,
Must,
you can
right?
smoke
'Cause
on the
if
strip.
gambling and prostitution is legal, I mean, what the heck?
I think you can smoke on the strips.
Okay, that's cool.
And
I think
if
there's
you
dispensaries.
can't, no one's obeying the law because that's all you smell when you're there.
I wouldn't know. I've never been to Vegas.
Yeah, I was there last week or 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
You know what? I'm giving myself away, but like if I ever hung out with you or Jesse or like all of you guys, right? Like in a meetup, I would I have jars and jars full of like cannabis oil. I'd probably spike one of your drinks with it.
I volunteer
I'd
to
make sure you
distribute.
weren't. I wouldn't do it in alcohol, only like a non-alcoholic beverage, and make sure you weren't drinking. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't
I would
drink.
I would spike because you guys are always like that marijuana. You guys are crazy. But like,
So how long have you
I-
been spiking people's drinks?
I never never done it, but I want to.
I
It's been a
just
desire. Because I want to spike my my mother-in-law's drink. My mother-in-law has such a stick up her ass that I just want to spike her with marijuana and let her like trip out and be like, oh my god, I've been a dickhead in my whole life. You know, some people need that.
Right.
I'm not saying you do, but she does.
I've been a dickhead.
I would give you just like a tiny amount so you didn't have a bad experience. Just like oh hey, this is nice.
the first time there is no tiny amount.
I know that's the thing. The first time there is no tiny amount. You're right. It's impossible.
It is entirely impossible.
You basically want to make sure we're dead the first time.
And then we do it again. And
Yeah,
again.
and then we do it again and again. And then
And
it's
again.
like, oh, okay. Now I can't even feel it.
Now it's like, oh, I'm not smoking right now. What? There it is.
Jerry's being all quiet, but he knows what we're talking about.
We probably shouldn't be talking about that.
No,
Probably not, but it's okay.
Probably not.
It's my
I forget
channel.
that
You know
we're
what?
on, like-
You know what, guys? I'm going to be honest with you. I am 43 years old, and I have had. Hold on. 53 jobs in my lifetime. Yep.
I think you might
So
have.
if I get fired from this one, it's okay.
At the same
It's
time?
okay.
I like you better when you're not honest with us.
No, okay, so just be quiet. So you like me? You like me when I shut up and don't say anything? Yes, master. Yes, master. You
lie-
just talk, master. I stay here and don't say nothing, master.
I like it when you lie to us. Yeah.
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 All right, I'll start lying
I
to you.
can lie to you.
Hey, all right, hey, I'm gonna start lying right now.
I was
Gigi,
just gonna say no, me first.
no, me.
No,
Gigi,
no,
you're the most beautiful thin man that I've ever met in my life. You are gorgeous,
Really?
and you're
That's like
going
a
places in
compliment.
life.
That's right. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it.
It's just straight to the jugular. Jeez.
Yeah. You think I could be a governing body member with a thin waist? Gee.
That's true, right? You gotta be a gangster.
That's right.
Hey, I'm throwing rocks at glass houses, or what is it? I have a glass house, and I'm throwing rocks because I got a gut too. So it's. I don't even say you have one. I don't know. I'm just assuming. You're older than me. You gotta have a gut. And if you don't, then good for you, man. You could, for all I know, GB could be the guy from Robert Kennedy Jr. You know.
Okay.
You could be all fit. You could be all fit, and I don't even know.
You don't even know.
I have a question.
Anne Marie is still with us. Well, bless your heart, Anne Marie. I can't believe you put up with this
That was a
this
very
locker room
northern
talk
thing
for
to
so
say.
long. I
What
love
is
you,
this?
Anne Marie. You have a good night.
What is
Comment
this?
section. That's why. Go ahead. Go
What
ahead,
is this?
Emily.
A
No,
judicial
that's
committee?
fine. I just have a question.
What is this? A judicial committee? Go ahead.
Can
Yeah.
everybody introduce themselves real quick?
Oh, okay.
I want to be able to determine who's talking.
Okay. The guy in the tan suit, he's GG for GB. His name is Gilbert Gonzalez. And who else do we have with us? Jerry is my friend in the middle, and I forget the other person because the name's not there.
It's Johnny.
Johnny, is Johnny still with? No, it's Stefan. It's Stefan.
And he butchered
Present.
my
Johnny.
name.
Oh, Johnny's here
Present.
too. It's Johnny and Stefan. Oh, okay.
And he-
My screen
he
was cut off. Sorry.
He
Okay.
butchered my name. My name is not Gilbert Gonzalez. My name is GG for GB. Gilbert Gonzalez for.
I said
my
both.
middle name.
I said both.
No, and my last name is Governing Body. So Gilbert Gonzalez, middle name for Governing Body. So gosh, get it straight.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to not get your title right, my master.
Okay, so GB, right?
Yes.
Hi guys, thank you very much.
All right. Well, that's everyone. And there was a culty talk. That was the chick that left. And,
The
yeah.
pink circle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you like
Yeah.
the show? Did you like the show? Today's show?
I love this. I love chiming in, and I love watching this guy
Did you like the
talk
fact that it was free?
passionately about something that has been his life.
Are you going to be a paid subscriber?
Oh, thank you, Emily.
You're welcome. I don't know if I'll be a paid subscriber, but I'll be a random person.
Okay.
He's busting your balls. You're never gonna give him money, and neither am I.
I grew up in a church where we passed around the dishes
My kind of
Yeah,
church.
the plate.
Yeah.
and put like 5s and 1s in there.
And then you
How I
get
look
judged.
at it
You don't
now-
put money in it.
Yeah,
Look at Andrew.
what is it, offerings?
Yeah.
And so how I look at it now is it's like you pass around this gold plate.
Uh-huh.
You put singles and 5s in it. I don't know. My mind goes straight to stupid right away. Like that just
Okay,
teaches...
Bob Roberts. Why would you say hi? I'm Bob Roberts when your name is Bob Roberts.
Yeah.
He's
Allow myself to
introducing,
introduce myself.
he's introducing himself. My name
Allow
is.
myself to introduce
Oh wait, is he at
myself.
work?
Yeah, he's at work. That's our
Hey.
boy. He's going to be in our chat group.
He's
And-
on
and-
Moco.
Hey, where's Aaron? Because I need a lift.
Yeah,
pickup.
where is Aaron?
I know.
Jerry said his internet's not working, by the way.
I need.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I think we kind of all knew that.
McDonald's Wi-Fi.
McDonald's sounds good, right? Dude, I would totally do a double cheeseburger right now, and I haven't
I
eaten
had it
from
this
there
morning.
forever.
Oh my! You don't want it? Nope.
Nice.
No, don't do it to
No,
yourself.
bad. Microwave.
Yeah. I just
You know what?
threw it
I'm
up
not,
this morning.
I'm not going to lie to you guys, though. It was 1997, and
Please
I
light
was
it.
snowboarding. I was snowboarding in New Hampshire, and I was I was like obsessed with like getting all the runs that I could. Right?
Yeah.
I barely take a break, and there was one more run to do. So I went on the damn thing. Well, guess what?
What?
The thing broke down, and it was in midair, and it's just broken down, and I'm chilling, and I dropped my gloves. And so I'm like, fuck! And I'm trying to keep my hand warm, and I'm up there so long. I'm actually starting to get frostbite in my hand, and I'm getting really hurt. It was a really cold day. It was some blizzard. It was snowing, and now I don't even care. I'm not snowboarding to enjoy this. I need to get the F out of here, Dodge. Like the moment the thing comes back on, I need to get the hell out of here. And it took forever for the thing to come back on. I did. And my family was looking for me, and I came down. They're like, "Where the hell have you been?" I'm like, "Look, it was stuck." And they looked at my hand. They're like, "You're in bad shape," and they put warm water over it. My family and whatever. But like when I finally healed myself, I was so hungry, and we went to a gas station. There was a Burger King, and they had a double quarter pounder with cheese or whatever the heck they served. And I'm like, heck yeah. And you know what? This was the 90s, and this burger was humongous. I'm not kidding. It's such crap today.
They've
And it was good. There was a lot of beef in it. I'm like, today you won't get the same thing, and you'll pay like $10, and I probably paid $4.74 for it.
That's a very specific number there, Keebs.
$4.74. You know it. I
Well,
remember
Here's a
things
photograph.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna say goodnight to him just for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Night, Andrew. Damn it.
When you see,
Good night, Andrew.
When,
Love you, brother. Good night, Emily. If we don't see you back.
Everybody says goodnight.
Good night.
good night, Mr. Damn it.
Night.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Eric, we need to do a, what is it called when a whole bunch of guys get together because one of their friends has some kind of problem and they confront them.
Intervention.
Intervention.
Yeah, we need to do an intervention on our good friend Aaron because he has issues with women. On that last show that we
Aaron?
did.
Nah. What? Really?
Yeah, he doesn't trust them.
You're gonna call it out right here on the light. All right. Well, we're doing it. So what?
Yeah, he has problems.
Well, he should be able to defend himself, though, right?
Yeah.
He should be here.
But I'm telling you, man, he's one good. I mean, he's a smart cookie, man. He's almost smarter than Stefan.
Oh, are you saying because like he was warning me of the dating world and stuff?
Yeah,
like that. Oh, well, that's cool. That's just like statistically sound.
No, I think he has issues with women. You know, we need a.
Nah, I don't. You think so?
Yeah, I think so. We need to.
Well, I would never say that without him present because I don't know.
I told him that in front of his face. In the
you did, yeah.
In the last
but you're
show.
saying this in front of a live show. That's kind of fucked up.
No, it's not because I think he's a really good-looking guy.
I would be like, you know what, man? If you think I have issues with women, you should say that to my face, not in like please don't do this on live air.
Oh no. I know you have issues with women too. No, I'm just kidding.
Of course I do. God damn it! All right, let's call me up. But listen, all right, hold on. Let's convert to a couch real quick. All right, I'm on the couch, Gigi. It all started with my mother.
Yeah. Yeah. How long have you had these problems?
It all started with that shirt.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Now
we all have mama issues, right, or something. I mean, I don't know, all of us. Some of us had good family reasons, but I mean, I don't know.
I did some today, man. You guys, you have some good guests on your show. Real smart people, man, like him and
hell yeah,
Aaron.
We're gonna make 6 screens great again.
Stefan is like he's freaking. And you know what I like about Stefan? He's the only guy I've ever heard that does name dropping. He was name dropping all day today, and it didn't sound like he was trying to show off. He was just like telling you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, dang, I've never heard.
I like that.
I did. I liked it too.
Okay.
I love the truth, even if it hurts. I'm like, give it to me. I'm addicted to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm on I have like 20 minutes, 30 minutes left. When we hit 5 hours on live, that number.
We'll do it live.
5 hours. We're gonna do it live.
Do it live.
Gigi.
We're going live, everyone.
Is it Stefan?
That is one of
Yes,
the best things that happened ever on live team. Or was it live? I don't know. I guess it was caught.
Whoa,
not
what is
live.
that?
Who is
That's
this?
lasers.
Oh, but it's not real. Okay.
Oh, cool. Oh, sweet.
I'm
Whoa,
easily
that's really
entertained.
cool. Me too.
Wow.
I have ADHD very badly, so.
Yeah, no shit. That's awesome.
If I was tripping on mushrooms, that would look really cool.
Hey, GB.
But I want to do it.
Hey,
What's
up?
For GB. I forgot to tell you. Do you know who Dick Gregory is?
Who?
Dick Gregory? No.
Baba Yeagery.
You might want.
I gotta go pee, everyone. I'll be right back.
I hear you talk about MLK all the time, so you'll enjoy learning about Dick Gregory. But basically, he was an African American comedian back in the day, and then when the civil rights movement came along, he really threw his weight into that, and ultimately got out of the comedy field and just kind of assisted with the civil rights movement. So he knew Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all these people personally. But there's one particular day I'm flying back to Chicago, and I'm in the men's room at the airport, and they get ready to exit out of the men's room, and Dick Gregory's standing right there, and I move out of the way. I just saw an older gentleman, so I just moved out of the way so he can get past. And then when I finally looked at him, I said, "Oh my God!" And he stops and he looks at me like, "God," and he's holding his chest like, "You're calling me God?" And I'm like, "It's you," because I couldn't remember his name right off.
Yeah.
And he said, "It's me." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you know who you are?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Brother, do you know who you are?" And we just fell out laughing. And behind him is Jesse Jackson. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Get out, really?
Yeah, because they would travel together a lot.
Oh, okay.
And so he says, "Well, this is Jesse Jackson." He says, "Well, the two of you get out of the way because he's got to get to the bathroom,
Yeah.
So he gets past. So then we finished that, and guess who I flew back with the entire time to Chicago? George the Iceman Gervin.
No way.
Yep. And there were a bunch of college guys, and they talked his head off the entire time. I listened for as long as I could, and then I fell off to sleep. So that's another guy that I got a chance to meet. Now he was a swell guy. So apparently he's a scout, or at least back in those days he was a scout. And so he was just coming back from a college game somewhere, checking out some guys. But yeah, that was kind of a funny story how all this all happened in that same trip, meeting those two, and then riding back with George Gervin.
So when you saw him for the first time, you like, oh, like, you were just, you recognized him and you said, "Hey, you're so and so."
Yeah, because I'm exiting the men's room, and this gentleman was coming in, so I stood back out of the way because he's an older gentleman. But once he walked past, I realized who he was, and my brain was scrambled trying to remember his name. But I just love this guy because he's just a brilliant guy. He has a tremendous amount of things to say. And like I said, he really supported the civil rights movement. There would be times when he would allow his electricity to be cut off because he gave that money to the movement. So this was just a guy who really put his heart into it. And then he's standing right there, in the men's room, and it just blew me away,
I know what you mean, because that happens to me all the time. Like I was at a Trump rally 4 years ago, with the election and everything, and down in Phoenix, and a guy goes up to me, he goes, "Hey," he goes, "You're GG for GB," honest to God. And I go, yeah. And then he just comes up to me and started chatting. He's an XJW from Chandler, Arizona. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time.
How cool is that?
Hey, Stefan.
Yes, sir.
When you get a chance, check out the YouTube channel Real Black TV.
Real Black TV.
REE. Like a film reel. REEL.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that one.
Because they happened to catch Baba Yeager's last interviews before he passed. Like, we got to get you into Dick Gregory, Eric. He's one of the greatest minds of the 20th century. You know him, but you don't. He wrote for Richard Pryor as a ghostwriter.
Oh, okay.
He's literally one of the sharpest minds of the 20th and 21st century. Like,
yeah,
that's pretty cool.
I know that.
I don't know him, but I know his comedy. So.
Yeah, he's rad.
I tell you, I do not like Jamie Foxx, right? There's something about the guy that just irks me. And I went to
he's a Hollywood elite, but he is good at imitations. He's excellent at imitations.
I just don't like him because
I feel you.
I went to a filming of In Living Color. I was married at the time, and he's just like checking out my wife, like right in front of me. And then, we come from Illinois, and people just don't do stuff like that. That would get you beat down. And he did the same thing to Michelle Obama. He's just a pig. I just don't like him. No. And then we were starting to do a lot of business in Florida, right there in Coconut Grove and the beach, South Beach. And who do I keep running into but this idiot? I just can't stand him. But anyway, there was a comedy special, and it was dedicated to not Ezekiel Elliott, but the Emma Smith. And so they had a bunch of comedians there, and Dick Gregory is one of them. And as he's talking, Jamie Foxx is like making like little smart aleck comment. And I swear to God, if I had been there that night, I would have beat the brakes off of this guy. You're such a idiot. Yeah. Here, this man has dedicated his life to the civil rights movement. You've never done anything for anybody. And you're sitting here making snide remarks. He kept calling him Grandpa Moses or something silly. And I'm like, dude, you better be so glad I'm not there.
Yeah.
I would stump a mud hole in your butt for being so disrespectful to this man. Anyway, that's my rant. But yeah, Real Black TV I'm familiar with.
Hey, so on the black, speaking of the black thing, so because Jesse and I, we don't know a lot about Black history, but we were real big fans of Walter Williams and Thomas Sowell. So, I talked to a lot of black people, and they never heard of Thomas Sowell or Walter Williams.
Thomas Sowell, I know. Walter
I don't know either. I don't know either of them.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, Thomas Sowell. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I know. There's sometimes I don't remember the names, but yes, I know who this is. I know who this is.
Walter Williams?
Yes, I'm looking.
That
I'm
was his
looking
best friend.
at him right now.
He was a professor of economics, and he used to cover for Rush Limbaugh when Rush Limbaugh would take a day off, and everybody wanted him on. And he's a black man, and he says the greatest thing that ever happened to him was he went to college before all the civil rights. So he went in way before, so he was able to escape, all of that stuff. And he would always say that it's his wife's and his anniversary, and he bought her a vacuum cleaner for her anniversary, being that she needed one anyways to clean the house. And he would say stuff like that, and people would call in, and the heads were exploding, and the other half were just laughing. And he would say how people from the generation, before the civil rights, everybody would laugh, and then his wife would call in and says, okay, you know what, you only allowed 3 jokes, but he was saying how the new generation, they didn't have a sense of humor, that in college they lose this sense of humor. And but he's like one of the smartest intellectual people in American history in economics.
Yeah.
Well, if you're taught to be offended at everything, you can never laugh.
Yeah.
I like laughing.
There's another one, and I'm trying to remember.
Go ahead,
what
Emily.
his name is. Oh, sorry.
I was just being a smarty pants. So I know this much about what everyone's talking about.
I'm sorry.
The education system has failed me.
Oh yeah, all of us.
I don't know if I've met any of you before, but did I tell any of you my background of why I'm with him on here?
No.
Not to cut you guys off. I'm so sorry.
No.
That was my ADHD. My bad.
No, tell us.
Go ahead.
So a little bit about me. I went to a private school K-8. I was in the band and the choir and the sports, everything like that. Went to public school, got pregnant at 16. We all know the end of the story. So now I'm just kind of like, hey, I'm here. And talking to that man right there has helped me so much in my, I don't even know if I would call it religion. I don't know. But that is why I'm here, to throw in a different kind of wrench on everything. Because I have a totally different, like, you guys have been saying stuff all night, and I'm like, for all this time that I've been on, and I'm like, I have something I relate to that, but it's not the same at all.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, what are we talking about?
At the same time, it is kind of the same. We all kind of, at some point, we all end up in the same road.
It's
false religion, false religion, and
it's
judgment.
Exactly the same. It's exactly the same. And
it's all the same, to be honest.
For all of us who abided by the cult that we grew up in, we weren't allowed to either get higher education or to take our higher education to the nth degree the way we would have been. So there's a lot of things that we maybe we've learned some of those things now, and along the way, but where everybody else learned it, immediately in college when they earned their bachelor's and then their master's and whatever it was. And we were off doing stuff that our cult said that we should have done. So there's a lot of things that we don't know. Because I find myself, when I'm in conversations with people, there might be certain things that I completely understand, and then there'll be other things where they'll be talking and I'll kind of like not really be on the same page, and I have to go back and do a little bit of research and see. And I know I have these gaps. It's like Swiss cheese, right? You got the Swiss cheese with the holes in it, because we didn't learn these things, because when we should have been continuing our education and going out into the world and traveling and seeing things and doing all of that, we were told we needed to be doing this, for Watchtower. So it's exactly the same thing. It is totally
And Stefan, think about this too, Stefan, right? Like Emily got pregnant at 16 and she got shunned from her church, right?
Sure.
So it wasn't as harsh as what would happen to a 16-year-old as a Jehovah's Witness, because you lose your family too. Her mother was still there but didn't treat her as good. So there's so many similarities, and there's so much of a connection there, because she lost her support group, she and friends and family treated her differently. So it's all the same, really. It really is. It's all false religion. Anybody that shuns in any way is false religion.
When you something that helps you out when you say everything's the same, the person who said it the best was King Solomon, because he said, "There's nothing new under the sun."
Under the sun.
The only thing that's different is the names change, but so there's nothing like what's the difference between the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses? Well, the name of their God, Moroni or Jehovah, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You got a bunch of guys, in the
with
back.
that being said, I have a question.
Go ahead.
What about, in my shoes, having that structure my whole life, and then going out into the world by myself with a kid? Why or what do I call it? Like spirituality or religion? I don't know if I even believe it anymore.
But what was your question? What do you call it, or what?
Yeah, what do I call
what?
Like the free nature
what
of
you
like
believe in? What?
Well, it's real simple. It's real simple. So, has there ever been a day in your life that you have not had something to eat? Something to eat, like a cracker or something?
Unfortunately.
Yes. More than one day.
I fasted for 6 days, the longest, and I've done that several times. But 4 is usually the most I can go. But six is the total.
Is that when you come to the realization that every day there's like a roof over your head or food, there's somebody taking care of you, and that person is called your father, and you're his daughter. And so it's real simple. You just walk with God. It's just you and him. In the whole universe, it's only you and your father. And
you don't need a man to tell you how to do it, right, Gigi?
All you need is your father. It's you and him, and all you have to do is show him that you're a grateful person. You're grateful, and if you made a mistake, that you felt that you made a mistake or whatever, you just make it right, and you do the best you can. But remember, it's real simple. The way you treat your child, you're like, oh, that's how God treats me. I'm always trying to give my son food. I'm always trying to get my daughter to school. So God's always been like that to us. Now, there's other factors that that we hurt ourselves as humans. We kill each other, we go to war, we do a lot of bad things, and there's a lot of collateral damage. It's not our father's fault. It's us as humans. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that if you just learn to walk with God as his daughter, and that's the way you look at things, you're going to find that everything is, like when you read the Bible, the Bible was written for you and you alone. It's not written for you to be telling anybody how to interpret it. It was just
anyone to tell you how to have it interpreted.
It's just for you.
Yep.
Can I be honest?
Go ahead.
Without getting like any whiplash.
No, you can, because I don't even read the Bible anymore. So go ahead.
I memorized Bible verses my entire childhood.
Yeah.
Every week was a new hymn. Every day was a new verse.
I'm dumb.
Walking with father, any male in my particular realm, I don't know what to call it. Men don't succeed in showing. Never have.
Well, there's a gospel singer, the blacks. This is why the blacks have it really good with the gospel. His name is Willie Banks, and in the song he says, "Lord, you've been good to me." He goes, "You've been my father, you've been my mother too." So if you need Jesus to be your mother, he's your mother, he's your brother, he's your sister, he's everything. He becomes everything that you need. And so sometimes we don't need a father, we need a brother, we need a sister, a mother. And that's what the whole point is if you understand that you're not alone in the universe, that there's somebody bigger than you, and everything's going to be okay.
Actually, God doesn't belong to a sex.
Yes, exactly. That's
He's
why
he's genderless, but the only reason why we say he
yes,
is to give him a masculine energy. But
but
we could be wrong about that.
That's why in the song, in the gospel, the black people are singing, "God, you've been my father, you've been my mother, and my brother too." You know, he's everything.
The sister.
So
Yeah.
if you like, you know, if you're missing like right here, Eric lost his wife, he lost his friend. Well, what does he need? He needs a friend. You know, and that's what God becomes. He becomes a friend. He becomes whatever you need to fill that void. And how do you do it? By learning to just be you and God as one. You don't need another person like me or anybody else interfering. That's called adulterous relationship. It's just you two, and you're going to be just fine.
Is
And
God
all
going
of
to
those,
put out?
and all of those, no, and all of those Bible.
I'm sorry, that was a blasphemous joke.
And all of those Bible verses that you said that you used to memorize when you were kids, it's no different than memorizing a good song that we talked about earlier. And all of those songs that people were commenting on earlier, it impacted their lives, and people remember those verses of the song. Well, it's no different than the Bible or any other good book. If it's valuable and it can teach you a lesson, it's going to teach you a lesson years from now. Like for example, "All You Need Is Love" with John Lennon.
Yeah.
That's worth memorizing. The Bible says God is love. That's worth memorizing.
Can I challenge you?
Go ahead.
Okay,
So a duel.
A duel. Let's go. I do have swords. Don't tempt me to grab them.
All right.
But shit. Keeps.
I don't know. You were challenging Gigi what he was talking about with God and like how that he's like a man and a woman and all other different sexes and whatever you need him to be as a comforter.
Thank you.
That's all I got. Okay.
So the universe, right? What do
Yeah.
we know as this community of what's next?
Well, you know what's next? It's real simple. This is why I say everything that you see on planet Earth is a reflection of what happens in the other dimensions. So when we are little kids, we go to kindergarten. So guess what happens when we die at 90 years of age, 80 years of age? Well, we go to first grade. So a lot of human beings, they think that when they graduate kindergarten, they're going to go to Harvard, and they're the Bible scholars. They're the people that know everything about the Bible. They actually think that when they die, they're going to go to Harvard. And I'm telling you, no, when you die, you're just going to go to the next grade, first grade, and then second grade, and then third grade. And enjoy the ride. Enjoy it.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't enjoy first grade if you can't if I mean kindergarten if your eyes are on first grade. So God doesn't want us to be worried about heaven and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I
Leave
get that.
to
Yeah.
righteous people. Enjoy life on earth. Enjoy your baby, enjoy your husband, enjoy everything. Enjoy life. And the best way to enjoy life is to get away from know-it-alls, people that know everything and have an answer for everything. No.
I'm just kidding, Keeps. I'm just kidding, Keeps.
Yeah, the answer is in the
good.
So
No, everything's
I
good
just
tonight.
have-
Yeah,
I
good
just
conversation.
have, like, so many different. I wish I could stay on here longer and it wasn't bedtime.
Actually, I'm about to shut it down. I've been on for almost 5 hours. I'm done.
See?
Oh
So
my
the answers
gosh.
are right here. You tuned in and boom, I gave you answers. And then you're going to turn on you're going to turn on a song on YouTube or the radio, and boom, there's the answer that you were waiting for. That's so just enjoy life and just there's a famous picture of two footsteps in a beach, and it's one's an adult and one's a baby footsteps. And they're walking, but there's no humans, just the footsteps. And that the whole point is you walk with God. It's just you and him and nobody else. It's just you and him. And then guess what? Life becomes so much easier when it's just two people, you and your father. It's real simple.
Sorry, I cringed.
Keep
I
it
don't like
simple,
my dad.
sweetheart. Remember, KISS. Keep it simple, sweetheart. Kiss.
Hey, you said it's stupid. Don't
Yeah, that's
change
for
it
the
now,
guys.
Gigi.
That's for
You're
the
keeping
guys.
it. That's for the
That's
guys
for the
only. Keep
guys.
it
Yeah.
simple, stupid for the guys. Okay, got
Keep
it.
it simple, sweetheart for the women.
Keep
Yeah.
it simple, sweetheart for
I
you,
like
honey.
that one. That one's cute. So one more
That's
question.
why. That's why.
before-
That's why he's Gigi the love guru, because he's
Yeah.
such a sweetheart. You know, he's got that. He's got that magic touch.
Okay. One more question, because after that I have to charge. Really. Okay, go ahead.
Come
Go
on,
ahead, buddy.
sweetheart.
Yeah. Just kidding.
What's up?
Go ahead.
So
No,
I
you
have
said
one
you had
more
one more.
question.
Okay.
So why
Yeah.
a good Samaritan, a good Christian life, are people that are good? Like this is always going to be my question about religion. Why do the good get shit on?
Why do they get
I think if I might chime in just a little bit. Now,
Go ahead,
I'm
Stephanie.
completely diametrically on the opposite end of where GB is. I am not a Christian. I am not religious.
Then I want to please.
I don't even necessarily believe. If you just wanted to call it something, and I very rarely talk about my actual beliefs, because most of the people that I seem to encounter in the XJW community are still religious or even Christian or whatever the case. I'm not. I don't have a need for it. It doesn't bother me whatsoever, and I think it gave me a tremendous freedom. And the thing that I found actually comforting is probably why a lot of people connect with religion, is because it gives them the surety, like they have the answers, they know what's going to happen. And when you don't believe in that, which I don't, you come to grips very quickly with the reality. There's many things, in fact, most things that you really have no control over. And so the bottom line is you just do the best that you can to get the outcome that you want, and know that any kind of security is really just an illusion. I mean, look at this presidential administration, all these changes this guy is making that may really have some adverse effects on people's life. I mean, all of this is just an illusion. But now going back to your question of why do good people get crapped on? Sometimes it's because, and this is actually one of the big issues with religion, it causes people to be very complacent. Like Jehovah's Witnesses are always discouraged from getting involved with anything pertaining to government. I'm an African person. If I was alive during the civil rights movement as a Jehovah's Witness, I would have fully been expected not to participate in the civil rights movement, not to participate in things that directly affect me. I would have been told, no, you need to just stand on the side and let those people do that. And we're just going to worship our God and all the rest. So there's a certain amount of complacency. And part of it is this idea that God is in charge and God's God and God's going to do that. Well, you have a lot of people who don't believe that crap. And so they grab the bull by the horns and they shape the world the way that they want it to be. And so a lot of times, the Christians or the religious people, they're just kind of off to the side because it's almost, I don't want to say they don't have any skin in the game, but they don't know how to grab the bull by the horns. Mm-hmm. And so you're either going to be the person that's making the laws and running things, or you're going to be the person that has to abide by the laws and have things dictated to you. And that's just the reason. Now, if we're talking about like, why does one person, contract some kind of a disease versus another person who doesn't, that's just a complete randomness. I mean, there's just no real answer, for that. But if you're talking about like a political thing, or even just why do, these criminal people, I mean, when you look and just take a step back, most of the successful people, they're doing things that are criminal. They're associating with people that are criminal. They have enough money to buy, the favor and all of this that they want. And maybe other people who have morals and who have values and who have ethics wouldn't get involved with those things, but then they're not going to have the power over their lives the way these other people do. So I don't know if that helps or not, but that's my view on it.
Thank
And you know
you.
what? He brings out good points. And I'm still working on Stefan. We're working on his baptism conversion, but that's another subject.
Did you just say what I think you just said?
But here's the thing. He's
Baptism
Gandhi.
conversion.
That's
When they
funny.
asked Gandhi about if he's a Christian, he goes, "If you mean my interpretation of the words of Jesus on the Sermon on the Mount," Gandhi says, "Oh, absolutely, I'm a Christian." So the point Gandhi was making is that everyone that all you need is those 3 chapters, and Jesus in those 3 chapters, he says in chapter 5, he tells you, shine your light, let your light shine before men. So check this out. When you die, you're going to find out that the Catholics were right. There's a huge line, and we have to get a number, calling number 47, and then you go up, and the first question they're going to ask you is, let me see your light. What did you do on planet Earth? What did you do?
And
So Jesus is right. Just shine your light. Live a life and just shine it. And that's what Gandhi was trying to say. If you just read Matthew 5, 6, and 7, you really don't need anything else, because Jesus is your teacher. It's like saying, this is the problem I have when I talk to my Christian friends. If Jesus is the great teacher, then why do I need to listen to Moses and Paul? You see, they complicate things. Keep it simple.
well,
And Jesus was a good person, and look what they did. They killed him. He resurrected people, he cured them, he fed them, and they killed them. And he told you, pick up your cross and follow me. If you're going to be a good person, you will be shitted on. And that's just the rules of the game on planet Earth. This battlefield Earth. We don't live in paradise. We live in a battlefield. And our job is to do the best we can with what we've been given. And Jesus says, all I want for you is to get 1 coin and convert it to 2. And you're already in that process. You already have a baby, you said. So you already have a baby. If your baby can be a better person than you, then
I'm
boom,
happy.
it's done.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
She already is.
See?
So what I looked at the Bible as in the Martin Luther King Jr. Lutheran Wells, whatever.
Yeah.
All it's almost manipulation to me and control, because they're telling you all these positive things, all these amazing things, and then they're telling you that this bad is going to happen. That this is inevitable. This bad's going to happen. They're all just affirmations.
Well, you just proved my point. You see, because therein is the adulterous relationship. You've let other
You keep
people
saying adulterous,
which means like when
Well,
adultery.
because the religion committed adultery with the government, if you will.
Well,
They became one and the same.
But what I'm saying is this: like, if you and God are one, just you and God, you and your Father, why are you bringing in a third party called a religion?
Exactly, that's the adultery. Yeah,
that's the
it's
adultery.
just you and God. You don't need religion. Yeah,
you don't need
it's just you and God.
me or
Like
Eric.
whatever you do in your life, you only have to answer to God. You don't have to answer to some man in religion. That's the point.
Why
and what we mean by answer is just like it's personally between you and him, nothing else. And Jesus died for our sins, so we're good.
And Eric and I are your brothers. That's all we are. We're your brothers. We'll give you our opinion, but that's it. It's just an opinion. It's worth 2 pennies, if that.
It's worth 5 to me.
For 5 minutes. And so just remember that.
But Jesse and Gigi have been making me feel like I'm a woman tonight. I can't help it.
Exactly.
I feel flattered.
I got mental illness.
And if we continue on for 1 more hour, this Eric guy is going to
spill the beans. It's going to get worse. Yeah.
If we continue on for
everything. Yeah.
Rick's never going to let me back on.
If we continue for more than 1 hour, we will have gotten auxiliary pioneer hours today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no doubt. What are we at? 5 hours. Yeah, we're done here at 5 hours.
Yeah, and I got a Bible study named Stefan. Wow, he'll be my
yeah. You guys can cut your hours out in service.
I don't know. You might be a deist agnostic by the time it's all over with. GG.
What did I start?
You'd have to change your acronyms and everything.
Exactly. That's funny.
Well, you know what? You know what's cool? We're shutting it down, and there's still 27 people here, and we started at what, 50 or 60? So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but they're
I hate
asleep.
I hate to tell you this, Eric, but I was
Yes, sir.
really late. I was really late for this because I was doing some stuff in the garage, and then I got hungry and I went to McDonald's and I got a double, what is it, double quarter pounder. So that's why I was late. I hate
Nice.
to tell you because you were saying you wanted
And then that beef caught you all down too. You get
yeah,
that.
yeah,
the meat
and
sweat.
it was actually pretty good.
That
All
was
right,
so
everyone.
good.
All right.
I'm gonna say goodbye. Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Gigi, and everybody for coming.
Thanks,
I love
Emily.
you all. Woo! Let's get the
Absolutely,
fireworks going. The
guys.
balloons. All right. Hey, Bob Robert. Say goodnight to Bob Roberts. I don't know who Vex Cortez is, but cool. Yeah, I think everyone else is dead here. Shaq is gone. All right. Love you all. We'll
Bye-bye.
see you in 2 weeks.
Yep.
See ya.
Bye bye.